Chapter 39. Ursus was taking water from a cistern, and while drawing up a double amphora, with a rope, was singing a strange Lygian song in an undertone. Looking meanwhile with delighted eyes at Lygia and Vinicius, who, among the cypresses in Linus's garden, seemed as white as two statues. Their clothing was not moved by the least breeze. A golden and lily-colored twilight was sinking on the world while they were conversing in the calm of evening, each holding the other by the hand. "May not some evil meet thee, Marcus, because thou hast left Antium without Caesar's knowledge?" asked Ligia. "No, my dear," answered Vinicius. "Caesar announced that he would shut himself in for 2 days with Terpnos, and compose new songs. He acts thus frequently, and at such times neither knows nor remembers aught else. Moreover, what is Caesar to me since I am near thee and am looking at thee? I have yearned too much already, and these last nights' sleep has left me. More than once, when I dozed from weariness, I woke on a sudden, with a feeling that danger was hanging over thee. At times I dreamed that the relays of horses which were to bear me from Antium to Rome were stolen, horses with which I passed that rode more swiftly than any of Caesar's couriers. Besides, I could not live longer without thee. I love thee too much for that, my dearest. I knew that thou wert coming. Twice Ursus ran out, at my request, to the Carinae, and inquired for thee at thy house. Linus laughed at me, and Ursus also. It was, indeed, evident that she had expected him. For instead of her usual dark dress, she wore a soft white stola, out of whose beautiful folds her arms and head emerged like primroses out of snow. A few ruddy anemones ornamented her hair. Vinicius pressed his lips to her hands. Then they sat on the stone bench amidst wild grapevines, and inclining toward each other, were silent, looking at the twilight whose last gleams were reflected in their eyes. The charm of the quiet evening mastered them completely. "How calm it is here, and how beautiful the world is," said Vinicius, in a lowered voice. "The night is wonderfully still. I feel happier than ever in life before. Tell me, Ligia, what is this? Never have I thought that there could be such love. I thought that love was merely fire in the blood and desire. But now for the first time I see that it is possible to love with every drop of one's blood and every breath. And feel there with such sweet and immeasurable calm as if sleep and death had put the soul to rest. For me this is something new. I look on this calmness of the trees, and it seems to be within me. Now I understand for the first time that there may be happiness of which people have not known thus far. Now I begin to understand why thou and Pomponia Graecina have such peace. Yes. Christ gives it." At that moment Ligia placed her beautiful face on his shoulder and said, "My dear Marcus," but she was unable to continue. Joy, gratitude, and the feeling that at last she was free to love deprived her of voice, and her eyes were filled with tears of emotion. Vinicius, embracing her slender form with his arm, drew her toward him and said, "Ligia. May the moment be blessed in which I heard his name for the first time." "I love thee, Marcus," said she then in a low voice. Both were silent again, unable to bring words from their overcharged breasts. The last lily reflections had died on the cypresses, and the garden began to be silver-like from the crescent of the moon. After a while Vinicius said, "I know. Barely had I entered here, barely had I kissed thy dear hands, when I read in thy eyes the question whether I had received the divine doctrine to which thou art attached, and whether I was baptized. No, I am not baptized yet, but knowest thou, my flower, why? Paul said to me, I have convinced thee that God came into the world and gave himself to be crucified for its salvation. But let Peter wash thee in the fountain of grace, he who first stretched his hands over thee and blessed thee. And I, my dearest, wish thee to witness my baptism, and I wish Pomponia to be my godmother. This is why I am not baptized yet, though I believe in the Savior and in his teaching. Paul has convinced me, has converted me, and could it be otherwise? How was I not to believe that Christ came into the world, since he, who was his disciple, says so, and Paul, to whom he appeared, How was I not to believe that he was God, since he rose from the dead? Others saw him in the city and on the lake and on the mountain, people saw him whose lips have not known a lie. I began to believe this the first time I heard Peter in Ostrianum, for I said to myself even then, in the whole world any other man might lie rather than this one who says, I saw. But I feared thy religion. It seemed to me that thy religion would take thee from me. I thought that there was neither wisdom nor beauty nor happiness in it. But today, when I know it, what kind of man should I be were I not to wish truth to rule the world instead of falsehood, love instead of hatred, virtue instead of crime, faithfulness instead of unfaithfulness, mercy instead of vengeance? What sort of man would he be who would not choose and wish the same? But your religion teaches this. Others desire justice also. But thy religion is the only one which makes man's heart just, and besides makes it pure, like thine and Pomponia's, makes it faithful, like thine and Pomponia's. I should be blind were I not to see this. But if in addition Christ God has promised eternal life, and has promised happiness as immeasurable as the all-might of God can give, what more can one wish? Were I to ask Seneca why he enjoins virtue, if wickedness brings more happiness, he would not be able to say anything sensible. But I know now that I ought to be virtuous, because virtue and love flow from Christ, and because, when death closes my eyes, I shall find life and happiness, I shall find myself and thee. Why not love and accept a religion which both speaks the truth and destroys death? Who would not prefer good to evil? I thought thy religion opposed to happiness. Meanwhile Paul has convinced me that not only does it not take away, but that it gives. All this hardly finds a place in my head. But I feel that it is true, for I have never been so happy, neither could I be, had I taken thee by force and possessed thee in my house. Just see, thou hast said a moment since, I love thee, and I could not have won these words from thy lips with all the might of Rome. O Ligia! Reason declares this religion divine, and the best. The heart feels it, and who can resist two such forces? Ligia listened, fixing on him her blue eyes, which in the light of the moon were like mystic flowers, and bedewed like flowers. Yes, Marcus, that is true, said she, nestling her head more closely to his shoulder. And at that moment they felt immensely happy, for they understood that besides love they were united by another power, at once sweet and irresistible, by which love itself becomes endless. Not subject to change, deceit, treason, or even death. Their hearts were filled with perfect certainty that, no matter what might happen, they would not cease to love and belong to each other. For that reason an unspeakable repose flowed in on their souls. Vinicius felt, besides, that love was not merely profound and pure, but altogether new, such as the world had not known and could not give. In his head all was combined in this love, Ligia, the teaching of Christ, the light of the moon resting calmly on the cypresses, and the still night, so that to him the whole universe seemed filled with it. After a while he said with a lowered and quivering voice, Thou wilt be the soul of my soul, and the dearest in the world to me. Our hearts will beat together, we shall have one prayer and one gratitude to Christ. Oh my dear! To live together, to honor together the sweet God, and to know that when death comes our eyes will open again, as after a pleasant sleep, to a new light, what better could be imagined? I only marvel that I did not understand this at first. And knowest thou what occurs to me now? That no one can resist this religion. In 200 or 300 years the whole world will accept it. People will forget Jupiter, and there will be no God except Christ, and no other temples but Christian. Who would not wish his own happiness? Ah! But I heard Paul's conversation with Petronius, and dost thou know what Petronius said at the end? That is not for me, but he could give no other answer. Repeat Paul's words to me, said Ligia. It was at my house one evening. Petronius began to speak playfully and to banter, as he does usually, whereupon Paul said to him, How canst thou deny, O wise Petronius, that Christ existed and rose from the dead? Since thou wert not in the world at that time, but Peter and John saw him, and I saw him on the road to Damascus? Let thy wisdom show, first of all, then, that we are liars, and then only deny our testimony. Petronius answered that he had no thought of denying, for he knew that many incomprehensible things were done, which trustworthy people affirmed. But the discovery of some new foreign god is one thing, said he, and the reception of his teaching another. I have no wish to know anything which may deform life and mar its beauty. Never mind whether our gods are true or not, they are beautiful, their rule is pleasant for us, and we live without care. Thou art willing to reject the religion of love, justice, and mercy through dread of the cares of life, replied Paul, but think, Petronius, is thy life really free from anxieties? Behold, neither thou nor any man among the richest and most powerful knows when he falls asleep at night that he may not wake to a death sentence. But tell me, if Caesar professed this religion, which enjoins love and justice, would not thy happiness be more assured? Thou art alarmed about thy delight, but would not life be more joyous then? As to life's beauty in ornaments, if ye have reared so many beautiful temples and statues to evil, revengeful, adulterous, and faithless divinities, what would ye not do in honor of one God of truth and mercy? Thou art ready to praise thy lot, because thou art wealthy and living in luxury. But it was possible even in thy case to be poor and deserted, though coming of a great house, and then in truth it would have been better for thee if people confessed Christ. In Rome even wealthy parents, unwilling to toil at rearing children, cast them out of the house frequently, those children are called alumni. And chance might have made thee an alumnus, like one of those. But if parents live according to our religion, this cannot happen. And hadst thou, at manhood's years, married a woman of thy love, thy wish would be to see her faithful till death. Meanwhile look around, what happens among you, what vileness, what shame, what bartering in the faith of wives. Nay, ye yourselves are astonished when a woman appears whom ye call Univira. 15 But I tell thee that those women who carry Christ in their hearts will not break faith with their husbands, just as Christian husbands will keep faith with their wives. But ye are neither sure of rulers or fathers or wives nor children nor servants. The whole world is trembling before you, and ye are trembling before your own slaves, for ye know that any hour may raise an awful war against your oppression. Such a war as has been raised more than once. Though rich, thou art not sure that the command may not come to thee tomorrow to leave thy wealth, thou art young, but tomorrow it may be necessary for thee to die. Thou lovest, but treason is in wait for thee, thou art enamored of villas and statues, but tomorrow power may thrust thee forth into the empty places of the Panditaria. Thou hast thousands of servants, but tomorrow these servants may let thy blood flow. And if that be the case, how canst thou be calm and happy, how canst thou live in delight? But I proclaim love, and I proclaim a religion which commands rulers to love their subjects, masters their slaves, slaves to serve with love, to do justice and be merciful. And at last it promises happiness boundless as a sea without end. How, then, Petronius, canst thou say that that religion spoils life, since it corrects? And since thou thyself wouldst be 100 times happier and more secure were it to embrace the world as Rome's dominion has embraced it? Thus discussed Paul, and then Petronius said, That is not for me. Feigning drowsiness, he went out, and when going added, I prefer my Eunice, O little Jew, but I should not wish to struggle with thee on the platform. I listened to Paul's words with my whole soul, and when he spoke of our women, I magnified with all my heart that religion from which thou hast sprung as a lily from a rich field in springtime. And I thought then, there is Poppaea, who cast aside 2 husbands for Nero, there is Calvia Crispinilla, there is Nigidia, there are almost all whom I know, save only Pomponia. They trafficked with faith and with oaths, but she and my own one will not desert, will not deceive, and will not quench the fire, even though all in whom I place trust should desert and deceive me. Hence I said to thee in my soul, how can I show gratitude to thee, if not with love and honor? Didst thou feel that in Antium I spoke and conversed with thee all the time as if thou hadst been at my side? I love thee 100 times more for having escaped me from Caesar's house. Neither do I care for Caesar's house any longer, I wish not its luxury and music, I wish only thee. Say a word, we will leave Rome to settle somewhere at a distance. Without removing her head from his shoulder, Lygia, as if meditating, raised her eyes to the silver tops of the cypresses, and answered, Very well, Marcus. Thou hast written to me of Sicily, where Aulus wishes to settle in old age. And Vinicius interrupted her with delight. True, my dear. Our lands are adjacent. That is a wonderful coast, where the climate is sweeter and the nights still brighter than in Rome, odoriferous and transparent. Their life and happiness are almost one and the same. And he began then to dream of the future. There we may forget anxieties. In groves, among olive trees, we shall walk and rest in the shade. O Ligia! What a life to love and cherish each other, to look at the sea together, to look at the sky together, to honor together a kind God, to do in peace what is just and true. Both were silent, looking into the future, only he drew her more firmly toward him, and the knight's ring on his finger glittered meanwhile in the rays of the moon. In the part occupied by the poor toiling people, all were sleeping, no murmur broke the silence. Wilt thou permit me to see Pomponia? Asked Ligia. Yes, dear one. We will invite them to our house, or go to them ourselves. If thou wish, we can take Peter the Apostle. He is bowed down with age and work. Paul will visit us also, he will convert Aulus Plautius. And as soldiers found colonies in distant lands, so we will found a colony of Christians. Lygia raised her hand and, taking his palm, wished to press it to her lips. But he whispered, as if fearing to frighten happiness, No, Lygia, no. It is I who honor thee and exalt thee, give me thy hands. I love thee. He had pressed his lips to her hands, white as jessamine, and for a time they heard only the beating of their own hearts. There was not the slightest movement in the air. The cypresses stood as motionless as if they too were holding breath in their breasts. All at once the silence was broken by an unexpected thunder, deep, and as if coming from under the earth. A shiver ran through Lygia's body. Vinicius stood up, and said, Lions are roaring in the vivarium. Both began to listen. Now the first thunder was answered by a second, a third, a tenth, from all sides and divisions of the city. In Rome several thousand lions were quartered at times in various arenas, and frequently in the night-time they approached the grating, and, leaning their gigantic heads against it, gave utterance to their yearning for freedom and the desert. Thus they began on this occasion, and, answering one another in the stillness of night, they filled the whole city with roaring. There was something so indescribably gloomy and terrible in those roars that Lygia, whose bright and calm visions of the future were scattered, listened with a straitened heart and with wonderful fear and sadness. But Vinicius encircled her with his arm, and said, Fear not, dear one. The games are at hand, and all the vivaria are crowded. Then both entered the house of Linus, accompanied by the thunder of lions, growing louder and louder. Chapter 40. In Antium, meanwhile, Petronius gained new victories almost daily over courtiers vying with him for the favor of Caesar. The influence of Tigellinus had fallen completely. In Rome, when there was occasion to set aside men who seemed dangerous, to plunder their property or to settle political cases, to give spectacles astounding by their luxury and bad taste, or finally to satisfy the monstrous whims of Caesar, Tigellinus, as adroit, as he was ready for anything, became indispensable. But in Antium, among palaces reflected in the azure of the sea, Caesar led a Hellenic existence. From morning till evening Nero and his attendants read verses, discoursed on their structure and finish, were delighted with happy turns of expression, were occupied with music. The theatre, in a word, exclusively with that which Grecian genius had invented, and with which it had beautified life. Under these conditions Petronius, incomparably more refined than Tigellinus and the other courtiers, witty, eloquent, full of subtle feelings and tastes, obtained preeminence of necessity. Caesar sought his society, took his opinion, asked for advice when he composed, and showed a more lively friendship than at any other time whatever. It seemed to courtiers that his influence had won a supreme triumph at last, that friendship between him and Caesar had entered on a period of certainty which would last for years. Even those who had shown dislike previously to the exquisite Epicurean, began now to crowd around him and vie for his favor. More than one was even sincerely glad in his soul that preponderance had come to a man who knew really what to think of a given person, who received with a skeptical smile the flattery of his enemies of yesterday, but who, either through indolence or culture, was not vengeful, and did not use his power to the detriment or destruction of others. There were moments when he might have destroyed even Tigellinus, but he preferred to ridicule him, and expose his vulgarity and want of refinement. In Rome the Senate drew breath, for no death sentence had been issued for a month and a half. It is true that in Antium and the city people told wonders of the refinement which the profligacy of Caesar and his favorite had reached. But everyone preferred a refined Caesar to one brutalized in the hands of Tigellinus. Tigellinus himself lost his head, and hesitated whether or not to yield as conquered. For Caesar had said repeatedly that in all Rome and in his court there were only two spirits capable of understanding each other, two real Hellenes, he and Petronius. The amazing dexterity of Petronius confirmed people in the conviction that his influence would outlive every other. They did not see how Caesar could dispense with him, with whom could he converse touching poetry, music, and comparative excellence? In whose eyes could he look to learn whether his creation was indeed perfect? Petronius, with his habitual indifference, seemed to attach no importance to his position. As usual, he was remiss, slothful, skeptical, and witty. He produced on people frequently the impression of a man who made light of them, of himself, of Caesar, of the whole world. At moments he ventured to criticize Caesar to his face, and when others judged that he was going too far, or simply preparing his own ruin, he was able to turn the criticism suddenly in such a way that it came out to his profit. He roused amazement in those present, and the conviction that there was no position from which he could not issue in triumph. About a week after the return of Vinicius from Rome, Caesar read in a small circle an extract from his Troyad. When he had finished and the shouts of rapture had ended, Petronius, interrogated by a glance from Caesar, replied, "Common verses, fit for the fire." The hearts of those present stopped beating from terror. Since the years of his childhood Nero had never heard such a sentence from any man. The face of Tigellinus was radiant with delight. But Vinicius grew pale, thinking that Petronius, who thus far had never been drunk, was drunk this time. Nero, however, inquired in a honeyed voice, in which more or less deeply wounded vanity was quivering, "What defect dost thou find in them?" "Do not believe them," said Petronius, attacking him, and pointing to those present, "they understand nothing. Thou hast asked what defect there is in thy verses. If thou desire truth, I will tell thee. Thy verses would be worthy of Virgil, of Ovid, even of Homer, but they are not worthy of thee. Thou art not free to write such. The conflagration described by thee does not blaze enough, thy fire is not hot enough. Listen not to Lucan's flatteries. Had he written those verses, I should acknowledge him a genius, but thy case is different. And knowest thou why? Thou art greater than they. From him who is gifted of the gods as thou art, more is demanded. But thou art slothful, thou wouldst rather sleep after dinner than sit to wrinkles. Thou canst create a work such as the world has not heard of to this day, hence I tell thee to thy eyes, write better. And he said this carelessly, as if bantering and also chiding. But Caesar's eyes were mist-covered from delight. The gods have given me a little talent, said he, but they have given me something greater, a true judge and friend, the only man able to speak the truth to my eyes. Then he stretched his fat hand, grown over with reddish hair, to a golden candelabrum plundered from Delphi, to burn the verses. But Petronius seized them before the flame touched the paper. "No, no," said he, "even thus they belong to mankind. Leave them to me. In such case let me send them to thee in a cylinder of my own invention," answered Nero, embracing Petronius. True. Thou art right, said he, after a while. My conflagration of Troy does not blaze enough, my fire is not hot enough. But I thought it sufficient to equal Homer. A certain timidity and low estimate of my power have fettered me always. Thou hast opened my eyes. But knowest why it is, as thou sayest? When a sculptor makes the statue of a god, he seeks a model. But never have I had a model. I never have seen a burning city, hence there is a lack of truth in my description. Then I will say that only a great artist understands this. Nero grew thoughtful, and after a while he said, Answer one question, Petronius. Dost thou regret the burning of Troy? Do I regret? By the lame consort of Venus, not in the least. And I will tell thee the reason. Troy would not have been consumed if Prometheus had not given fire to man, and the Greeks made war on Priam. Aeschylus would not have written his Prometheus had there been no fire, just as Homer would not have written the Iliad had there been no Trojan War. I think it better to have Prometheus and the Iliad than a small and shabby city, which was unclean, I think, and wretched. And in which at best there would be now some procurator annoying thee through quarrels with the local Areopagus. That is what we call speaking with sound reason, said Nero. For art and poetry it is permitted, and it is right, to sacrifice everything. Happy were the Achaeans who furnished Homer with the substance of the Iliad, and happy Priam who beheld the ruin of his birthplace. As to me, I have never seen a burning city. A time of silence followed, which was broken at last by Tigellinus. But I have said to thee, Caesar, already, command and I will burn Antium, or dost thou know what? If thou art sorry for these villas and palaces, give command to burn the ships in Ostia, or I will build a wooden city on the Alban hills, into which thou shalt hurl the fire thyself. Dost thou wish? Am I to gaze on the burning of wooden sheds? Asked Nero, casting a look of contempt on him. Thy mind has grown utterly barren, Tigellinus. And I see, besides, that thou dost set no great value on my talent or my Troyad, since thou judgest that any sacrifice would be too great for it. Tigellinus was confused. But Nero, as if wishing to change the conversation, added after a while. Summer is passing. Oh, what a stench there must be in that Rome now. And still we must return for the summer games. When thou dismissest the Augustans, O Caesar, permit me to remain with thee a moment, said Tigellinus. An hour later Vinicius, returning with Petronius from Caesar's villa, said, I was a trifle alarmed for thee. I judged that while drunk thou hadst ruined thyself beyond redemption. Remember that thou art playing with death. That is my arena, answered Petronius, carelessly, and the feeling that I am the best gladiator in it amuses me. See how it ended. My influence has increased this evening. He will send me his verses in a cylinder which, dost wish to lay a wager, will be immensely rich and in immensely bad taste. I shall command my physician to keep physic in it. I did this for another reason, because Tigellinus, seeing how such things succeed, will wish surely to imitate me, and I imagine what will happen. The moment he starts a witticism, it will be as if a bear of the Pyrenees were rope-walking. I shall laugh like Democritus. If I wished I could destroy Tigellinus perhaps, and become praetorian prefect in his place, and have Ahenobarbus himself in my hands. But I am indolent. I prefer my present life and even Caesar's verses to trouble. What dexterity to be able to turn even blame into flattery. But are those verses really so bad? I am no judge in those matters. The verses are not worse than others. Lucan has more talent in one finger, but in Bronzebeard too there is something. He has, above all, an immense love for poetry and music. In 2 days we are to be with him to hear the music of his hymn to Aphrodite, which he will finish today or tomorrow. We shall be in a small circle, only I, thou, Tullius Senecio, and young Nerva. But as to what I said touching Nero's verses, that I use them after feasting as Vitellius does flamingo feathers, is not true. At times they are eloquent. Hecuba's words are touching. She complains of the pangs of birth, and Nero was able to find happy expressions, for this reason, perhaps, that he gives birth to every verse in torment. At times I am sorry for him. By Pollux, what a marvelous mixture! The fifth stave was lacking in Caligula, but still he never did such strange things. Who can foresee to what the madness of Ahenobarbus will go? Asked Vinicius. No man whatever. Such things may happen yet that the hair will stand on men's heads for whole centuries at thought of them. But it is that precisely which interests me. And though I am bored more than once, like Jupiter Ammon in the desert, I believe that under another Caesar I should be bored 100 times more. Paul, thy little Jew, is eloquent, that I accord to him, and if people like him proclaim that religion, our gods must defend themselves seriously, lest in time they be led away captive. It is true that if Caesar, for example, were a Christian, all would feel safer. But thy prophet of Tarsus, in applying proofs to me, did not think, sayest thou, that for me this uncertainty becomes the charm of life. Whoso does not play at dice will not lose property, but still people play at dice. There is in that a certain delight and destruction of the present. I have known sons of knights and senators to become gladiators of their own will. I play with life, thou sayest, and that is true, but I play because it pleases me. While Christian virtues would bore me in a day, as do the discourses of Seneca. Because of this, Paul's eloquence is exerted in vain. He should understand that people like me will never accept his religion. With thy disposition thou mightst either hate the name Christian, or become a Christian immediately. I recognize, while yawning, the truth of what they say. We are mad. We are hastening to the precipice, something unknown is coming toward us out of the future, something is breaking beneath us, something is dying around us, agreed. But we shall succeed in dying. Meanwhile we have no wish to burden life, and serve death before it takes us. Life exists for itself alone, not for death. But I pity thee, Petronius. Do not pity me more than I pity myself. Formerly thou wert glad among us, while campaigning in Armenia, thou wert longing for Rome. And now I am longing for Rome. True. For thou art in love with a Christian Vestal, who sits in the Trans-Tiber. I neither wonder at this, nor do I blame thee. I wonder more, that in spite of a religion described by thee as a sea of happiness, and in spite of a love which is soon to be crowned, sadness has not left thy face. Pomponia Graecina is eternally pensive, from the time of thy becoming a Christian thou hast ceased to laugh. Do not try to persuade me that this religion is cheerful. Thou hast returned from Rome sadder than ever. If Christians love in this way, by the bright curls of Bacchus, I shall not imitate them. That is another thing, answered Vinicius. I swear to thee, not by the curls of Bacchus, but by the soul of my father, that never in times past have I experienced even a foretaste of such happiness as I breathe today. But I yearn greatly. And what is stranger, when I am far from Ligia, I think that danger is threatening her. I know not what danger, nor whence it may come, but I feel it, as one feels a coming tempest. In 2 days I will try to obtain for thee permission to leave Antium, for as long a time as may please thee. Poppaea is somewhat more quiet. And, as far as I know, no danger from her threatens thee or Ligia. This very day she asked me what I was doing in Rome, though my departure was secret. Perhaps she gave command to set spies on thee. Now, however, even she must count with me. Paul told me, said Vinicius, that God forewarns sometimes, but does not permit us to believe in omens. Hence I guard myself against this belief, but I cannot ward it off. I will tell thee what happened, so as to cast the weight from my heart. Lygia and I were sitting side by side on a night as calm as this, and planning our future. I cannot tell thee how happy and calm we were. All at once lions began to roar. That is common in Rome, but since then I have no rest. It seems to me that in that roaring there was a threat, an announcement as it were of misfortune. Thou knowest that I am not frightened easily. That night, however, something happened which filled all the darkness with terror. It came so strangely and unexpectedly that I have those sounds in my ears yet, and unbroken fear in my heart. As if Lygia were asking my protection from something dreadful, even from those same lions. I am in torture. Obtain for me permission to leave Antium, or I shall go without it. I cannot remain. I repeat to thee, I cannot. Sons of consuls or their wives are not given to lions yet in the arenas, said Petronius, laughing. Any other death may meet thee but that. Who knows, besides, that they were lions? German bisons roar with no less gentleness than lions. As to me, I ridicule omens and fates. Last night was warm and I saw stars falling like rain. Many a man has an evil foreboding at such a sight. But I thought, if among these is my star too, I shall not lack society at least. Then he was silent, but added after a moment's thought, if your Christ has risen from the dead, he may perhaps protect you both from death. He may, answered Vinicius, looking at the heavens filled with stars. Chapter 41. Nero played and sang, in honor of the Lady of Cyprus, a hymn the verses and music of which were composed by himself. That day he was in voice, and felt that his music really captivated those present. That feeling added such power to the sounds produced and roused his own soul so much that he seemed inspired. At last he grew pale from genuine emotion. This was surely the first time that he had no desire to hear praises from others. He sat for a time with his hands on the cithara and with bowed head. Then, rising suddenly, he said, I am tired and need air. Meanwhile ye will tune the cithary. He covered his throat then with a silk kerchief. Ye will go with me, said he, turning to Petronius and Vinicius, who were sitting in a corner of the hall. Give me thy arm, Vinicius, for strength fails me, Petronius will talk to me of music. They went out on the terrace, which was paved with alabaster and sprinkled with saffron. Here one can breathe more freely, said Nero. My soul is moved and sad, though I see that with what I have sung to thee on trial just now I may appear in public, and my triumph will be such as no Roman has ever achieved. Thou mayst appear here, in Rome, in Achaia. I admire thee with my whole heart and mind, divinity, answered Petronius. I know. Thou art too slothful to force thyself to flattery, and thou art as sincere as Tullius Senecio, but thou hast more knowledge than he. Tell me, what is thy judgment on music? When I listen to poetry, when I look at a quadriga directed by thee in the circus, when I look at a beautiful statue, temple, or picture, I feel that I comprehend perfectly what I see. That my enthusiasm takes in all that these can give. But when I listen to music, especially thy music, new delights and beauties open before me every instant. I pursue them, I try to seize them. But before I can take them to myself, new and newer ones flow in, just like waves of the sea, which roll on from infinity. Hence I tell thee that music is like the sea. We stand on one shore and gaze at remoteness, but we cannot see the other shore. Ah, what deep knowledge thou hast, said Nero. And they walked on for a moment, only the slight sound of the saffron leaves under their feet being heard. Thou hast expressed my idea, said Nero at last. Hence I say now, as ever, in all Rome thou art the only man able to understand me. Thus it is, my judgment of music is the same as thine. When I play and sing, I see things which I did not know as existing in my dominions or in the world. I am Caesar, and the world is mine. I can do everything. But music opens new kingdoms to me, new mountains, new seas, new delights unknown before. Most frequently I cannot name them or grasp them, I only feel them. I feel the gods, I see Olympus. Some kind of breeze from beyond the earth blows in on me, I behold, as in a mist, certain immeasurable greatnesses, but calm and bright as sunshine. The whole spheros plays around me. And I declare to thee, here Nero's voice quivered with genuine wonder, that I, Caesar and God, feel at such times as diminutive as dust. Wilt thou believe this? I will. Only great artists have power to feel small in the presence of art. This is a night of sincerity. Hence I open my soul to thee as to a friend, and I will say more. Dost thou consider that I am blind or deprived of reason? Dost thou think that I am ignorant of this, that people in Rome write insults on the walls against me, call me a matricide, a wife-murderer, hold me a monster and a tyrant? Because Tigellinus obtained a few sentences of death against my enemies? Yes, my dear, they hold me a monster, and I know it. They have talked cruelty on me to that degree that at times I put the question to myself, am I not cruel? But they do not understand this, that a man's deeds may be cruel at times while he himself is not cruel. Ah, no one will believe, and perhaps even thou, my dear, wilt not believe, that at moments when music caresses my soul I feel as kind as a child in the cradle. I swear by those stars which shine above us, that I speak the pure truth to thee. People do not know how much goodness lies in this heart, and what treasures I see in it when music opens the door to them. Petronius, who had not the least doubt that Nero was speaking sincerely at that moment, and that music might bring out various more noble inclinations of his soul, which were overwhelmed by mountains of egotism, profligacy, and crime, said, men should know thee as nearly as I do. Rome has never been able to appreciate thee. Caesar leaned more heavily on Vinicius' arm, as if he were bending under the weight of injustice, and answered, Tigellinus has told me that in the Senate they whisper into one another's ears that Diodorus and Terpnos play on the cithara better than I. They refuse me even that. But tell me, thou who art truthful always, do they play better, or as well? By no means. Thy touch is finer, and has greater power. In thee the artist is evident, in them the expert. The man who hears their music first understands better what thou art. If that be true, let them live. They will never imagine what a service thou hast rendered them in this moment. For that matter, if I had condemned those two, I should have had to take others in place of them. And people would say, besides, that out of love for music thou destroyest music in thy dominions. Never kill art for art's sake, O divinity. How different thou art from Tigellinus! Answered Nero. But sayest thou, I am an artist in everything. And since music opens for me spaces the existence of which I had not divined, regions which I do not possess, delight and happiness which I do not know, I cannot live a common life. Music tells me that the uncommon exists, so I seek it with all the power of dominion which the gods have placed in my hands. At times it seems to me that to reach those Olympian worlds I must do something which no man has done hitherto, I must surpass the stature of man in good or evil. I know that people declare me mad. But I am not mad, I am only seeking. And if I am going mad, it is out of disgust and impatience that I cannot find. I am seeking. Dost understand me? And therefore I wish to be greater than man, for only in that way can I be the greatest as an artist. Here he lowered his voice so that Vinicius could not hear him, and, putting his mouth to the ear of Petronius, he whispered, Dost know that I condemned my mother and wife to death mainly because I wished to lay at the gate of an unknown world the greatest sacrifice that man could put there? I thought that afterwards something would happen, that doors would be opened beyond which I should see something unknown. Let it be wonderful or awful, surpassing human conception, if only great and uncommon. But that sacrifice was not sufficient. To open the empyrean doors it is evident that something greater is needed, and let it be given as the fates desire. What dost thou intend to do? Thou shalt see sooner than thou thinkest. Meanwhile be assured that there are two Neros, one such as people know, the other an artist, whom thou alone knowest, and if he slays as does death, or is in frenzy like Bacchus, it is only because the flatness and misery of common life stifle him. And I should like to destroy them, though I had to use fire or iron. Oh, how flat this world will be when I am gone from it. No man has suspected yet, not thou even, what an artist I am. But precisely because of this I suffer, and sincerely do I tell thee that the soul in me is as gloomy as those cypresses which stand dark there in front of us. It is grievous for a man to bear at once the weight of supreme power and the highest talents. I sympathize with thee, O Caesar. And with me earth and sea, not counting Vinicius, who deifies thee in his soul. He, too, has always been dear to me, said Caesar, though he serves Mars, not the Muses. He serves Aphrodite first of all, answered Petronius. And suddenly he determined to settle the affair of his nephew at a blow, and at the same time to eliminate every danger which might threaten him. He is in love, as was Troilus with Cressida. Permit him, Lord, to visit Rome, for he is dying on my hands. Dost thou know that that Lygian hostage whom thou gavest him has been found, and Vinicius, when leaving for Antium, left her in care of a certain Linus? I did not mention this to thee, for thou wert composing thy hymn, and that was more important than all besides. Vinicius wanted her as a mistress. But when she turned out to be as virtuous as Lucretia, he fell in love with her virtue, and now his desire is to marry her. She is a king's daughter, hence she will cause him no detriment. But he is a real soldier, he sighs and withers and groans, but he is waiting for the permission of his imperator. The imperator does not choose wives for his soldiers. What good is my permission to Vinicius? I have told thee, O Lord, that he deifies thee. All the more may he be certain of permission. That is a comely maiden, but too narrow in the hips. The Augusta Poppaea has complained to me that she enchanted our child in the gardens of the Palatine. But I told Tigellinus that the gods are not subject to evil charms. Thou rememberest, divinity, his confusion and thy exclamation, habit. I remember. Here he turned to Vinicius, dost thou love her, as Petronius says? I love her, Lord, replied Vinicius. Then I command thee to set out for Rome tomorrow, and marry her. Appear not again before my eyes without the marriage ring. Thanks to thee, Lord, from my heart and soul. Oh, how pleasant it is to make people happy, said Nero. Would that I might do nothing else all my life. Grant us one favor more, O divinity, said Petronius, declare thy will in this matter before the Augusta. Vinicius would never venture to wed a woman displeasing to the Augusta. Thou wilt dissipate her prejudice, O Lord, with a word, by declaring that thou hast commanded this marriage. I am willing, said Caesar. I could refuse nothing to thee or Vinicius. He turned toward the villa, and they followed. Their hearts were filled with delight over the victory. And Vinicius had to use self-restraint to avoid throwing himself on the neck of Petronius, for it seemed now that all dangers and obstacles were removed. In the atrium of the villa young Nerva and Tullius Senecio were entertaining the Augusta with conversation. Terpnos and Diodorus were tuning cithary. Nero entered, sat in an armchair inlaid with tortoiseshell, whispered something in the ear of a Greek slave near his side, and waited. The page returned soon with a golden casket. Nero opened it and took out a necklace of great opals. These are jewels worthy of this evening, said he. The light of Aurora is playing in them, answered Poppaea, convinced that the necklace was for her. Caesar, now raising, now lowering the rosy stones, said at last, Vinicius, thou wilt give, from me, this necklace to her whom I command thee to marry, the youthful daughter of the Lygian king. Poppaea's glance, filled with anger and sudden amazement, passed from Caesar to Vinicius. At last it rested on Petronius. But he, leaning carelessly over the arm of the chair, passed his hand along the back of the harp as if to fix its form firmly in his mind. Vinicius gave thanks for the gift, approached Petronius, and asked, How shall I thank thee for what thou hast done this day for me? Sacrifice a pair of swans to Euterpe, replied Petronius, praise Caesar's songs, and laugh at omens. Henceforth the roaring of lions will not disturb thy sleep, I trust, nor that of thy Lygian lily. No, said Vinicius, now I am perfectly at rest. May fortune favor thee. But be careful, for Caesar is taking his loot again. Hold thy breath, listen, and shed tears. In fact, Caesar had taken the loot and raised his eyes. In the hall conversation had stopped, and people were as still as if petrified. Terpnos and Diodorus, who had to accompany Caesar, were on the alert, looking now at each other and now at his lips, waiting for the first tones of the song. Just then a movement and noise began in the entrance, and after a moment Caesar's freedman, Phaon, appeared from beyond the curtain. Close behind him was the consul Licanius. Nero frowned. "Pardon, divine imperator," said Phaon, with panting voice, "there is a conflagration in Rome. The greater part of the city is in flames." At this news all sprang from their seats. "O gods! I shall see a burning city and finish the Troyad," said Nero, setting aside his lute. Then he turned to the consul, "If I go at once, shall I see the fire?" "Lord," answered Licanius, as pale as a wall, "the whole city is one sea of flame, smoke is suffocating the inhabitants, and people faint, or cast themselves into the fire from delirium. Rome is perishing, Lord." A moment of silence followed, which was broken by the cry of Vinicius. "Vi misero mihi." And the young man, casting his toga aside, rushed forth in his tunic. Nero raised his hands and exclaimed, "Woe to thee, sacred city of Priam!" Chapter 42. Vinicius had barely time to command a few slaves to follow him, then, springing on his horse, he rushed forth in the deep night along the empty streets toward Laurentum. Through the influence of the dreadful news he had fallen as it were into frenzy and mental distraction. At moments he did not know clearly what was happening in his mind. He had merely the feeling that misfortune was on the horse with him, sitting behind his shoulders, and shouting in his ears, "Rome is burning." That it was lashing his horse and him, urging them toward the fire. Laying his bare head on the beast's neck, he rushed on, in his single tunic, alone, at random, not looking ahead, and taking no note of obstacles against which he might perchance dash himself. In silence and in that calm night, the rider and the horse, covered with gleams of the moon, seemed like dream visions. The Idumean stallion, dropping his ears and stretching his neck, shot on like an arrow past the motionless cypresses and the white villas hidden among them. The sound of hoofs on the stone flags roused dogs here and there, these followed the strange vision with their barking. Afterward, excited by its suddenness, they fell to howling, and raised their jaws toward the moon. The slaves hastening after Vinicius soon dropped behind, as their horses were greatly inferior. When he had rushed like a storm through sleeping Laurentum, he turned toward Ardea, in which, as in Aricia, Bovili, and Ostrinum, he had kept relays of horses from the day of his coming to Antium, so as to pass in the shortest time possible the interval between Rome and him. Remembering these relays, he forced all the strength from his horse. Beyond Ardea it seemed to him that the sky on the northeast was covered with a rosy reflection. That might be the dawn, for the hour was late, and in July daybreak came early. But Vinicius could not keep down a cry of rage and despair, for it seemed to him that that was the glare of the conflagration. He remembered the consul's words, "The whole city is one sea of flame," and for a while he felt that madness was threatening him really, for he had lost utterly all hope that he could save Ligia, or even reach the city before it was turned into one heap of ashes. His thoughts were quicker now than the rush of the stallion, they flew on ahead like a flock of birds, black, monstrous, and rousing despair. He knew not, it is true, in what part of the city the fire had begun. But he supposed that the Trans-Tiber division, as it was packed with tenements, timber yards, storehouses, and wooden sheds serving as slave marts, might have become the first food of the flames. In Rome fires happened frequently enough. During these fires, as frequently, deeds of violence and robbery were committed, especially in the parts occupied by a needy and half-barbarous population. What might happen, therefore, in a place like the Trans-Tiber, which was the retreat of a rabble collected from all parts of the earth? Here the thought of Ursus with his preterhuman power flashed into Vinicius' head, but what could be done by a man, even were he a Titan, against the destructive force of fire. The fear of servile rebellion was like a nightmare, which had stifled Rome for whole years. It was said that hundreds of thousands of those people were thinking of the times of Spartacus, and merely waiting for a favorable moment to seize arms against their oppressors and Rome. Now the moment had come. Perhaps war and slaughter were raging in the city together with fire. It was possible even that the praetorians had hurled themselves on the city, and were slaughtering at command of Caesar. And that moment the hair rose from terror on his head. He recalled all the conversations about burning cities, which for some time had been repeated at Caesar's court with wonderful persistence. He recalled Caesar's complaints that he was forced to describe a burning city without having seen a real fire. His contemptuous answer to Tigellinus, who offered to burn Antium or an artificial wooden city, finally, his complaints against Rome, and the pestilential alleys of the Subura. Yes. Caesar has commanded the burning of the city. He alone could give such a command, as Tigellinus alone could accomplish it. But if Rome is burning at command of Caesar, who can be sure that the population will not be slaughtered at his command also? The monster is capable even of such a deed. Conflagration, a servile revolt, and slaughter. What a horrible chaos, what a letting loose of destructive elements and popular frenzy. And in all this is Ligia. The groans of Vinicius were mingled with the snorting and groans of his horse. The beast, running on a road which rose continually toward Aricia, was using the last of its breath. Who will snatch her from the burning city? Who can save her? Here Vinicius, stretching himself entirely on the horse, thrust his fingers into his own hair, ready to gnaw the beast's neck from pain. At that moment a horseman, rushing also like a whirlwind, but in the opposite direction, toward Antium, shouted as he raced past, "Rome is perishing," and on he went. To the ears of Vinicius came only one more expression, "Gods," the rest was drowned by the thunder of hoofs. But that expression sobered him, "Gods." Vinicius raised his head suddenly, and, stretching his arms toward the sky filled with stars, began to pray. "Not to you do I call whose temples are burning, but to thee. Thou thyself hast suffered. Thou alone art merciful. Thou alone hast understood people's pain, thou didst come to this world to teach pity to mankind, then show it now. If thou art what Peter and Paul declare, save for me Lygia, take her in thy arms, bear her out of the flames. Thou hast the power to do that. Give her to me, and I will give thee my blood. But if thou art unwilling to do this for me, do it for her. She loves thee and trusts in thee. Thou dost promise life and happiness after death, but happiness after death will not pass away, and she does not wish to die yet. Let her live. Take her in thy arms, bear her out of Rome. Thou canst do so, unless thou art unwilling." And he stopped, for he felt that further prayer might turn to a threat. He feared to offend divinity at the moment when he needed favor and mercy most. He was terrified at the very thought of that, and, so as not to admit to his head a shade even of threat, he began to lash his horse again, especially since the white walls of Aricia, which lay midway to Rome, gleamed up before him in the moonlight. After a time he rushed at full speed past the Temple of Mercury, which stood in a grove before the city. Evidently people knew of the catastrophe, for there was an uncommon movement in front of the temple. While passing, Vinicius saw crowds on the steps and between the columns. These people holding torches were hastening to put themselves under protection of the deity. Moreover, the road was not so empty or free as beyond Ardea. Crowds were hurrying, it is true, to the grove by side paths, but on the main road were groups which pushed aside hurriedly before the onrushing horsemen. From the town came the sound of voices. Vinicius rode into Aricia like a whirlwind, overturning and trampling a number of persons on the way. He was surrounded by shouts of, "Rome is burning! Rome is on fire! May the gods rescue Rome!" The horse stumbled, but, reined in by a powerful hand, rose on his haunches before the inn, where Vinicius had another beast in relay. Slaves, as if waiting for the arrival of their master, stood before the inn, and at his command ran one before the other to lead out a fresh horse. Vinicius, seeing a detachment of 10 mounted praetorians, going evidently with news from the city to Antium, sprang toward them. "What part of the city is on fire?" inquired he. "Who art thou?" asked the decurion. "Vinicius, a tribune of the army, an Augustine." "Answer on thy head." "The fire broke out in the shops near the Circus Maximus. When we were dispatched, the center of the city was on fire." "And the Trans-Tiber?" "The fire has not reached the Trans-Tiber yet, but it is seizing new parts every moment with a force which nothing can stop. People are perishing from heat and smoke, all rescue is impossible." At this moment they brought the fresh horse. The young tribune sprang to his back and rushed on. He was riding now toward Albinum, leaving Alba Longa and its splendid lake on the right. The road from Aricia lay at the foot of the mountain, which hid the horizon completely, and Albinum lying on the other side of it. But Vinicius knew that on reaching the top he should see, not only Bovilii and Astrinum, where fresh horses were ready for him, but Rome as well, for beyond Albinum the low-level Campania stretched on both sides of the Appian Way, along which only the arches of the aqueducts ran toward the city. And nothing obstructed the view. "From the top I shall see the flames," said he, and he began to lash his horse anew. But before he had reached the top of the mountain he felt the wind on his face, and with it came the odor of smoke to his nostrils. At the same time the summit of the height was becoming gilded. The fire, thought Vinicius. The night had paled long since, the dawn had passed into light, and on all the nearer summits golden and rosy gleams were shining, which might come either from burning Rome or the rising daylight. Vinicius touched the summit at last, and then a terrible sight struck his eyes. The whole lower region was covered with smoke, forming as it were one gigantic cloud lying close to the earth. In this cloud towns, aqueducts, villas, trees, disappeared, but beyond this grey ghastly plain the city was burning on the hills. The conflagration had not the form of a pillar of fire, as happens when a single building is burning, even when of the greatest size. That was a long belt, rather, shaped like the belt of dawn. Above this belt rose a wave of smoke, in places entirely black, in places looking rose-colored, in places like blood, in places turning in on itself, in some places inflated. In others squeezed and squirming, like a serpent which is unwinding and extending. That monstrous wave seemed at times to cover even the belt of fire, which became then as narrow as a ribbon. But later this ribbon illuminated the smoke from beneath, changing its lower rolls into waves of flame. The two extended from one side of the sky to the other, hiding its lower part, as at times a stretch of forest hides the horizon. The Sabine hills were not visible in the least. To Vinicius it seemed at the first glance of the eye that not only the city was burning, but the whole world, and that no living being could save itself from that ocean of flame and smoke. The wind blew with growing strength from the region of the fire, bringing the smell of burnt things and of smoke, which began to hide even nearer objects. Clear daylight had come, and the sun lighted up the summits surrounding the Alban lake. But the bright golden rays of the morning appeared as it were reddish and sickly through the haze. Vinicius, while descending toward Albinum, entered smoke which was denser, less and less transparent. The town itself was buried in it thoroughly. The alarmed citizens had moved out to the street. It was a terror to think of what might be in Rome, when it was difficult to breathe in Albinum. Despair seized Vinicius anew, and terror began to raise the hair on his head. But he tried to fortify himself as best he might. It is impossible, thought he, that a city should begin to burn in all places at once. The wind is blowing from the north and bears smoke in this direction only. On the other side there is none. But in every case it will be enough for Ursus to go through the Janiculum gate with Lygia, to save himself and her. It is equally impossible that a whole population should perish, and the world-ruling city be swept from the face of the earth with its inhabitants. Even in captured places, where fire and slaughter rage together, some people survive in all cases. Why, then, should Lygia perish of a certainty? On the contrary, God watches over her, he who himself conquered death. Thus reasoning, he began to pray again, and, yielding to fixed habit, he made great vows to Christ, with promises of gifts and sacrifices. After he had hurried through Albanum, nearly all of whose inhabitants were on roofs and on trees to look at Rome, he grew somewhat calm, and regained his cool blood. He remembered, too, that Lygia was protected not only by Ursus and Linus, but by the Apostle Peter. At the mere remembrance of this, fresh solace entered his heart. For him Peter was an incomprehensible, an almost superhuman being. From the time when he heard him at Ostrianum, a wonderful impression clung to him. Touching which he had written to Lygia at the beginning of his stay in Antium, that every word of the old man was true, or would show its truth hereafter. The nearer acquaintance which during his illness he had formed with the apostle heightened the impression, which was turned afterward into fixed faith. Since Peter had blessed his love and promised him Lygia, Lygia could not perish in the flames. The city might burn, but no spark from the fire would fall on her garments. Under the influence of a sleepless night, mad riding, and impressions, a wonderful exaltation possessed the young tribune. In this exaltation all things seemed possible. Peter speaks to the flame, opens it with a word, and they pass uninjured through an alley of fire. Moreover, Peter saw future events. Hence, beyond doubt, he foresaw the fire, and in that ease how could he fail to warn and lead forth the Christians from the city, and among others Lygia, whom he loved, as he might his own child? And a hope, which was strengthening every moment, entered the heart of Vinicius. If they were fleeing from the city, he might find them in Bovilii, or meet them on the road. The beloved face might appear any moment from out the smoke, which was stretching more widely over all the Campania. This seemed to him more likely, since he met increasing numbers of people, who had deserted the city and were going to the Alban hills. They had escaped the fire, and wished to go beyond the line of smoke. Before he had reached Ostrianum he had to slacken his pace because of the throng. Besides pedestrians with bundles on their backs, he met horses with packs, mules and vehicles laden with effects, and finally litters in which slaves were bearing the wealthier citizens. Ostrianum was so thronged with fugitives from Rome that it was difficult to push through the crowd. On the market square, under temple porticos, and on the streets were swarms of fugitives. Here and there people were erecting tents under which whole families were to find shelter. Others settled down under the naked sky, shouting, calling on the gods, or cursing the fates. In the general terror it was difficult to inquire about anything. People to whom Vinicius applied either did not answer, or with eyes half bewildered from terror answered that the city and the world were perishing. New crowds of men, women, and children arrived from the direction of Rome every moment. These increased the disorder and outcry. Some, gone astray in the throng, sought desperately those whom they had lost, others fought for a camping place. Half-wild shepherds from the Campania crowded to the town to hear news, or find profit in plunder made easy by the uproar. Here and there crowds of slaves of every nationality and gladiators fell to robbing houses and villas in the town, and to fighting with the soldiers who appeared in defense of the citizens. Junius, a senator, whom Vinicius saw at the inn surrounded by a detachment of Batavian slaves, was the first to give more detailed news of the conflagration. The fire had begun at the Circus Maximus, in the part which touches the Palatine and the Caelian hill, but extended with incomprehensible rapidity and seized the whole center of the city. Never since the time of Brennus had such an awful catastrophe come upon Rome. The entire circus has burnt, as well as the shops and houses surrounding it, said Junius. The Aventine and Caelian hills are on fire. The flames surrounding the Palatine have reached the Carinae. Here Junius, who possessed on the Carinae a magnificent insula, filled with works of art which he loved, seized a handful of foul dust, and, scattering it on his head, began to groan despairingly. But Vinicius shook him by the shoulder. My house too is on the Carinae, said he, but when everything is perishing, let it perish also. Then recollecting that at his advice Lygia might have gone to the house of Aulus, he inquired. But the Vicus Patricius? On fire, replied Junius. The Trans-Tiber? Junius looked at him with amazement. Never mind the Trans-Tiber, said he, pressing his aching temples with his palms. The Trans-Tiber is more important to me than all other parts of Rome, cried Vinicius, with vehemence. The way is through the Via Portuensis, near the Aventine, but the heat will stifle thee. The Trans-Tiber? I know not. The fire had not reached it, but whether it is not there at this moment the gods alone know. Here Junius hesitated a moment, then said in a low voice, I know that thou wilt not betray me, so I will tell thee that this is no common fire. People were not permitted to save the circus. When houses began to burn in every direction, I myself heard thousands of voices exclaiming, Death to those who save. Certain people ran through the city and hurled burning torches into buildings. On the other hand, people are revolting, and crying that the city is burning at command. I can say nothing more. Woe to the city, woe to us all, and to me. The tongue of man cannot tell what is happening there. People are perishing in flames or slaying one another in the throng. This is the end of Rome. And again he fell to repeating, Woe! Woe to the city and to us. Vinicius sprang to his horse, and hurried forward along the Appian Way. But now it was rather a struggling through the midst of a river of people and vehicles, which was flowing from the city. The city, embraced by a monstrous conflagration, lay before Vinicius as a thing on the palm of his hand. From the sea of fire and smoke came a terrible heat, and the uproar of people could not drown the roar and the hissing of flames. Chapter 43. As Vinicius approached the walls, he found it easier to reach Rome than penetrate to the middle of the city. It was difficult to push along the Appian Way, because of the throng of people. Houses, fields, cemeteries, gardens, and temples, lying on both sides of it, were turned into camping places. In the Temple of Mars, which stood near the Porta Appia, the crowd had thrown down the doors, so as to find a refuge within during night hours. In the cemeteries the larger monuments were seized, and battles fought in defense of them, which were carried to bloodshed. Ustrinum with its disorder gave barely a slight foretaste of that which was happening beneath the walls of the capital. All regard for the dignity of law, for family ties, for difference of position, had ceased. Gladiators drunk with wine seized in the emporium gathered in crowds, ran with wild shouts through the neighboring squares, scattering, trampling, and robbing the people. A multitude of barbarians, exposed for sale in the city, escaped from the booths. For them the burning and ruin of Rome was at once the end of slavery and the hour of revenge. So that when the permanent inhabitants, who had lost all they owned in the fire, stretched their hands to the gods in despair, calling for rescue, these slaves with howls of delight scattered the crowds, dragged clothing from people's backs, and bore away the younger women. They were joined by slaves serving in the city from of old, wretches who had nothing on their bodies save woolen girdles around their hips, dreadful figures from the alleys, who were hardly ever seen on the streets in the daytime, and whose existence in Rome it was difficult to suspect. Men of this wild and unrestrained crowd, Asiatics, Africans, Greeks, Thracians, Germans, Britons, howling in every language of the earth, raged, thinking that the hour had come in which they were free to reward themselves for years of misery and suffering. In the midst of that surging throng of humanity, in the glitter of day and of fire, shone the helmets of praetorians, under whose protection the more peaceable population had taken refuge, and who in hand-to-hand battle had to meet the raging multitude in many places. Vinicius had seen captured cities, but never had his eyes beheld a spectacle in which despair, tears, pain, groans, wild delight, madness, rage, and license were mingled together in such immeasurable chaos. Above this heaving, mad human multitude roared the fire, surging up to the hilltops of the greatest city on earth, sending into the whirling throng its fiery breath, and covering it with smoke, through which it was impossible to see the blue sky. The young tribune with supreme effort, and exposing his life every moment, forced his way at last to the Appian Gate. But there he saw that he could not reach the city through the division of the Porta Capena, not merely because of the throng, but also because of the terrible heat from which the whole atmosphere was quivering inside the gate. Besides, the bridge at the Porta Trigenia, opposite the Temple of the Bona Dea, did not exist yet, hence whoso wished to go beyond the Tiber had to push through to the Pons Sublicius, that is, to pass around the Aventine through a part of the city covered now with one sea of flame. That was an impossibility. Vinicius understood that he must return toward Ostrinum, turn from the Appian Way, cross the river below the city, and go to the Via Portuensis, which led straight to the Trans-Tiber. That was not easy because of the increasing disorder on the Appian Way. He must open a passage for himself there, even with the sword. Vinicius had no weapons. He had left Antium just as the news of the fire had reached him in Caesar's villa. At the Fountain of Mercury, however, he saw a centurion who was known to him. This man, at the head of a few tens of soldiers, was defending the precinct of the temple. He commanded him to follow. Recognizing a tribune and an Augustan, the centurion did not dare to disobey the order. Vinicius took command of the detachment himself, and, forgetting for that moment the teaching of Paul touching love for one's neighbor, he pressed and cut the throng in front with a haste that was fatal to many who could not push aside in season. He and his men were followed by curses and a shower of stones, but to these he gave no heed, caring only to reach freer spaces at the earliest. Still he advanced with the greatest effort. People who had encamped would not move, and heaped loud curses on Caesar and the praetorians. The throng assumed in places a threatening aspect. Vinicius heard voices accusing Nero of burning the city. He and Poppaea were threatened with death. Shouts of "Sanio, 16, his trio, 17, matricide," were heard round about. Some shouted to drag him to the Tiber, others that Rome had shown patience enough. It was clear that were a leader found, these threats could be changed into open rebellion which might break out any moment. Meanwhile the rage and despair of the crowd turned against the praetorians, who for another reason could not make their way out of the crowd. The road was blocked by piles of goods borne from the fire previously, boxes, barrels of provisions, furniture the most costly, vessels, infants' cradles, beds, carts, handpacks. Here and there they fought hand to hand, but the praetorians conquered the weaponless multitude easily. After they had ridden with difficulty across the Valle Latina, Nemetia, Ardea, Lavinia, and Ostia, and passed around villas, gardens, cemeteries, and temples, Vinicius reached at last a village called Vicus Alexandri, beyond which he crossed the Tiber. There was more open space at this spot, and less smoke. From fugitives, of whom there was no lack even there, he learned that only certain alleys of the Trans-Tiber were burning, but that surely nothing could resist the fury of the conflagration. Since people were spreading the fire purposely, and permitted no one to quench it, declaring that they acted at command. The young tribune had not the least doubt then that Caesar had given command to burn Rome, and the vengeance which people demanded seemed to him just and proper. What more could Mithridates or any of Rome's most inveterate enemies have done? The measure had been exceeded. His madness had grown to be too enormous, and the existence of people too difficult because of him. Vinicius believed that Nero's hour had struck, that those ruins into which the city was falling should and must overwhelm the monstrous buffoon together with all those crimes of his. Should a man be found of courage sufficient to stand at the head of the despairing people, that might happen in a few hours. Here vengeful and daring thoughts began to fly through his head. But if he should do that? The house of Vinicius, which till recent times counted a whole series of consuls, was known throughout Rome. The crowds needed only a name. Once, when 400 slaves of the prefect Pedanius Secundus were sentenced, Rome reached the verge of rebellion and civil war. What would happen today in view of a dreadful calamity surpassing almost everything which Rome had undergone in the course of 8 centuries? Whoso calls the Quirites to arms, thought Vinicius, will overthrow Nero undoubtedly, and clothe himself in purple. And why should he not do this? He was firmer, more active, younger than other Augustans. True, Nero commanded 30 legions stationed on the borders of the empire. But would not those legions and their leaders rise up at news of the burning of Rome and its temples? And in that case Vinicius might become Caesar. It was even whispered among the Augustans that a soothsayer had predicted the purple to Otho. In what way was he inferior to Otho? Perhaps Christ himself would assist him with his divine power. Maybe that inspiration was his? "Oh, would that it were," exclaimed Vinicius, in spirit. He would take vengeance on Nero for the danger of Lygia and his own fear. He would begin the reign of truth and justice, he would extend Christ's religion from the Euphrates to the misty shores of Britain. He would array Lygia in the purple, and make her mistress of the world. But these thoughts which had burst forth in his head like a bunch of sparks from a blazing house, died away like sparks. First of all was the need to save Lygia. He looked now on the catastrophe from nearby. Hence fear seized him again, and before that sea of flame and smoke, before the touch of dreadful reality. That confidence with which he believed that Peter would rescue Lygia died in his heart altogether. Despair seized him a second time when he had come out on the Via Portuensis, which led directly to the Trans-Tiber. He did not recover till he came to the gate, where people repeated what fugitives had said before, that the greater part of that division of the city was not seized by the flames yet. But that fire had crossed the river in a number of places. Still the Trans-Tiber was full of smoke, and crowds of fugitives made it more difficult to reach the interior of the place, since people, having more time there, had saved greater quantities of goods. The main street itself was in many parts filled completely, and around the Naumachia Augusta great heaps were piled up. Narrow alleys, in which smoke had collected more densely, were simply impassable. The inhabitants were fleeing in thousands. On the way Vinicius saw wonderful sights. More than once 2 rivers of people, flowing in opposite directions, met in a narrow passage, stopped each other, men fought hand to hand, struck and trampled one another. Families lost one another in the uproar. Mothers called on their children despairingly. The young tribune's hair stood on end at thought of what must happen nearer the fire. Amid shouts and howls it was difficult to inquire about anything or understand what was said. At times new columns of smoke from beyond the river rolled toward them, smoke black and so heavy that it moved near the ground, hiding houses, people, and every object, just as night does. But the wind caused by the conflagration blew it away again, and then Vinicius pushed forward farther toward the alley in which stood the house of Linus. The fervor of a July day, increased by the heat of the burning parts of the city, became unendurable. Smoke pained the eyes, breath failed in men's breasts. Even the inhabitants who, hoping that the fire would not cross the river, had remained in their houses so far, began to leave them, and the throng increased hourly. The praetorians accompanying Vinicius remained in the rear. In the crush someone wounded his horse with a hammer, the beast threw up its bloody head, reared, and refused obedience. The crowd recognized in Vinicius an Augustan by his rich tunic, and at once cries were raised round about, "Death to Nero and his incendiaries." This was a moment of terrible danger. Hundreds of hands were stretched toward Vinicius. But his frightened horse bore him away, trampling people as he went, and the next moment a new wave of black smoke rolled in and filled the street with darkness. Vinicius, seeing that he could not ride past, sprang to the earth and rushed forward on foot, slipping along walls, and at times waiting till the fleeing multitude passed him. He said to himself in spirit that these were vain efforts. Lygia might not be in the city, she might have saved herself by flight. It was easier to find a pin on the seashore than her in that crowd and chaos. Still he wished to reach the house of Linus, even at the cost of his own life. At times he stopped and rubbed his eyes. Tearing off the edge of his tunic, he covered his nose and mouth with it and ran on. As he approached the river, the heat increased terribly. Vinicius, knowing that the fire had begun at the Circus Maximus, thought at first that heat came from its cinders and from the Forum Boreum and the Velabrum, which, situated nearby. must be also in flames. But the heat was growing unendurable. One old man on crutches and fleeing, the last whom Vinicius noticed, cried, "Go not near the bridge of Cestius. The whole island is on fire." It was, indeed, impossible to be deceived any longer. At the turn toward the Vicus Judaeorum, on which stood the house of Linus, the young tribune saw flames amid clouds of smoke. Not only the island was burning, but the Trans-Tiber, or at least the other end of the street on which Lygia dwelt. Vinicius remembered that the house of Linus was surrounded by a garden. Between the garden and the Tiber was an unoccupied field of no great size. This thought consoled him. The fire might stop at the vacant place. In that hope he ran forward, though every breeze brought not only smoke, but sparks in thousands, which might raise a fire at the other end of the alley and cut off his return. At last he saw through the smoky curtain the cypresses in Linus's garden. The houses beyond the unoccupied field were burning already like piles of fuel, but Linus's little insula stood untouched yet. Vinicius glanced heavenward with thankfulness, and sprang toward the house though the very air began to burn him. The door was closed, but he pushed it open and rushed in. There was not a living soul in the garden, and the house seemed quite empty. "Perhaps they have fainted from smoke and heat," thought Vinicius. He began to call. "Lygia! Lygia!" Silence answered him. Nothing could be heard in the stillness there save the roar of the distant fire. "Lygia!" Suddenly his ear was struck by that gloomy sound which he had heard before in that garden. Evidently the vivarium near the temple of Aesculapius, on the neighboring island, had caught fire. In this vivarium every kind of wild beast, and among others lions, began to roar from affright. A shiver ran through Vinicius from foot to head. Now, a second time, at a moment when his whole being was concentrated in Lygia, these terrible voices answered, as a herald of misfortune, as a marvelous prophecy of an ominous future. But this was a brief impression, for the thunder of the flames, more terrible yet than the roaring of wild beasts, commanded him to think of something else. Lygia did not answer his calls. But she might be in a faint or stifled in that threatened building. Vinicius sprang to the interior. The little atrium was empty, and dark with smoke. Feeling for the door which led to the sleeping rooms, he saw the gleaming flame of a small lamp, and approaching it saw the lararium in which was a cross instead of lares. Under the cross a taper was burning. Through the head of the young catechumen, the thought passed with lightning speed that cross sent him the taper with which he could find Lygia. Hence he took the taper and searched for the sleeping rooms. He found one, pushed aside the curtains, and, holding the taper, looked around. There was no one there either. Vinicius was sure that he had found Lygia's sleeping room, for her clothing was on nails in the wall, and on the bed lay a capitium, or close garment worn by women next the body. Vinicius seized that, pressed it to his lips, and taking it on his arm went farther. The house was small, so that he examined every room, and even the cellar quickly. Nowhere could he find a living soul. It was evident that Lygia, Linus, and Ursus, with other inhabitants of that part, must have sought safety in flight. "I must seek them among the crowd beyond the gates of the city," thought Vinicius. He was not astonished greatly at not meeting them on the Via Portuensis, for they might have left the Trans-Tiber through the opposite side along the Vatican Hill. In every case they were safe from fire at least. A stone fell from his breast. He saw, it is true, the terrible danger with which the flight was connected, but he was comforted at thought of the preterhuman strength of Ursus. "I must flee now," said he, "and reach the gardens of Agrippina through the gardens of Domitius, where I shall find them. The smoke is not so terrible there, since the wind blows from the Sabine hill." The hour had come now in which he must think of his own safety, for the river of fire was flowing nearer and nearer from the direction of the island. And rolls of smoke covered the alley almost completely. The taper, which had lighted him in the house, was quenched from the current of air. Vinicius rushed to the street, and ran at full speed toward the Via Portuensis, whence he had come. The fire seemed to pursue him with burning breath, now surrounding him with fresh clouds of smoke, now covering him with sparks, which fell on his hair, neck, and clothing. The tunic began to smolder on him in places, he cared not, but ran forward lest he might be stifled from smoke. He had the taste of soot and burning in his mouth. His throat and lungs were as if on fire. The blood rushed to his head, and at moments all things, even the smoke itself, seemed red to him. Then he thought, this is living fire. Better cast myself on the ground and perish. The running tortured him more and more. His head, neck, and shoulders were streaming with sweat, which scalded like boiling water. Had it not been for Lygia's name, repeated by him in thought, had it not been for her capitium, which he wound across his mouth, he would have fallen. Some moments later he failed to recognize the street along which he ran. Consciousness was leaving him gradually. He remembered only that he must flee, for in the open field beyond waited Ligia, whom Peter had promised him. And all at once he was seized by a certain wonderful conviction, half feverish, like a vision before death, that he must see her, marry her, and then die. But he ran on as if drunk, staggering from one side of the street to the other. Meanwhile something changed in that monstrous conflagration which had embraced the giant city. Everything which till then had only glimmered, burst forth visibly into one sea of flame. The wind had ceased to bring smoke. That smoke which had collected in the streets was borne away by a mad whirl of heated air. That whirl drove with it millions of sparks, so that Vinicius was running in a fiery cloud as it were. But he was able to see before him all the better, and in a moment, almost when he was ready to fall, he saw the end of the street. That sight gave him fresh strength. Passing the corner, he found himself in a street which led to the Via Portuensis and the Codetan field. The sparks ceased to drive him. He understood that if he could run to the Via Portuensis he was safe, even were he to faint on it. At the end of the street he saw again a cloud, as it seemed, which stopped the exit. If that is smoke, thought he, I cannot pass. He ran with the remnant of his strength. On the way he threw off his tunic, which, on fire from the sparks, was burning him like the shirt of Nessus, having only Lygia's capitium around his head and before his mouth. When he had run farther, he saw that what he had taken for smoke was dust, from which rose a multitude of cries and voices. The rabble are plundering houses, thought Vinicius. But he ran toward the voices. In every case people were there, they might assist him. In this hope he shouted for aid with all his might before he reached them. But this was his last effort. It grew redder still in his eyes, breath failed his lungs, strength failed his bones, he fell. They heard him, however, or rather saw him. Two men ran with gourds full of water. Vinicius, who had fallen from exhaustion but had not lost consciousness, seized a gourd with both hands, and emptied one half of it. Thanks, said he. Place me on my feet, I can walk on alone. The other laborer poured water on his head. The two not only placed him on his feet, but raised him from the ground, and carried him to the others, who surrounded him and asked if he had suffered seriously. This tenderness astonished Vinicius. People, who are ye? Asked he. We are breaking down houses, so that the fire may not reach the Via Portuensis, answered one of the laborers. Ye came to my aid when I had fallen. Thanks to you. We are not permitted to refuse aid, answered a number of voices. Vinicius, who from early morning had seen brutal crowds, slaying and robbing, looked with more attention on the faces around him, and said, May Christ reward you. Praise to his name. Exclaimed a whole chorus of voices. Linus? Inquired Vinicius. But he could not finish the question or hear the answer, for he fainted from emotion and overexertion. He recovered only in the Codetan field in a garden, surrounded by a number of men and women. The first words which he uttered were, Where is Linus? For a while there was no answer. Then some voice, known to Vinicius, said all at once. He went out by the Porta Nomentana to Austrianum 2 days ago. Peace be with thee, O King of Persia. Vinicius rose to a sitting posture, and saw Chilo before him. Thy house is burned surely, O Lord, said the Greek, for the Carine is in flames, but thou wilt be always as rich as Midas. Oh, what a misfortune! The Christians, O son of Serapis, have predicted this long time that fire would destroy the city. But Linus, with the daughter of Jove, is in Austrianum. Oh, what a misfortune for the city! Vinicius became weak again. Hast thou seen them? He inquired. I saw them, O Lord. May Christ and all the gods be thanked that I am able to pay for thy benefactions with good news. But, O Cyrus, I shall pay thee still more, I swear by this burning Rome. It was evening, but in the garden one could see as in daylight, for the conflagration had increased. It seemed that not single parts of the city were burning, but the whole city through the length and the breadth of it. The sky was red as far as the eye could see it, and that night in the world was a red night. Chapter 44. Light from the burning city filled the sky as far as human eye could reach. The moon rose large and full from behind the mountains, and inflamed at once by the glare took on the color of heated brass. It seemed to look with amazement on the world-ruling city which was perishing. In the rose-colored abysses of heaven rose-colored stars were glittering. But in distinction from usual nights the earth was brighter than the heavens. Rome, like a giant pile, illuminated the whole Campania. In the bloody light were seen distant mountains, towns, villas, temples, mountains, and the aqueducts stretching toward the city from all the adjacent hills. On the aqueducts were swarms of people, who had gathered there for safety or to gaze at the burning. Meanwhile the dreadful element was embracing new divisions of the city. It was impossible to doubt that criminal hands were spreading the fire, since new conflagrations were breaking out all the time in places remote from the principal fire. From the heights on which Rome was founded the flames flowed like waves of the sea into the valleys densely occupied by houses of 5 and 6 stories, full of shops, booths. Movable wooden amphitheaters, built to accommodate various spectacles. And finally storehouses of wood, olives, grain, nuts, pine cones, the kernels of which nourished the more needy population, and clothing, which through Caesar's favor was distributed from time to time among the rabble huddled into narrow alleys. In those places the fire, finding abundance of inflammable materials, became almost a series of explosions, and took possession of whole streets with unheard of rapidity. People encamping outside the city, or standing on the aqueducts knew from the color of the flame what was burning. The furious power of the wind carried forth from the fiery gulf thousands and millions of burning shells of walnuts and almonds, which, shooting suddenly into the sky, like countless flocks of bright butterflies, burst with a crackling, or, driven by the wind, fell in other parts of the city, on aqueducts, and fields beyond Rome. All thought of rescue seemed out of place, confusion increased every moment, for on one side the population of the city was fleeing through every gate to places outside. On the other the fire had lured in thousands of people from the neighborhood, such as dwellers in small towns, peasants, and half-wild shepherds of the Campania, brought in by hope of plunder. The shout, "Rome is perishing," did not leave the lips of the crowd. The ruin of the city seemed at that time to end every rule, and loosen all bonds which hitherto had joined people in a single integrity. The mob, in which slaves were more numerous, cared nothing for the lordship of Rome. Destruction of the city could only free them, hence here and there they assumed a threatening attitude. Violence and robbery were extending. It seemed that only the spectacle of the perishing city arrested attention, and restrained for the moment an outburst of slaughter, which would begin as soon as the city was turned into ruins. Hundreds of thousands of slaves, forgetting that Rome, besides temples and walls, possessed some tens of legions in all parts of the world, appeared merely waiting for a watchword and a leader. People began to mention the name of Spartacus, but Spartacus was not alive. Meanwhile citizens assembled, and armed themselves each with what he could. The most monstrous reports were current at all the gates. Some declared that Vulcan, commanded by Jupiter, was destroying the city with fire from beneath the earth. Others that Vesta was taking vengeance for Rubria. People with these convictions did not care to save anything, but, besieging the temples, implored mercy of the gods. It was repeated most generally, however, that Caesar had given command to burn Rome, so as to free himself from odors which rose from the Subura, and build a new city under the name of Neronia. Rage seized the populace at thought of this, and if, as Vinicius believed, a leader had taken advantage of that outburst of hatred, Nero's hour would have struck whole years before it did. It was said also that Caesar had gone mad, that he would command praetorians and gladiators to fall upon the people and make a general slaughter. Others swore by the gods that wild beasts had been let out of all the Vivaria at Bronzebeard's command. Men had seen on the streets lions with burning manes, and mad elephants and bisons, trampling down people in crowds. There was even some truth in this. For in certain places elephants, at sight of the approaching fire, had burst the Vivaria, and, gaining their freedom, rushed away from the fire in wild fright, destroying everything before them like a tempest. Public report estimated at tens of thousands the number of persons who had perished in the conflagration. In truth, a great number had perished. There were people who, losing all their property, or those dearest their hearts, threw themselves willingly into the flames, from despair. Others were suffocated by smoke. In the middle of the city, between the Capitol, on one side, and the Quirinal, the Viminal, and the Esquiline on the other, as also between the Palatine and the Celian hill, where the streets were most densely occupied, the fire began in so many places at once that whole crowds of people, while fleeing in one direction, struck unexpectedly on a new wall of fire in front of them, and died a dreadful death in a deluge of flame. In terror, in distraction, and bewilderment, people knew not where to flee. The streets were obstructed with goods, and in many narrow places were simply closed. Those who took refuge in those markets and squares of the city, where the Flavian amphitheatre stood afterward, near the Temple of the Earth, near the portico of Silvia, and higher up, at the temples of Juno and Lucinia, between the Clivus Verbius and the old Esquiline gate, perished from heat, surrounded by a sea of fire. In places not reached by the flames were found afterward hundreds of bodies burned to a crisp. Though here and there unfortunates tore up flat stones and half buried themselves in defense against the heat. Hardly a family inhabiting the center of the city survived in full. Hence along the walls, at the gates, on all roads were heard howls of despairing women, calling on the dear names of those who had perished in the throng or the fire. And so, while some were imploring the gods, others blasphemed them because of this awful catastrophe. Old men were seen coming from the temple of Jupiter Liberator, stretching forth their hands, and crying, "If thou be a liberator, save thy altars and the city." But despair turned mainly against the old Roman gods, who, in the minds of the populace, were bound to watch over the city more carefully than others. They had proved themselves powerless. Hence were insulted. On the other hand, it happened on the Via Asinaria that when a company of Egyptian priests appeared conducting a statue of Isis, which they had saved from the temple near the Porta Celemontana, a crowd of people rushed among the priests, attached themselves to the chariot, which they drew to the Appian gate, and seizing the statue placed it in the temple of Mars, overwhelming the priests of that deity who dared to resist them. In other places people invoked Serapis, Baal, or Jehovah, whose adherents, swarming out of the alleys in the neighborhood of the Subura and the Trans-Tiber, filled with shouts and uproar the fields near the walls. In their cries were heard tones as if of triumph. When, therefore, some of the citizens joined the chorus and glorified the Lord of the world, others, indignant at this glad shouting, strove to repress it by violence. Here and there hymns were heard, sung by men in the bloom of life, by old men, by women and children, hymns wonderful and solemn, whose meaning they understood not, but in which were repeated from moment to moment the words, "Behold, the judge cometh in the day of wrath and disaster." Thus this deluge of restless and sleepless people encircled the burning city, like a tempest-driven sea. But neither despair nor blasphemy nor him helped in any way. The destruction seemed as irresistible, perfect, and pitiless as predestination itself. Around Pompey's amphitheater stores of hemp caught fire, and ropes used in circuses, arenas, and every kind of machine at the games. And with them the adjoining buildings containing barrels of pitch with which ropes were smeared. In a few hours all that part of the city, beyond which lay the Campus Martius, was so lighted by bright yellow flames that for a time it seemed to the spectators, only half conscious from terror, that in the general ruin the order of night and day had been lost, and that they were looking at sunshine. But later a monstrous bloody gleam extinguished all other colors of flame. From the sea of fire shot up to the heated sky gigantic fountains, and pillars of flame spreading at their summits into fiery branches and feathers. Then the wind bore them away, turned them into golden threads, into hair, into sparks, and swept them on over the Campania toward the Alban hills. The night became brighter. The air itself seemed penetrated, not only with light, but with flame. The Tiber flowed on as living fire. The hapless city was turned into one pandemonium. The conflagration seized more and more space, took hills by storm, flooded level places, drowned valleys, raged, roared, and thundered. Chapter 45. Macrinus, a weaver, to whose house Vinicius was carried, washed him, and gave him clothing and food. When the young tribune had recovered his strength altogether, he declared that he would search further for Linus that very night. Macrinus, who was a Christian, confirmed Chilo's report, that Linus, with Clement the chief priest, had gone to Austrianum, where Peter was to baptize a whole company of confessors of the new faith. In that division of the city it was known to Christians that Linus had confided the care of his house 2 days before to a certain Gaius. For Vinicius this was a proof that neither Lygia nor Ursus had remained in the house, and that they also must have gone to Austrianum. This thought gave him great comfort. Linus was an old man, for whom it would be difficult to walk daily to the distant Porta Nomentana, and back to the Trans-Tiber. Hence it was likely that he lodged those few days with some co-religionist beyond the walls, and with him also Lygia and Ursus. Thus they escaped the fire, which in general had not reached the other slope of the Esquiline. Vinicius saw in all this a dispensation of Christ, whose care he felt above him, and his heart was filled more than ever with love. He swore in his soul to pay with his whole life for those clear marks of favor. But all the more did he hurry to Austrianum. He would find Lygia, find Linus and Peter. He would take them to a distance, to some of his lands, even to Sicily. Let Rome burn, in a few days it would be a mere heap of ashes. Why remain in the face of disaster and a mad rabble? In his lands troops of obedient slaves would protect them, they would be surrounded by the calm of the country, and live in peace under Christ's wings blessed by Peter. Oh, if he could find them! That was no easy thing. Vinicius remembered the difficulty with which he had passed from the Appian way to the Trans-Tiber, and how he must circle around to reach the Via Portuensis. He resolved, therefore, to go around the city this time in the opposite direction. Going by the Via Triumphatoris, it was possible to reach the Aemilian Bridge by going along the river, thence passing the Pincian Hill, all the Campus Martius, outside the gardens of Pompey, Lucullus, and Sallust, to make a push forward to the Via Nomentana. That was the shortest way, but Macrinus and Chilo advised him not to take it. The fire had not touched that part of the city, it is true. But all the market squares and streets might be packed densely with people and their goods. Chilo advised him to go through the Ager Vaticanus to the Porta Flaminia, cross the river at that point, and push on outside the walls beyond the gardens of Acilius to the Porta Salaria. Vinicius, after a moment's hesitation, took this advice. Macrinus had to remain in care of his house, but he provided 2 mules, which would serve Lygia also in a further journey. He wished to give a slave, too, but Vinicius refused, judging that the first detachment of praetorians he met on the road would pass under his orders. Soon he and Chilo moved on through the Pagus Janiculensis to the Triumphal Way. There were vehicles there, too, in open places. But they pushed between them with less difficulty, as the inhabitants had fled for the greater part by the Via Portuensis toward the sea. Beyond the Septimian gate they rode between the river and the splendid gardens of Domitius. The mighty cypresses were red from the conflagration, as if from evening sunshine. The road became freer. At times they had to struggle merely with the current of incoming rustics. Vinicius urged his mule forward as much as possible. But Chilo, riding closely in the rear, talked to himself almost the whole way. Well, we have left the fire behind, and now it is heating our shoulders. Never yet has there been so much light on this road in the night-time. O Zeus! If thou wilt not send torrents of rain on that fire, thou hast no love for Rome, surely. The power of man will not quench those flames. Such a city which Greece and the whole world was serving. And now the first Greek who comes along may roast beans in its ashes. Who could have looked for this? And now there will be no longer a Rome, nor Roman rulers. Whoso wants to walk on the ashes, when they grow cold, and whistle over them, may whistle without danger. O gods! To whistle over such a world-ruling city! What Greek, or even barbarian, could have hoped for this? And still one may whistle. For a heap of ashes, whether left after a shepherd's fire or a burnt city, is mere ashes, which the wind will blow away sooner or later. Thus talking, he turned from moment to moment toward the conflagration, and looked at the waves of flame with a face filled at once with delight and malice. It will perish! It will perish! Continued he, and will never be on earth again. Whither will the world send its wheat now, its olives, and its money? Who will squeeze gold and tears from it? Marble does not burn, but it crumbles in fire. The Capitol will turn into dust, and the Palatine into dust. O Zeus! Rome was like a shepherd, and other nations like sheep. When the shepherd was hungry, he slaughtered a sheep, ate the flesh, and to thee, O Father of the gods, he made an offering of the skin. Who, O cloud compeller, will do the slaughtering now, and into whose hand wilt thou put the shepherd's whip? For Rome is burning, O Father, as truly as if thou hadst fired it with thy thunderbolt. Hurry, urged Vinicius, what art thou doing there? I am weeping over Rome, Lord, Jove's city. For a time they rode on in silence, listening to the roar of the burning, and the sound of birds' wings. Doves, a multitude of which had their nests about villas and in small towns of the Campania, and also every kind of field bird from near the sea and the surrounding mountains. Mistaking evidently the gleam of the conflagration for sunlight, were flying, whole flocks of them, blindly into the fire. Vinicius broke the silence first. Where wert thou when the fire burst out? I was going to my friend Eurytius, Lord, who kept a shop near the Circus Maximus, and I was just meditating on the teaching of Christ, when men began to shout, Fire! People gathered around the circus for safety, and through curiosity, but when the flames seized the whole circus, and began to appear in other places also, each had to think of his own safety. Didst thou see people throwing torches into houses? What have I not seen, O grandson of Aeneas? I saw people making a way for themselves through the crowd with swords. I have seen battles, the entrails of people trampled on the pavement. Ah, if thou hadst seen that, thou wouldst have thought that barbarians had captured the city, and were putting it to the sword. People round about cried that the end of the world had come. Some lost their heads altogether, and, forgetting to flee, waited stupidly till the flames seized them. Some fell into bewilderment, others howled in despair. I saw some also who howled from delight. O Lord, there are many bad people in the world who know not how to value the benefactions of your mild rule. And those just laws in virtue of which ye take from all what they have and give it to yourselves. People will not be reconciled to the will of God. Vinicius was too much occupied with his own thoughts to note the irony quivering in Chilo's words. A shudder of terror seized him at the simple thought that Ligia might be in the midst of that chaos on those terrible streets where people's entrails were trampled on. Hence, though he had asked at least 10 times of Chilo touching all which the old man could know, he turned to him once again. But hast thou seen them in Austrianum with thy own eyes? I saw them, O son of Venus, I saw the maiden, the good Lygian, holy Linus, and the apostle Peter. Before the fire? Before the fire, O Mitra. But a doubt rose in the soul of Vinicius whether Chilo was not lying, hence, reining his mule in, he looked threateningly at the old Greek and inquired. What wert thou doing there? Chilo was confused. True, it seemed to him, as to many, that with the destruction of Rome would come the end also of Roman dominion. But he was face to face with Vinicius. He remembered that the young soldier had prohibited him, under a terrible threat, from watching the Christians, and especially Linus and Ligia. Lord, said he, why dost thou not believe that I love them? I do. I was in Austrianum, for I am half a Christian. Pyrrho has taught me to esteem virtue more than philosophy. Hence I cleave more and more to virtuous people. And, besides, I am poor, and when thou, O Jove, wert at Antium, I suffered hunger frequently over my books. Therefore I sat at the wall of Austrianum, for the Christians, though poor, distribute more alms than all other inhabitants of Rome taken together. This reason seemed sufficient to Vinicius, and he inquired less severely. And dost thou not know where Linus is dwelling at this moment? Thou didst punish me sharply on a time for curiosity, replied the Greek. Vinicius ceased talking and rode on. O Lord, said Chilo, after a while, thou wouldst not have found the maiden but for me, and if we find her now, thou wilt not forget the needy sage. Thou wilt receive a house with a vineyard at Mariola. Thanks to thee, O Hercules. With a vineyard? Thanks to thee. Oh, yes, with a vineyard. They were passing the Vatican Hill now, which was ruddy from the fire. But beyond the Naumachia they turned to the right, so that when they had passed the Vatican field they would reach the river, and, crossing it, go to the Flaminian Gate. Suddenly Chilo reined in his mule, and said, A good thought has come to my head, Lord. Speak, answered Vinicius. Between the Janiculum and the Vatican Hill, beyond the gardens of Agrippina, are excavations from which stones and sand were taken to build the Circus of Nero. Hear me, Lord. Recently the Jews, of whom, as thou knowest, there is a multitude in Trans-Tiber, have begun to persecute Christians cruelly. Thou hast in mind that in the time of the divine Claudius there were such disturbances that Caesar was forced to expel them from Rome. Now, when they have returned, and when, thanks to the protection of the Augusta, they feel safe, they annoy Christians more insolently. I know this, I have seen it. No edict against Christians has been issued, but the Jews complain to the prefect of the city that Christians murder infants, worship an ass, and preach a religion not recognized by the Senate. They beat them, and attack their houses of prayer so fiercely that the Christians are forced to hide. What dost thou wish to say? Inquired Vinicius. This, Lord, that synagogues exist openly in the Trans-Tiber. But that Christians, in their wish to avoid persecution, are forced to pray in secret and assemble in ruined sheds outside the city or in sandpits. Those who dwell in the Trans-Tiber have chosen just that place which was excavated for the building of the circus and various houses along the Tiber. Now, when the city is perishing, the adherents of Christ are praying. Beyond doubt we shall find a countless number of them in the excavation, so my advice is to go in there along the road. But thou hast said that Linus has gone to Austrianum, cried Vinicius impatiently. But thou hast promised me a house with a vineyard at Mariola, answered Chilo. For that reason I wish to seek the maiden wherever I hope to find her. They might have returned to the Trans-Tiber after the outbreak of the fire. They might have gone around outside the city, as we are doing at this moment. Linus has a house, perhaps he wished to be nearer his house to see if the fire had seized that part of the city also. If they have returned, I swear to thee, by Persephone, that we shall find them at prayer in the excavation. In the worst event, we shall get tidings of them. Thou art right, lead on, said the tribune. Chilo, without hesitation, turned to the left toward the hill. For a while the slope of the hill concealed the conflagration, so that, though the neighboring heights were in the light, the two men were in the shade. When they had passed the circus, they turned still to the left, and entered a kind of passage completely dark. But in that darkness Vinicius saw swarms of gleaming lanterns. "They are there," said Chilo. "There will be more of them today than ever, for other houses of prayer are burnt or are filled with smoke, as is the whole Trans-Tiber." "True," said Vinicius, "I hear singing." In fact, the voices of people singing reached the hill from the dark opening, and the lanterns vanished in it one after the other. But from side passages new forms appeared continually, so that after some time Vinicius and Chilo found themselves amid a whole assemblage of people. Chilo slipped from his mule, and, beckoning to a youth who sat near, said to him, "I am a priest of Christ and a bishop. Hold the mules for us. Thou wilt receive my blessing and forgiveness of sins." Then, without waiting for an answer, he thrust the reins into his hands, and, in company with Vinicius, joined the advancing throng. They entered the excavation after a while, and pushed on through the dark passage by the dim light of lanterns till they reached a spacious cave, from which stone had been taken evidently. For the walls were formed of fresh fragments. It was brighter there than in the corridor, for, in addition to tapers and lanterns, torches were burning. By the light of these Vinicius saw a whole throng of kneeling people with upraised hands. He could not see Lygia, the Apostle Peter, or Linus, but he was surrounded by faces solemn and full of emotion. On some of them expectation or alarm was evident, on some, hope. Light was reflected in the whites of their upraised eyes, perspiration was flowing along their foreheads, pale as chalk. Some were singing hymns, others were repeating feverishly the name of Jesus, some were beating their breasts. It was apparent that they expected something uncommon at any moment. Meanwhile the hymn ceased, and above the assembly, in a niche formed by the removal of an immense stone, appeared Crispus, the acquaintance of Vinicius, with a face as it were half delirious, pale, stern, and fanatical. All eyes were turned to him, as though waiting for words of consolation and hope. After he had blessed the assembly, he began in hurried, almost shouting tones. "Bewail your sins, for the hour has come. Behold, the Lord has sent down destroying flames on Babylon, on the city of profligacy and crime. The hour of judgment has struck, the hour of wrath and dissolution. The Lord has promised to come, and soon you will see him. He will not come as the Lamb, who offered his blood for your sins, but as an awful judge, who in his justice will hurl sinners and unbelievers into the pit. Woe to the world, woe to sinners! There will be no mercy for them. I see thee, O Christ. Stars are falling to the earth in showers, the sun is darkened, the earth opens in yawning gulfs, the dead rise from their graves. But thou art moving amid the sound of trumpets and legions of angels, amid thunders and lightnings. I see thee, I hear thee, O Christ." Then he was silent, and, raising his eyes, seemed to gaze into something distant and dreadful. That moment a dull roar was heard in the cave, once, twice, a 10th time, in the burning city whole streets of partly consumed houses began to fall with a crash. But most Christians took those sounds as a visible sign that the dreadful hour was approaching. Belief in the early second coming of Christ and in the end of the world was universal among them, now the destruction of the city had strengthened it. Terror seized the assembly. Many voices repeated, "The day of judgment. Behold, it is coming." Some covered their faces with their hands, believing that the earth would be shaken to its foundation, that beasts of hell would rush out through its openings and hurl themselves on sinners. Others cried, "Christ, have mercy on us. Redeemer, be pitiful." Some confessed their sins aloud. Others cast themselves into the arms of friends, so as to have some near heart with them in the hour of dismay. But there were faces which seemed wrapped into heaven, faces with smiles not of earth. These showed no fear. In some places were heard voices, those were of people who in religious excitement had begun to cry out unknown words in strange languages. Some person in a dark corner cried, "Wake thou that sleepest." Above all rose the shout of Crispus, "Watch ye! Watch ye!" At moments, however, silence came, as if all were holding the breath in their breasts, and waiting for what would come. And then was heard the distant thunder of parts of the city falling into ruins, after which were heard again groans and cries, "Renounce earthly riches. For soon there will be no earth beneath your feet. Renounce earthly loves, for the Lord will condemn those who love wife or child more than him. Woe to the one who loves the creature more than the Creator. Woe to the rich. Woe to the luxurious. Woe to the dissolute. Woe to husband, wife, and child." Suddenly a roar louder than any which had preceded shook the quarry. All fell to the earth, stretching their arms in cross form to ward away evil spirits by that figure. Silence followed, in which was heard only panting breath, whispers full of terror, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus," and in places the weeping of children. At that moment a certain calm voice spoke above that prostrate multitude. "Peace be with you." That was the voice of Peter the Apostle, who had entered the cave a moment earlier. At the sound of his voice terror passed at once, as it passes from a flock in which the shepherd has appeared. People rose from the earth. Those who were nearer gathered at his knees, as if seeking protection under his wings. He stretched his hands over them and said, "Why are ye troubled in heart? Who of you can tell what will happen before the hour cometh? The Lord has punished Babylon with fire. But his mercy will be on those whom baptism has purified, and ye whose sins are redeemed by the blood of the Lamb will die with his name on your lips. Peace be with you." After the terrible and merciless words of Crispus, those of Peter fell like a bomb on all present. Instead of fear of God, the love of God took possession of their spirits. Those people found the Christ whom they had learned to love from the apostles' narratives. Hence not a merciless judge, but a mild and patient Lamb, whose mercy surpasses man's wickedness 100-fold. A feeling of solace possessed the whole assembly. And comfort, with thankfulness to the apostle, filled their hearts. Voices from various sides began to cry, "We are thy sheep, feed us." Those nearer said, "Desert us not in the day of disaster." And they knelt at his knees, seeing which Vinicius approached, seized the edge of Peter's mantle, and, inclining, said, "Save me, Lord. I have sought her in the smoke of the burning and in the throng of people, nowhere could I find her, but I believe that thou canst restore her." Peter placed his hand on the tribune's head. "Have trust," said he, "and come with me." Chapter 46. The city burned on. The Circus Maximus had fallen in ruins. Entire streets and alleys in parts which began to burn first were falling in turn. After every fall pillars of flame rose for a time to the very sky. The wind had changed, and blew now with mighty force from the sea, bearing toward the Celian, the Esquiline, and the Viminal rivers of flame, brands, and cinders. Still the authorities provided for rescue. At command of Tigellinus, who had hastened from Antium the third day before, houses on the Esquiline were torn down so that the fire, reaching empty spaces, died of itself. That was, however, undertaken solely to save a remnant of the city. To save that which was burning was not to be thought of. There was need also to guard against further results of the ruin. Incalculable wealth had perished in Rome, all the property of its citizens had vanished, hundreds of thousands of people were wandering in utter want outside the walls. Hunger had begun to pinch this throng the second day, for the immense stores of provisions in the city had burned with it. In the universal disorder and in the destruction of authority no one had thought of furnishing new supplies. Only after the arrival of Tigellinus were proper orders sent to Ostia. But meanwhile the people had grown more threatening. The house at Aqua Appia, in which Tigellinus lodged for the moment, was surrounded by crowds of women, who from morning till late at night cried, "Bread and a roof." Vainly did praetorians, brought from the great camp between the Via Salaria and the Nomentana, strive to maintain order of some kind. Here and there they were met by open, armed resistance. In places weaponless crowds pointed to the burning city, and shouted, "Kill us in view of that fire." They abused Caesar, the Augustans, the Praetorians. Excitement rose every moment, so that Tigellinus, looking at night on the thousands of fires around the city, said to himself that those were fires in hostile camps. Besides flour, as much baked bread as possible was brought at his command, not only from Ostia, but from all towns and neighboring villages. When the first installment came at night to the Emporium, the people broke the chief gate toward the Aventine, seized all supplies in the twinkle of an eye, and caused terrible disturbance. In the light of the conflagration they fought for loaves, and trampled many of them into the earth. Flour from torn bags whitened like snow the whole space from the granary to the arches of Drusus and Germanicus. The uproar continued till soldiers seized the building and dispersed the crowd with arrows and missiles. Never since the invasion by the Gauls under Brennus had Rome beheld such disaster. People in despair compared the two conflagrations. But in the time of Brennus the capital remained. Now the capital was encircled by a dreadful wreath of flame. The marbles, it is true, were not blazing, but at night, when the wind swept the flames aside for a moment, rows of columns in the lofty sanctuary of Jove were visible, red as glowing coals. In the days of Brennus, moreover, Rome had a disciplined integral people, attached to the city and its altars. But now crowds of a many-tongued populace roamed nomad-like around the walls of burning Rome, people composed for the greater part of slaves and freedmen, excited, disorderly, and ready, under the pressure of want, to turn against authority and the city. But the very immensity of the fire, which terrified every heart, disarmed the crowd in a certain measure. After the fire might come famine and disease. And to complete the misfortune the terrible heat of July had appeared. It was impossible to breathe air inflamed both by fire and the sun. Night brought no relief, on the contrary it presented a hell. During daylight an awful and ominous spectacle met the eye. In the center a giant city on heights was turned into a roaring volcano. Round about as far as the Alban hills was one boundless camp, formed of sheds, tents, huts, vehicles, bales, packs, stands, fires, all covered with smoke and dust. Lighted by sun rays reddened by passing through smoke, everything filled with roars, shouts, threats, hatred and terror, a monstrous swarm of men, women, and children. Mingled with Carites were Greeks, shaggy men from the north with blue eyes, Africans, and Asiatics. Among citizens were slaves, freedmen, gladiators, merchants, mechanics, servants, and soldiers, a real sea of people, flowing around the island of fire. Various reports moved this sea as wind does a real one. These reports were favorable and unfavorable. People told of immense supplies of wheat and clothing to be brought to the Emporium and distributed gratis. It was said, too, that provinces in Asia and Africa would be stripped of their wealth at Caesar's command, and the treasures thus gained be given to the inhabitants of Rome, so that each man might build his own dwelling. But it was noised about also that water in the aqueducts had been poisoned. That Nero intended to annihilate the city, destroy the inhabitants to the last person, then move to Greece or to Egypt, and rule the world from a new place. Each report ran with lightning speed, and each found belief among the rabble, causing outbursts of hope, anger, terror, or rage. Finally a kind of fever mastered those nomadic thousands. The belief of Christians that the end of the world by fire was at hand, spread even among adherents of the gods, and extended daily. People fell into torpor or madness. In clouds lighted by the burning, gods were seen gazing down on the ruin, hands were stretched toward those gods then to implore pity or send them curses. Meanwhile soldiers, aided by a certain number of inhabitants, continued to tear down houses on the Esquiline and the Celian, as also in the Trans-Tiber. These divisions were saved therefore in considerable part. But in the city itself were destroyed incalculable treasures accumulated through centuries of conquest. Priceless works of art, splendid temples, the most precious monuments of Rome's past, and Rome's glory. They foresaw that of all Rome there would remain barely a few parts on the edges, and that hundreds of thousands of people would be without a roof. Some spread reports that the soldiers were tearing down houses not to stop the fire, but to prevent any part of the city from being saved. Tigellinus sent courier after courier to Antium, imploring Caesar in each letter to come and calm the despairing people with his presence. But Nero moved only when fire had seized the Domus Transitoria, and he hurried so as not to miss the moment in which the conflagration should be at its highest. Meanwhile fire had reached the Via Nomentana, but turned from it at once with a change of wind toward the Via Lata and the Tiber. It surrounded the capital, spread along the Forum Boarium, destroyed everything which it had spared before, and approached the Palatine a second time. Tigellinus, assembling all the praetorian forces, dispatched courier after courier to Caesar with an announcement that he would lose nothing of the grandeur of the spectacle. For the fire had increased. But Nero, who was on the road, wished to come at night, so as to sate himself all the better with a view of the perishing capital. Therefore he halted, in the neighborhood of Aqua Albana, and, summoning to his tent the tragedian Aliturus, decided with his aid on posture, look, and expression. Learned fitting gestures, disputing with the actor stubbornly whether at the words, "O sacred city," which seemed more enduring than Ida, he was to raise both hands, or, holding in one the forminga, drop it by his side and raise only the other. This question seemed to him then more important than all others. Starting at last about nightfall, he took counsel of Petronius also whether to the lines describing the catastrophe he might add a few magnificent blasphemies against the gods, and whether, considered from the standpoint of art, they would not have rushed spontaneously from the mouth of a man in such a position, a man who was losing his birthplace. At length he approached the walls about midnight with his numerous court, composed of whole detachments of nobles, senators, knights, freedmen, slaves, women, and children. 16,000 praetorians, arranged in line of battle along the road, guarded the peace and safety of his entrance, and held the excited populace at a proper distance. The people cursed, shouted, and hissed on seeing the retinue, but dared not attack it. In many places, however, applause was given by the rabble, which, owning nothing, had lost nothing in the fire, and which hoped for a more bountiful distribution than usual of wheat, olives, clothing, and money. Finally, shouts, hissing, and applause were drowned in the blare of horns and trumpets, which Tigellinus had caused to be sounded. Nero, on arriving at the Ostian gate, halted, and said, "Houseless ruler of a houseless people, where shall I lay my unfortunate head for the night?" After he had passed the Clivus Delphini, he ascended the Appian aqueduct on steps prepared purposely. After him followed the Augustans and a choir of singers, bearing cithari, lutes, and other musical instruments. And all held the breath in their breasts, waiting to learn if he would say some great words, which for their own safety they ought to remember. But he stood solemn, silent, in a purple mantle, and a wreath of golden laurels, gazing at the raging might of the flames. When Terpnos gave him a golden lute, he raised his eyes to the sky, filled with the conflagration, as if he were waiting for inspiration. The people pointed at him from afar as he stood in the bloody gleam. In the distance fiery serpents were hissing. The ancient and most sacred edifices were in flames. The temple of Hercules, reared by Evander, was burning. The temple of Jupiter Stator was burning, the temple of Luna, built by Servius Tullius, the house of Numa Pompilius, the sanctuary of Vesta with the Penates of the Roman people. Through waving flames the capital appeared at intervals, the past and the spirit of Rome was burning. But he, Caesar, was there with a lute in his hand and a theatrical expression on his face, not thinking of his perishing country, but of his posture, and the prophetic words with which he might describe best the greatness of the catastrophe, rouse most admiration, and receive the warmest plaudits. He detested that city, he detested its inhabitants, beloved only his own songs and verses, hence he rejoiced in heart that at last he saw a tragedy like that which he was writing. The verse-maker was happy, the declaimer felt inspired, the seeker for emotions was delighted at the awful sight. and thought with rapture that even the destruction of Troy was as nothing if compared with the destruction of that giant city. What more could he desire? There was world-ruling Rome in flames, and he, standing on the arches of the aqueduct with a golden lute, conspicuous, purple, admired, magnificent, poetic. Down below, somewhere in the darkness, the people are muttering and storming. But let them mutter. Ages will pass, thousands of years will go by, but mankind will remember and glorify the poet, who in that night sang the fall and the burning of Troy. What was Homer compared with him? What Apollo himself with his hollowed-out lute? Here he raised his hands and, striking the strings, pronounced the words of Priam. O nest of my fathers, O dear cradle! His voice in the open air, with the roar of the conflagration, and the distant murmur of crowding thousands, seemed marvelously weak, uncertain, and low. And the sound of the accompaniment like the buzzing of insects. But senators, dignitaries, and Augustans, assembled on the aqueduct, bowed their heads and listened in silent rapture. He sang long, and his motive was ever sadder. At moments, when he stopped to catch breath, the chorus of singers repeated the last verse. Then Nero cast the tragic Serma 18 from his shoulder with a gesture learned from Aliturus, struck the lute, and sang on. When at last he had finished the lines composed, he improvised, seeking grandiose comparisons in the spectacle unfolded before him. His face began to change. He was not moved, it is true, by the destruction of his country's capital. But he was delighted and moved with the pathos of his own words to such a degree that his eyes filled with tears on a sudden. At last he dropped the lute to his feet with a clatter, and, wrapping himself in the Serma, stood as if petrified, like one of those statues of Niobe which ornamented the courtyard of the Palatine. Soon a storm of applause broke the silence. But in the distance this was answered by the howling of multitudes. No one doubted then that Caesar had given command to burn the city, so as to afford himself a spectacle and sing a song at it. Nero, when he heard that cry from hundreds of thousands, turned to the Augustans with the sad, resigned smile of a man who is suffering from injustice. See, said he, how the Quirites value poetry and me. Scoundrels, answered Vatinius. Command the praetorians, Lord, to fall on them. Nero turned to Tigellinus. Can I count on the loyalty of the soldiers? Yes, divinity, answered the prefect. But Petronius shrugged his shoulders, and said. On their loyalty, yes, but not on their numbers. Remain meanwhile where thou art, for here it is safest, but there is need to pacify the people. Seneca was of this opinion also, as was Licinus the consul. Meanwhile the excitement below was increasing. The people were arming with stones, tent poles, sticks from the wagons, planks, and various pieces of iron. After a while some of the praetorian leaders came, declaring that the cohorts, pressed by the multitude, kept the line of battle with extreme difficulty, and, being without orders to attack, they knew not what to do. O gods, said Nero, what a night! On one side a fire, on the other a raging sea of people. And he fell to seeking expressions the most splendid to describe the danger of the moment, but, seeing around him alarmed looks and pale faces, he was frightened, with the others. Give me my dark mantle with a hood, cried he, must it come really to battle? Lord, said Tigellinus, in an uncertain voice, I have done what I could, but danger is threatening. Speak, O Lord, to the people, and make them promises. Shall Caesar speak to the rabble? Let another do that in my name. Who will undertake it? I, answered Petronius, calmly. Go, my friend. Thou art most faithful to me in every necessity. Go, and spare no promises. Petronius turned to the retinue with a careless, sarcastic expression. Senators here present, also Piso, Nerva, and Senecio, follow me. Then he descended the aqueduct slowly. Those whom he had summoned followed, not without hesitation, but with a certain confidence which his calmness had given them. Petronius, halting at the foot of the arches, gave command to bring him a white horse, and, mounting, rode on, at the head of the cavalcade, between the deep ranks of praetorians, to the black, howling multitude. He was unarmed, having only a slender ivory cane which he carried habitually. When he had ridden up, he pushed his horse into the throng. All around, visible in the light of the burning, were upraised hands, armed with every manner of weapon, inflamed eyes, sweating faces, bellowing and foaming lips. A mad sea of people surrounded him and his attendants. Round about was a sea of heads, moving, roaring, dreadful. The outbursts increased and became an unearthly roar. Poles, forks, and even swords were brandished above Petronius, grasping hands were stretched toward his horse's reins and toward him, but he rode farther, cool, indifferent, contemptuous. At moments he struck the most insolent heads with his cane, as if clearing a road for himself in an ordinary crowd, and that confidence of his, that calmness, amazed the raging rabble. They recognized him at length, and numerous voices began to shout, "Petronius! Arbiter elegantiarum! Petronius! Petronius!" was heard on all sides. And as that name was repeated, the faces about became less terrible, the uproar less savage, for that exquisite patrician, though he had never striven for the favor of the populace, was still their favorite. He passed for a humane and magnanimous man. And his popularity had increased, especially since the affair of Pedanius Secundus, when he spoke in favor of mitigating the cruel sentence condemning all the slaves of that prefect to death. The slaves more especially loved him thenceforward with that unbounded love which the oppressed or unfortunate are accustomed to give those who show them even small sympathy. Besides, in that moment was added curiosity as to what Caesar's envoy would say, for no one doubted that Caesar had sent him. He removed his white toga, bordered with scarlet, raised it in the air, and waved it above his head, in sign that he wished to speak. "Silence! Silence!" cried the people on all sides. After a while there was silence. Then he straightened himself on the horse and said in a clear, firm voice, "Citizens, let those who hear me repeat my words to those who are more distant, and bear yourselves, all of you, like men. Not like beasts in the arena. We will. Then listen. The city will be rebuilt. The gardens of Lucullus, Maecenas, Caesar, and Agrippina will be open to you. Tomorrow will begin the distribution of wheat, wine, and olives, so that every man may be full to the throat. Then Caesar will have games for you, such as the world has not seen yet. During these games banquets and gifts will be given you. Ye will be richer after the fire than before it." A murmur answered him which spread from the center in every direction, as a wave rises on water in which a stone has been cast. Those nearer repeated his words to those more distant. Afterward were heard here and there shouts of anger or applause, which turned at length into one universal call of panem et circenses. Petronius wrapped himself in his toga and listened for a time without moving, resembling in his white garment a marble statue. The uproar increased, drowned the roar of the fire, was answered from every side and from ever-increasing distances. But evidently the envoy had something to add, for he waited. Finally, commanding silence anew, he cried, "I promised you panem et circenses, and now give a shout in honor of Caesar, who feeds and clothes you. Then go to sleep, dear populace, for the dawn will begin before long." He turned his horse then, and, tapping lightly with his cane the heads and faces of those who stood in his way, he rode slowly to the praetorian ranks. Soon he was under the aqueduct. He found almost a panic above, where they had not understood the shout panem et circenses, and supposed it to be a new outburst of rage. They had not even expected that Petronius would save himself, so Nero, when he saw him, ran to the steps, and with face pale from emotion, inquired, "Well, what are they doing? Is there a battle?" Petronius drew air into his lungs, breathed deeply, and answered, "By Pollux. They are sweating. And such a stench. Will someone give me an epilyma, for I am faint." Then he turned to Caesar. I promised them, said he, wheat, olives, the opening of the gardens, and games. They worship thee anew, and are howling in thy honor. Gods, what a foul odor those plebeians have! I had praetorians ready, cried Tigellinus. And hadst thou not quieted them, the shouters would have been silenced forever. It is a pity, Caesar, that thou didst not let me use force. Petronius looked at him, shrugged his shoulders, and added. The chance is not lost. Thou mayst have to use it tomorrow. No, no, cried Caesar, I will give command to open the gardens to them, and distribute wheat. Thanks to thee, Petronius, I will have games, and that song, which I sang today, I will sing publicly. Then he placed his hands on the arbiter's shoulder, was silent a moment, and starting up at last inquired. Tell me sincerely, how did I seem to thee while I was singing? Thou wert worthy of the spectacle, and the spectacle was worthy of thee, said Petronius. But let us look at it again, said he, turning to the fire, and bid farewell to ancient Rome. Chapter 47. The Apostles' words put confidence in the souls of the Christians. The end of the world seemed ever near to them, but they began to think that the day of judgment would not come immediately, that first they would see the end of Nero's reign, which they looked on as the reign of Satan, and the punishment of God for Caesar's crimes, which were crying for vengeance. Strengthened in heart, they dispersed, after the prayer, to their temporary dwellings, and even to the Trans-Tiber. For news had come that the fire, set there in a number of places, had, with the change of wind, turned back toward the river, and, after devouring what it could here and there, had ceased to extend. The apostle, with Vinicius and Chilo, who followed him, left the excavation also. The young tribune did not venture to interrupt his prayers. Hence he walked on in silence, merely imploring pity with his eyes, and trembling from alarm. Many approached to kiss Peter's hands, and the hem of his mantle. Mothers held out their children to him. Some knelt in the dark, long passage, and, holding up tapers, begged a blessing. Others, going alongside, sang, so there was no chance for question or answer. Thus it was in the narrow passage. Only when they came out to broader spaces, from which the burning city was in view, did the apostle bless them 3 times, and say, turning to Vinicius, Fear not. The hut of the quarryman is near, in it we shall find Linus, and Lygia, with her faithful servant. Christ, who predestined her to thee, has preserved her. Vinicius tottered, and placed his hand against the cliff. The road from Antium, the events at the wall, the search for Lygia amidst burning houses, sleeplessness, and his terrible alarm had exhausted him. And the news that the dearest person in the world was nearby, and that soon he would see her, took the remnant of his strength from him. So great a weakness possessed him on a sudden that he dropped to the apostles' feet, and, embracing his knees, remained thus, without power to say a word. Not to me, but to Christ, said the apostle, who warded off thanks and honor. What a good God! Said the voice of Chilo from behind, but what shall I do with the mules that are waiting down here? Rise and come with me, said Peter to the young man. Vinicius rose. By the light of the burning, tears were visible on his face, which was pale from emotion. His lips moved, as if in prayer. Let us go, said he. But Chilo repeated again, Lord, what shall I do with the mules that are waiting? Perhaps this worthy prophet prefers riding to walking. Vinicius did not know himself what to answer. But hearing from Peter that the quarryman's hut was nearby, he said, Take the mules to Macrinus. Pardon me, Lord, if I mention the house in Amariola. In view of such an awful fire, it is easy to forget a thing so paltry. Thou wilt get it. O grandson of Numa Pompilius, I have always been sure, but now, when this magnanimous prophet also has heard the promise, I will not remind thee even of this, that thou hast promised me a vineyard. Pax vobiscum. I shall find thee, Lord. Pax vobiscum. They answered, and peace with thee. Then both turned to the right toward the hills. Along the road Vinicius said, Lord, wash me with the water of baptism, so that I may call myself a real confessor of Christ, for I love him with all the power of my soul. Wash me quickly, for I am ready in heart. And what thou commandest I will do, but tell me, so that I may do it in addition. Love men as thy own brothers, answered the apostle, for only with love mayst thou serve him. Yes, I understand and feel that. When a child I believed in the Roman gods, though I did not love them. But I so love him the one God that I would give my life for him gladly. And he looked toward the sky, repeating with exaltation, for he is one, for he alone is kind and merciful. Hence, let not only this city perish, but the whole world, him alone will I confess and recognize. And he will bless thee and thy house, concluded the apostle. Meanwhile they turned into another ravine, at the end of which a faint light was visible. Peter pointed to it and said, There is the hut of the quarryman who gave us a refuge when, on the way from Ostrianum with the sick Linus, we could not go to the Trans-Tiber. After a while they arrived. The hut was rather a cave rounded out in an indentation of the hill, and was faced outside with a wall made of reeds. The door was closed, but through an opening, which served for a window, the interior was visible, lighted by a fire. Some dark giant figure rose up to meet them, and inquired, Who are ye? Servants of Christ, answered Peter. Peace be with thee, Ursus. Ursus bent to the apostles' feet, then, recognizing Vinicius, seized his hand by the wrist, and raised it to his lips. And thou, Lord, said he. Blessed be the name of the Lamb, for the joy which thou wilt bring to Colina. He opened the door then, and entered. Linus was lying on a bundle of straw, with an emaciated face and a forehead as yellow as ivory. Near the fire sat Ligia with a string of small fish, intended evidently for supper. Occupied in removing the fish from the string, and thinking that it was Ursus who had entered, she did not raise her eyes. But Vinicius approached, and, pronouncing her name, stretched his hand to her. She sprang up quickly then, a flash of astonishment and delight shot across her face. Without a word, like a child who after days of fear and sorrow had found father or mother, she threw herself into his open arms. He embraced her, pressed her to his bosom for some time with such ecstasy as if she had been saved by a miracle. Then, withdrawing his arms, he took her temples between his hands, kissed her forehead and her eyes, embraced her again, repeated her name, bent to her knees, to her palms, greeted her. Did her homage, honored her. His delight had no bounds, neither had his love and happiness. At last he told her how he had rushed in from Antium, had searched for her at the walls, in the smoke at the house of Linus. How he had suffered and was terrified, how much he had endured before the apostle had shown him her retreat. But now, said he, that I have found thee, I will not leave thee near fire and raging crowds. People are slaying one another under the walls, slaves are revolting and plundering. God alone knows what miseries may fall yet on Rome. But I will save thee and all of you. Oh, my dear, let us go to Antium, we will take a ship there and sail to Sicily. My land is thy land, my houses are thy houses. Listen to me. In Sicily we shall find Aulus. I will give thee back to Pomponia, and take thee from her hands afterward. But, O Carissima, have no further fear of me. Christ has not washed me yet, but ask Peter if on the way hither I have not told him my wish to be a real confessor of Christ, and begged him to baptize me, even in this hut of a quarryman. Believe, and let all believe me. Ligia heard these words with radiant face. The Christians formerly, because of Jewish persecutions, and then because of the fire and disturbance caused by the disaster, lived in fear and uncertainty. A journey to quiet Sicily would put an end to all danger, and open a new epoch of happiness in their lives. If Vinicius had wished to take only Ligia, she would have resisted the temptation surely, as she did not wish to leave Peter and Linus, but Vinicius said to them, Come with me. My lands are your lands, my houses your houses. At this Ligia inclined to kiss his hand, in sign of obedience, and said, "Where thou art, Caius, there am I, Caia." Then confused that she had spoken words which by Roman custom were repeated only at marriage, she blushed deeply, and stood in the light of the fire, with drooping head. In doubt lest he might take them ill of her. But in his face boundless homage alone was depicted. He turned then to Peter, and continued. Rome is burning at command of Caesar. In Antium he complained that he had never seen a great fire. And if he has not hesitated at such a crime, think what may happen yet. Who knows that he may not bring in troops, and command a slaughter? Who knows what proscriptions may come? Who knows whether after the fire, civil war, murder, and famine may not come? Hide yourselves, therefore, and let us hide Lygia. There ye can wait till the storm passes, and when it is over return to sow your grain anew. Outside, from the direction of the Vatican field, as if to confirm his fears, distant cries were heard full of rage and terror. At that moment the quarryman entered, the master of the hut, and, shutting the door hastily, he cried. People are killing one another near the circus of Nero. Slaves and gladiators have attacked the citizens. Do ye hear? Said Vinicius. The measure is full, said the apostle, and disasters will come, like a boundless sea. Then he turned, and, pointing to Ligia, said, Take the maiden, whom God has predestined to thee, and save her, and let Linus, who is sick, and Ursus go with you. But Vinicius, who had come to love the apostle with all the power of his impetuous soul, exclaimed, I swear, my teacher, that I will not leave thee here to destruction. The Lord bless thee for thy wish, answered Peter, but hast thou not heard that Christ repeated thrice on the lake to me, Feed my lambs? Vinicius was silent. If thou, to whom no one has confided care over me, sayest that thou wilt not leave me to destruction, how canst thou wish me to leave my flock in the day of disaster? When there was a storm on the lake, and we were terrified in heart, he did not desert us. Why should I, a servant, not follow my master's example? Then Linus raised his emaciated face and inquired. O vice-regent of the Lord, why should I not follow thy example? Vinicius began to pass his hand over his head, as if struggling with himself or fighting with his thoughts. Then, seizing Lygia by the hand, he said, in a voice in which the energy of a Roman soldier was quivering. Hear me, Peter, Linus, and thou, Lygia. I spoke as my human reason dictated. But ye have another reason, which regards, not your own danger, but the commands of the Redeemer. True, I did not understand this, and I erred, for the beam is not taken from my eyes yet, and the former nature is heard in me. But since I love Christ, and wish to be his servant, though it is a question for me of something more than my own life, I kneel here before thee, and swear that I will accomplish the command of love. And will not leave my brethren in the day of trouble. Then he knelt, and enthusiasm possessed him, raising his hands and eyes, he cried, Do I understand thee, O Christ? Am I worthy of thee? His hands trembled, his eyes glistened with tears. His body trembled with faith and love. Peter took an earthen vessel with water, and, bringing it near him, said with solemnity, Behold, I baptize thee in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen. Then a religious ecstasy seized all present. They thought that some light from beyond this world had filled the hut, that they heard some superhuman music, that the cliffs had opened above their heads. That choirs of angels were floating down from heaven, and far up there they saw a cross, and pierced hands blessing them. Meanwhile the shouts of fighting were heard outside, and the roar of flames in the burning city. Chapter 48. Camps of people were disposed in the lordly gardens of Caesar, formerly gardens of Domitius and Agrippina. They were disposed also on the Campus Martius, in the gardens of Pompey, Sallust, and Maecenas, in porticos, tennis courts, splendid summer houses, and buildings erected for wild beasts. Peacocks, flamingos, swans, ostriches, gazelles, African antelopes, and deer, which had served as ornaments to those gardens, went under the knives of the rabble. Provisions began to come in now from Austria so abundantly that one might walk, as on a bridge, over ships, boats, and barges from one bank of the Tiber to the other. Wheat was sold at the unheard-of low price of 3 sestertia, and was given gratis to the indigent. Immense supplies of wine, olives, and chestnuts were brought to the city. Sheep and cattle were driven in every day from the mountains. Wretches who before the fire had been hiding in alleys of the Subura, and were perishing of hunger in ordinary times, had a more pleasant life now. The danger of famine was averted completely, but it was more difficult to suppress robbery, murder, and abuses. A nomadic life ensured impunity to thieves. The more easily since they proclaimed themselves admirers of Caesar, and were unsparing of plaudits wherever he appeared. Moreover, when, by the pressure of events, the authorities were in abeyance, and there was a lack of armed force to quell insolence in a city inhabited by the dregs of contemporary mankind, deeds were done which passed human imagination. Every night there were battles and murders, every night boys and women were snatched away. At the Porta Mugiones, where there was a halting place for herds driven in from the Campania, it come to engagements in which people perished by hundreds. Every morning the banks of the Tiber were covered with drowned bodies, which no one collected. These decayed quickly because of heat heightened by fire, and filled the air with foul odors. Sickness broke out on the camping grounds, and the more timorous foresaw a great pestilence. But the city burned on unceasingly. Only on the 6th day, when the fire reached empty spaces on the Esquiline, where an enormous number of houses had been demolished purposely, did it weaken. But the piles of burning cinders gave such strong light yet that people would not believe that the end of the catastrophe had come. In fact, the fire burst forth with fresh force on the 7th night in the buildings of Tigellinus, but had short duration for lack of fuel. Burnt houses, however, fell here and there, and threw up towers of flame and pillars of sparks. But the glowing ruins began to grow black on the surface. After sunset the heavens ceased to gleam with bloody light, and only after dark did blue tongues quiver above the extended black waste, tongues which rose from piles of cinders. Of the 14 divisions of Rome there remained only 4, including the Trans-Tiber. Flames had consumed all the others. When at last the piles of cinders had been turned into ashes, an immense space was visible from the Tiber to the Esquiline, grey, gloomy, dead. In this space stood rows of chimneys, like columns over graves in a cemetery. Among these columns gloomy crowds of people moved about in the daytime, some seeking for precious objects, others for the bones of those dear to them. In the night dogs howled above the ashes and ruins of former dwellings. All the bounty and aid shown by Caesar to the populace did not restrain evil speech and indignation. Only the herd of robbers, criminals, and homeless ruffians, who could eat, drink, and rob enough, were contented. People who had lost all their property and their nearest relatives were not won over by the opening of gardens, the distribution of bread, or the promise of games and gifts. The catastrophe had been too great and unparalleled. Others, in whom was hidden yet some spark of love for the city and their birthplace, were brought to despair by news that the old name Roma was to vanish, and that from the ashes of the capital Caesar would erect a new city called Neropolis. A flood of hatred rose and swelled every day, despite the flatteries of the Augustans and the calumnies of Tigellinus. Nero, more sensitive than any former Caesar to the favor of the populace, thought with alarm that in the sullen and mortal struggle which he was waging with patricians in the Senate, he might lack support. The Augustans themselves were not less alarmed, for any morning might bring them destruction. Tigellinus thought of summoning certain legions from Asia Minor. Vatinius, who laughed even when slapped on the face, lost his humor. Vitellius lost his appetite. Others were taking counsel among themselves how to avert the danger, for it was no secret that were an outburst to carry off Caesar, not one of the Augustans would escape, except, perhaps, Petronius. To their influence were ascribed the madnesses of Nero, to their suggestions all the crimes which he committed. Hatred for them almost surpassed that for Nero. Hence some began to make efforts to rid themselves of responsibility for the burning of the city. But to free themselves they must clear Caesar also from suspicion, or no one would believe that they had not caused the catastrophe. Tigellinus took counsel on this subject with Domitius Afer, and even with Seneca, though he hated him. Poppaea, who understood that the ruin of Nero would be her own sentence, took the opinion of her confidants and of Hebrew priests. For it had been admitted for years that she held the faith of Jehovah. Nero found his own methods, which, frequently terrible, were more frequently foolish, and fell now into terror, now into childish delight, but above all he complained. On a time a long and fruitless consultation was held in the house of Tiberius, which had survived the fire. Petronius thought it best to leave troubles, go to Greece, thence to Egypt and Asia Minor. The journey had been planned long before, why defer it, when in Rome were sadness and danger? Caesar accepted the counsel with eagerness. But Seneca, when he had thought a while, said, "It is easy to go, but it would be more difficult to return." "By Heracles," replied Petronius, "we may return at the head of Asiatic legions." "This will I do," exclaimed Nero. But Tigellinus opposed. He could discover nothing himself, and if the arbiter's idea had come to his own head he would beyond doubt have declared it the saving one. But with him the question was that Petronius might not be a second time the only man who in difficult moments could rescue all and everyone. "Hear me, divinity," said he, "this advice is destructive. Before thou art at Ostia a civil war will break out. Who knows but one of the surviving collateral descendants of the divine Augustus will declare himself Caesar, and what shall we do if the legions take his side?" "We shall try," answered Nero, "that there be no descendants of Augustus. There are not many now, hence it is easy to rid ourselves of them. It is possible to do so, but is it a question of them alone? No longer ago than yesterday my people heard in the crowd that a man like Thrasea should be Caesar." Nero bit his lips. After a while he raised his eyes and said, insatiable and thankless, "They have grain enough, and they have coal on which to bake cakes, what more do they want?" "Vengeance," replied Tigellinus. Silence followed. Caesar rose on a sudden, extended his hand, and began to declaim. "Hearts call for vengeance, and vengeance wants a victim." Then, forgetting everything, he said, with radiant face, "Give me the tablet and stylus to write this line. Never could Lucan have composed the like. Have ye noticed that I found it in a twinkle?" "Oh, incomparable!" exclaimed a number of voices. Nero wrote down the line, and said, "Yes, vengeance wants a victim." Then he cast a glance on those around him. "But if we spread the report that Vatinius gave command to burn the city, and devote him to the anger of the people?" "O divinity! Who am I?" exclaimed Vatinius. "True. One more important than thou is demanded. Is it Vitellius?" Vitellius grew pale, but began to laugh. "My fat," answered he, "might start the fire again." But Nero had something else on his mind. In his soul he was looking for a victim who might really satisfy the people's anger, and he found him. "Tigellinus," said he after a while, "it was thou who didst burn Rome." A shiver ran through those present. They understood that Caesar had ceased to jest this time, and that a moment had come which was pregnant with events. The face of Tigellinus was wrinkled, like the lips of a dog about to bite. "I burnt Rome at thy command," said he. And the two glared at each other like a pair of devils. Such silence followed that the buzzing of flies was heard as they flew through the atrium. "Tigellinus," said Nero, "dost thou love me?" "Thou knowest, Lord. Sacrifice thyself for me." "O divine Caesar," answered Tigellinus, "why present the sweet cup which I may not raise to my lips? The people are muttering and rising, dost thou wish the praetorians also to rise?" A feeling of terror pressed the hearts of those present. Tigellinus was praetorian prefect, and his words had the direct meaning of a threat. Nero himself understood this, and his face became pallid. At that moment Epaphroditus, Caesar's freedman, entered, announcing that the divine Augusta wished to see Tigellinus, as there were people in her apartments whom the prefect ought to hear. Tigellinus bowed to Caesar, and went out with a face calm and contemptuous. Now, when they had wished to strike him, he had shown his teeth. He had made them understand who he was, and, knowing Nero's cowardice, he was confident that that ruler of the world would never dare to raise a hand against him. Nero sat in silence for a moment. Then, seeing that those present expected some answer, he said, "I have reared a serpent in my bosom." Petronius shrugged his shoulders, as if to say that it was not difficult to pluck the head from such a serpent. "What wilt thou say?" "Speak, advise," exclaimed Nero, noticing this motion. "I trust in thee alone, for thou hast more sense than all of them, and thou lovest me." Petronius had the following on his lips: "Make me praetorian prefect, I will deliver Tigellinus to the people, and pacify the city in a day." But his innate slothfulness prevailed. To be prefect meant to bear on his shoulders Caesar's person and also thousands of public affairs. And why should he perform that labor? Was it not better to read poetry in his splendid library, look at vases and statues, or hold to his breast the divine body of Eunice, twining her golden hair through his fingers, and inclining his lips to her coral mouth? Hence he said, "I advise the journey to Achaia." "Ah," answered Nero, "I looked for something more from thee. The Senate hates me. If I depart, who will guarantee that it will not revolt and proclaim someone else Caesar? The people have been faithful to me so far, but now they will follow the Senate. By Hades! If that Senate and that people had one head. Permit me to say, O divinity, that if thou desire to save Rome, there is need to save even a few Romans," remarked Petronius, with a smile. "What care I for Rome and Romans?" complained Nero. "I should be obeyed in Achaia. Here only treason surrounds me. All desert me, and ye are making ready for treason. I know it, I know it. Ye do not even imagine what future ages will say of you if ye desert such an artist as I am." Here he tapped his forehead on a sudden, and cried, "True. Amid these cares even I forget who I am." Then he turned to Petronius with a radiant face. "Petronius," said he, "the people murmur. But if I take my lute and go to the Campus Martius, if I sing that song to them which I sang during the conflagration, dost thou not think that I will move them, as Orpheus moved wild beasts?" To this Tullius Senecio, who was impatient to return to his slave women brought in from Antium, and who had been impatient a long time, replied, "Beyond doubt, O Caesar. If they permit thee to begin." "Let us go to Hellas," cried Nero, with disgust. But at that moment Poppaea appeared, and with her Tigellinus. The eyes of those present turned to him unconsciously, for never had Triumphator ascended the Capitol with pride such as his when he stood before Caesar. He began to speak slowly and with emphasis, in tones through which the bite of iron, as it were, was heard. "Listen. O Caesar, for I can say, I have found. The people want vengeance, they want not one victim, but hundreds, thousands. Hast heard, Lord, who Christos was, he who was crucified by Pontius Pilate? And knowest thou who the Christians are? Have I not told thee of their crimes and foul ceremonies, of their predictions that fire would cause the end of the world? People hate and suspect them. No one has seen them in a temple at any time, for they consider our gods evil spirits. They are not in the stadium, for they despise horse races. Never have the hands of a Christian done thee honor with plaudits. Never has one of them recognized thee as God. They are enemies of the human race, of the city, and of thee. The people murmur against thee, but thou hast given me no command to burn Rome, and I did not burn it. The people want vengeance, let them have it. The people want blood and games. Let them have them. The people suspect thee, let their suspicion turn in another direction." Nero listened with amazement at first. But as Tigellinus proceeded, his actor's face changed, and assumed in succession expressions of anger, sorrow, sympathy, indignation. Suddenly he rose, and, casting off the toga, which dropped at his feet, he raised both hands and stood silent for a time. At last he said, in the tones of a tragedian, "O Zeus, Apollo, here, Athene, Persephone, and all ye immortals! Why did ye not come to aid us? What has this hapless city done to those cruel wretches that they burnt it so inhumanly?" "They are enemies of mankind and of thee," said Poppaea. "Do justice," cried others. "Punish the incendiaries. The gods themselves call for vengeance." Nero sat down, dropped his head to his breast, and was silent a second time, as if stunned by the wickedness of which he had heard. But after a while he shook his hands, and said, "What punishments, what tortures befit such a crime? But the gods will inspire me, and, aided by the powers of Tartarus, I will give my poor people such a spectacle that they will remember me for ages with gratitude." The forehead of Petronius was covered with a sudden cloud. He thought of the danger hanging over Lygia and over Vinicius, whom he loved, and over all those people whose religion he rejected, but of whose innocence he was certain. He thought also that one of those bloody orgies would begin which his eyes, those of an aesthetic man, could not suffer. But above all he thought, "I must save Vinicius, who will go mad if that maiden perishes." And this consideration outweighed every other, for Petronius understood well that he was beginning a game far more perilous than any in his life. He began, however, to speak freely and carelessly, as his wont was when criticizing or ridiculing plans of Caesar and the Augustans that were not sufficiently aesthetic. "Ye have found victims. That is true. Ye may send them to the arena, or array them in painful tunics. That is true also. But hear me. Ye have authority, ye have praetorians, ye have power. Then be sincere, at least, when no one is listening. Deceive the people, but deceive not one another. Give the Christians to the populace, condemn them to any torture ye like. But have courage to say to yourselves that it was not they who burnt Rome. Phy. Ye call me arbiter elegantiarum, hence I declare to you that I cannot endure wretched comedies. Phy. How all this reminds me of the theatrical booths near the Porta Asinaria, in which actors play the parts of gods and kings to amuse the suburban rabble. And when the play is over, wash down onions with sour wine, or get blows of clubs. Be gods and kings in reality, for I say that ye can permit yourselves the position. As to thee, O Caesar, thou hast threatened us with the sentence of coming ages. But think, those ages will utter judgment concerning thee also. By the divine Clio. Nero, ruler of the world, Nero, a god, burnt Rome, because he was as powerful on earth as Zeus on Olympus. Nero the poet loved poetry so much that he sacrificed to it his country. From the beginning of the world no one did the like, no one ventured on the like. I beseech thee in the name of the double-crowned Libethrides, renounce not such glory, for songs of thee will sound to the end of ages. What will Priam be when compared with thee, what Agamemnon? What Achilles, what the gods themselves? We need not say that the burning of Rome was good, but it was colossal and uncommon. I tell thee, besides, that the people will raise no hand against thee. It is not true that they will. Have courage, guard thyself against acts unworthy of thee, for this alone threatens thee, that future ages may say, Nero burned Rome. But as a timid Caesar and a timid poet he denied the great deed out of fear, and cast the blame of it on the innocent. The arbiter's words produced the usual deep impression on Nero. But Petronius was not deceived as to this, that what he had said was a desperate means which in a fortunate event might save the Christians, it is true, but might still more easily destroy himself. He had not hesitated, however, for it was a question at once of Vinicius whom he loved, and of hazard with which he amused himself. The dice are thrown, said he to himself, and we shall see how far fear for his own life outweighs in the monkey his love of glory. And in his soul he had no doubt that fear would outweigh. Meanwhile silence fell after his words. Poppaea and all present were looking at Nero's eyes as at a rainbow. He began to raise his lips, drawing them to his very nostrils, as was his custom when he knew not what to do. At last disgust and trouble were evident on his features. "Lord," cried Tigellinus, on noting this, "permit me to go. For when people wish to expose thy person to destruction, and call thee, besides, a cowardly Caesar, a cowardly poet, an incendiary, and a comedian, my ears cannot suffer such expressions. I have lost," thought Petronius. But turning to Tigellinus, he measured him with a glance in which was that contempt for a ruffian which is felt by a great lord who is an exquisite. "Tigellinus," said he, "it was thou whom I called a comedian, for thou art one at this very moment. Is it because I will not listen to thy insults? It is because thou art feigning boundless love for Caesar, thou who a short while since wert threatening him with praetorians, which we all understood as did he." Tigellinus, who had not thought Petronius sufficiently daring to throw dice such as those on the table, turned pale, lost his head, and was speechless. This was, however, the last victory of the arbiter over his rival, for that moment Poppaea said, "Lord, how permit that such a thought should even pass through the head of anyone? And all the more that anyone should venture to express it aloud in thy presence." "Punish the insolent," exclaimed Vitellius. Nero raised his lips again to his nostrils, and, turning his near-sighted, glassy eyes on Petronius, said, "Is this the way thou payest me for the friendship which I had for thee?" "If I am mistaken, show me my error," said Petronius, "but know that I speak that which love for thee dictates." "Punish the insolent," repeated Vitellius. "Punish," called a number of voices. In the atrium there was a murmur and a movement, for people began to withdraw from Petronius. Even Tullius Senecio, his constant companion at the court, pushed away, as did young Nerva, who had shown him hitherto the greatest friendship. After a while Petronius was alone on the left side of the atrium, with a smile on his lips, and gathering with his hands the folds of his toga, he waited yet for what Caesar would say or do. "Ye wish me to punish him," said Caesar, "but he is my friend and comrade. Though he has wounded my heart, let him know that for friends this heart has naught but forgiveness." "I have lost, and am ruined," thought Petronius. Meanwhile Caesar rose, and the consultation was ended. Chapter 49. Petronius went home. Nero and Tigellinus went to Poppaea's atrium, where they were expected by people with whom the prefect had spoken already. There were 2 trans-Tiber rabbis in long solemn robes and mitred, a young copyist, their assistant, together with Chilo. At sight of Caesar the priests grew pale from emotion, and, raising their hands an arm's length, bent their heads to his hands. "Be greeted, O ruler of the earth, guardian of the chosen people, and Caesar, lion among men, whose reign is like sunlight, like the cedar of Lebanon, like a spring, like a palm, like the balsam of Jericho." "Do ye refuse to call me God?" inquired Nero. The priests grew still paler. The chief one spoke again. "Thy words, O Lord, are as sweet as a cluster of grapes, as a ripe fig, for Jehovah filled thy heart with goodness. Thy father's predecessor, Caesar Caius, was stern. Still our envoys did not call him God, preferring death itself to violation of the law. And did not Caligula give command to throw them to the lions? No, Lord. Caesar Caius feared Jehovah's anger. And they raised their heads, for the name of the powerful Jehovah gave them courage, confident in his might, they looked into Nero's eyes with more boldness. "Do ye accuse the Christians of burning Rome?" inquired Caesar. "We, Lord, accuse them of this alone, that they are enemies of the law, of the human race, of Rome, and of thee. That long since they have threatened the city and the world with fire. The rest will be told thee by this man, whose lips are unstained by a lie, for in his mother's veins flowed the blood of the chosen people." Nero turned to Chilo. "Who art thou?" "One who honors thee, O Cyrus, and, besides, a poor Stoic." "I hate the Stoics," said Nero. "I hate Thracia, I hate Musonius and Cornutus. Their speech is repulsive to me. Their contempt for art, their voluntary squalor and filth. O Lord, thy master Seneca has 1,000 tables of citrus wood. At thy wish I will have twice as many. I am a Stoic from necessity. Dress my stoicism, O radiant one, in a garland of roses, put a pitcher of wine before it, it will sing Anacreon in such strains as to deafen every Epicurean. Nero, who was pleased by the title, radiant, smiled and said, Thou dost please me. This man is worth his weight in gold, cried Tigellinus. Put thy liberality with my weight, answered Chilo, or the wind will blow my reward away. He would not outweigh Vitellius, put in Caesar. Eheu. Silver bowed, my wit is not of lead. I see that thy faith does not hinder thee from calling me a god. O immortal! My faith is in thee, the Christians blaspheme against that faith, and I hate them. What dost thou know of the Christians? Wilt thou permit me to weep, O divinity? No, answered Nero, weeping annoys me. Thou art triply right, for eyes that have seen thee should be free of tears forever. O Lord, defend me against my enemies. Speak of the Christians, said Poppaea, with a shade of impatience. It will be at thy command, O Isis, answered Chilo. From youth I devoted myself to philosophy, and sought truth. I sought it among the ancient divine sages, in the academy at Athens, and in the Serapeum at Alexandria. When I heard of the Christians, I judged that they formed some new school in which I could find certain kernels of truth, and to my misfortune I made their acquaintance. The first Christian whom evil fate brought near me was one Glaucus, a physician of Naples. From him I learned in time that they worship a certain Chrestos, who promised to exterminate all people and destroy every city on earth. But to spare them if they helped him to exterminate the children of Deucalion. For this reason, O lady, they hate men, and poison fountains, for this reason in their assemblies they shower curses on Rome, and on all temples in which our gods are honored. Chrestos was crucified. But he promised that when Rome was destroyed by fire, he would come again and give Christians dominion over the world. People will understand now why Rome was destroyed, interrupted Tigellinus. Many understand that already, O Lord, for I go about in the gardens, I go to the campus Martius, and teach. But if ye listen to the end, ye will know my reasons for vengeance. Glaucus the physician did not reveal to me at first that their religion taught hatred. On the contrary, he told me that Chrestos was a good divinity, that the basis of their religion was love. My sensitive heart could not resist such a truth. Hence I took to loving Glaucus, I trusted him, I shared every morsel of bread with him, every copper coin, and dost thou know, lady, how he repaid me? On the road from Naples to Rome he thrust a knife into my body, and my wife, the beautiful and youthful Berenice, he sold to a slave merchant. If Sophocles knew my history, but what do I say? One better than Sophocles is listening. Poor man, said Poppaea. Whoso has seen the face of Aphrodite is not poor, lady, and I see it at this moment. But then I sought consolation in philosophy. When I came to Rome, I tried to meet Christian elders to obtain justice against Glaucus. I thought that they would force him to yield up my wife. I became acquainted with their chief priest. I became acquainted with another, named Paul, who was in prison in this city, but was liberated afterward. I became acquainted with the son of Zebedee, with Linus and Cletus and many others. I know where they lived before the fire, I know where they meet. I can point out one excavation in the Vatican Hill and a cemetery beyond the Porta Nomentana, where they celebrate their shameless ceremonies. I saw the Apostle Peter. I saw how Glaucus killed children, so that the apostle might have something to sprinkle on the heads of those present. And I saw Lygia, the foster child of Pomponia Graecina, who boasted that though unable to bring the blood of an infant, she brought the death of an infant, for she bewitched the little Augusta. Thy daughter, O Cyrus, and thine, O Isis. Dost hear, Caesar? Asked Poppaea. Can that be? Exclaimed Nero. I could forgive wrongs done myself, continued Chilo, but when I heard of yours, I wanted to stab her. Unfortunately I was stopped by the noble Vinicius, who loves her. Vinicius? But did she not flee from him? She fled, but he made search for her, he could not exist without her. For wretched pay I helped him in the search, and it was I who pointed out to him the house in which she lived among the Christians in the Trans-Tiber. We went there together, and with us thy wrestler Croton, whom the noble Vinicius hired to protect him. But Ursus, Lygia's slave, crushed Croton. That is a man of dreadful strength, O Lord, who can break a bull's neck as easily as another might a poppy stalk. Aulus and Pomponia loved him because of that. By Hercules, said Nero, the mortal who crushed Croton deserves a statue in the Forum. But, old man, thou art mistaken or art inventing, for Vinicius killed Croton with a knife. That is how people calumniate the gods. O Lord, I myself saw Croton's ribs breaking in the arms of Ursus, who rushed then on Vinicius and would have killed him but for Ligia. Vinicius was ill for a long time after that, but they nursed him in the hope that through love he would become a Christian. In fact, he did become a Christian. Vinicius? Yes. And, perhaps, Petronius too? Inquired Tigellinus, hurriedly. Chilo squirmed, rubbed his hands, and said, I admire thy penetration, O Lord. He may have become one. He may very well have become one. Now I understand why he defended the Christians. Nero laughed. Petronius a Christian. Petronius an enemy of life and luxury. Be not foolish. Do not ask me to believe that, since I am ready not to believe anything. But the noble Vinicius became a Christian, Lord. I swear by that radiance which comes from thee that I speak the truth, and that nothing pierces me with such disgust as lying. Pomponia Graecina is a Christian, little Aulus is a Christian, Ligia is a Christian, and so is Vinicius. I served him faithfully, and in return, at the desire of Glaucus the physician, he gave command to flog me, though I am old and was sick and hungry. And I have sworn by Hades that I will not forget that for him. O Lord, avenge my wrongs on them, and I will deliver to thee Peter the Apostle and Linus and Cletus and Glaucus and Crispus, the highest ones, and Ligia and Ursus. I will point out hundreds of them to you, thousands, I will indicate their houses of prayer, the cemeteries, all thy prisons will not hold them. Without me ye could not find them. In misfortunes I have sought consolation, hitherto in philosophy alone, now I will find it in favors that will descend on me. I am old, and have not known life, let me begin. It is thy wish to be a Stoic before a full plate, said Nero. Whoso renders service to thee will fill it by that same. Thou art not mistaken, O philosopher. But Poppaea did not forget her enemies. Her fancy for Vinicius was, indeed, rather a momentary whim, which had risen under the influence of jealousy, anger, and wounded vanity. Still the coolness of the young patrician touched her deeply, and filled her heart with a stubborn feeling of offense. This alone, that he had dared to prefer another, seemed to her a crime calling for vengeance. As to Ligia, she hated her from the first moment, when the beauty of that northern lily alarmed her. Petronius, who spoke of the too narrow hips of the girl, might talk what he pleased into Caesar, but not into the Augusta. Poppaea the critic understood at one cast of the eye that in all Rome Ligia alone could rival and even surpass her. Thenceforth she vowed her ruin. Lord, said she, avenge our child. Hasten. Cried Chilo, hasten. Otherwise Vinicius will hide her. I will point out the house to which she returned after the fire. I will give thee 10 men, and go this moment, said Tigellinus. O Lord! Thou hast not seen Croton in the arms of Ursus, if thou wilt give 50 men, I will only show the house from a distance. But if ye will not imprison Vinicius, I am lost. Tigellinus looked at Nero. Would it not be well, O divinity, to finish at once with the uncle and nephew? Nero thought a moment and answered. No, not now. People would not believe us if we tried to persuade them that Petronius, Vinicius, or Pomponia Graecina had fired Rome. Their houses were too beautiful. Their turn will come later. Today other victims are needed. Then, O Lord, give me soldiers as a guard, said Chilo. See to this, Tigellinus. Thou wilt lodge meanwhile with me, said the prefect to Chilo. Delight beamed from the face of the Greek. I will give up all. Only hasten, hasten, cried he, with a hoarse voice. Chapter 50. On leaving Caesar, Petronius had himself borne to his house on the Carinae, which, being surrounded on 3 sides by a garden, and having in front the small Caecilian Forum, escaped the fire luckily. For this cause other Augustans, who had lost their houses and in them vast wealth and many works of art, called Petronius fortunate. For years it had been repeated that he was the firstborn of fortune, and Caesar's growing friendship in recent times seemed to confirm the correctness of this statement. But that firstborn of fortune might meditate now on the fickleness of his mother, or rather on her likeness to Cronos, who devoured his own children. Were my house burnt, said he to himself, and with it my gems, Etruscan vases, Alexandrian glass, and Corinthian bronze, Nero might indeed have forgotten the offense. By Pollux. And to think that it depended on me alone to be praetorian prefect at this moment. I should proclaim Tigellinus the incendiary, which he is really. I should array him in the painful tunic and deliver him to the populace, protect the Christians, rebuild Rome. Who knows even if a better epoch would not begin thus for honest people. I ought to have taken the office, simply out of regard for Vinicius. In case of overwork I could have surrendered command to him, and Nero would not have even tried to resist. Then let Vinicius baptize all the praetorians, nay, Caesar himself, what harm could that be to me? Nero pious, Nero virtuous and merciful, this would be even an amusing spectacle. And his carelessness was so great that he began to laugh. But after a time his thoughts turned in another direction. It seemed to him that he was in Antium. That Paul of Tarsus was saying to him, Ye call us enemies of life, but answer me, Petronius, if Caesar were a Christian, and acted according to our religion, would not life be safer and more certain? And remembering these words, he continued, By Castor. No matter how many Christians they murder here, Paul will find as many new ones, for he is right, unless the world can rest on scoundrelism. But who knows that this will not be the case soon? I myself, who have learned not a little, did not learn how to be a great enough scoundrel, hence I shall have to open my veins. But in every case it must have ended thus, and if not thus, in some other way. I am sorry for Eunice and my myrrhine vase, but Eunice is free, and the vase will go with me. Ahenobarbus will not get it, in any event. I am sorry also for Vinicius. But, though I was bored less of late than before, I am ready. In the world things are beautiful. But people are so vile for the greater part that life is not worth a regret. He who knew how to live should know how to die. Though I belong to the Augustans, I was freer than they supposed. Here he shrugged his shoulders. They may think that my knees are trembling at this moment, and that terror has raised the hair on my head. But on reaching home, I will take a bath in violet water, my golden-haired herself will anoint me, then after refreshment we will have sung to us that hymn to Apollo composed by Anthemius. I said once to myself that it was not worth while to think of death, for death thinks of us without our assistance. It would be a wonder if there are really Elysian fields, and in them shades of people. Eunice would come in time to me, and we should wander together over asphodel meadows. I should find, too, society better than this. What buffoons, tricksters, a vile herd without taste or polish. Tens of arbiters elegantiarum could not transform those Trimalchiones into decent people. By Persephone, I have had enough. And he noted with astonishment that something separated him from those people already. He had known them well earlier, and had known what to think of them. Still they seemed to him now as farther away and more deserving of contempt than usual. Indeed, he had had enough of them. But afterward he began to think over his position. Thanks to his acuteness, he knew that destruction was not threatening him directly. Nero had seized an appropriate occasion to utter a few select, lofty phrases about friendship and forgiveness, thus binding himself for the moment. He will have to seek pretexts, and before he finds them much time may pass. First of all, he will celebrate the games with Christians, said Petronius to himself. Only then will he think of me, and if that be true, it is not worth while to take trouble or change my course of life. Nearer danger threatens Vinicius. And thenceforth he thought only of Vinicius, whom he resolved to rescue. For sturdy Bithynians bore his litter quickly through ruins, ash-heaps, and stones with which the Carinae was filled yet. But he commanded them to run swiftly so as to be home at the earliest. Vinicius, whose insula had been burned, was living with him, and was at home, fortunately. "Hast seen Lygia today?" were the first words of Petronius. "I have just come from her. Hear what I tell thee, and lose no time in questions. It has been decided this morning at Caesar's to lay the blame of burning Rome on the Christians. Persecutions and tortures threaten them. Pursuit may begin any instant. Take Lygia and flee at once beyond the Alps even, or to Africa. And hasten, for the Palatine is nearer the Trans-Tiber than is this place." Vinicius was, indeed, too much of a soldier to lose time in useless queries. He listened with frowning brows, and a face intent and terrible, but fearless. Evidently the first feeling of his nature in presence of peril was a wish to defend and give battle. "I go," said he. "One word more. Take a purse of gold, take weapons, and a handful of thy Christians. In case of need, rescue her." Vinicius was in the door of the atrium already. "Send me news by a slave," cried Petronius. When left alone, he began to walk by the columns which adorned the atrium, thinking of what had happened. He knew that Lygia and Linus had returned after the fire to the former house, which, like the greater part of the Trans-Tiber, had been saved. And that was an unfavorable circumstance, for otherwise it would have been difficult to find them among throngs of people. Petronius hoped, however, that as things were, no one in the Palatine knew where they lived, and therefore in every case Vinicius would anticipate the Praetorians. It occurred to him also that Tigellinus, wishing to seize at one attempt as many Christians as possible, would extend his net over all Rome. If they send no more than 10 people after her, thought he, that giant Lygian will break their bones, and what will it be if Vinicius comes with assistance? Thinking of this he was consoled. True, armed resistance to the Praetorians was almost the same as war with Caesar. Petronius knew also that if Vinicius hid from the vengeance of Nero, that vengeance might fall on himself. But he cared little. On the contrary, he rejoiced at the thought of crossing Nero's plans and those of Tigellinus, and determined to spare in the matter neither men nor money. Since in Antium Paul of Tarsus had converted most of his slaves, he, while defending Christians, might count on their zeal and devotion. The entrance of Eunice interrupted his thoughts. At sight of her all his cares and troubles vanished without a trace. He forgot Caesar, the disfavor into which he had fallen, the degraded Augustans, the persecution threatening the Christians, Vinicius, Lygia. And looked only at her with the eyes of an aesthetic man enamored of marvelous forms, and of a lover for whom love breathes from those forms. She, in a transparent violet robe called Quo Vadis, through which her maiden-like form appeared, was really as beautiful as a goddess. Feeling herself admired meanwhile, and loving him with all her soul, ever eager for his fondling, she blushed with delight as if she had been an innocent maiden. "What wilt thou say to me, Charis?" asked Petronius, stretching his hands to her. She, inclining her golden head to him, answered, "Anthemius has come with his choristers, and asks if 'tis thy wish to hear him. Let him stay. He will sing to us during dinner the hymn to Apollo. By the groves of Paphos. When I see thee in that cone gauze, I think that Aphrodite has veiled herself with a piece of the sky, and is standing before me. O Lord! Come hither, Eunice, embrace me with thy arms, and give thy lips to me. Dost thou love me? I should not have loved Zeus more. Then she pressed her lips to his, while quivering in his arms from happiness. After a while Petronius asked, "But if we should have to separate?" Eunice looked at him with fear in her eyes. "How is that, Lord?" "Fear not, I ask, for who knows but I may have to set out on a long journey? Take me with thee." Petronius changed the conversation quickly, and said, "Tell me, are there asphodels on the grass plot in the garden?" "The cypresses and the grass plots are yellow from the fire, the leaves have fallen from the myrtles, and the whole garden seems dead. All Rome seems dead, and soon it will be a real graveyard. Dost thou know that an edict against the Christians is to be issued, and a persecution will begin during which thousands will perish? Why punish the Christians, Lord? They are good and peaceful. For that very reason. Let us go to the sea. Thy beautiful eyes do not like to see blood. Well, but meanwhile I must bathe. Come to the Eleothesium to anoint my arms. By the girdle of cypress. Never hast thou seemed to me so beautiful. I will give command to make a bath for thee in the form of a shell, thou wilt be like a costly pearl in it. Come, golden-haired." He went out, and an hour later both, in garlands of roses and with misty eyes, were resting before a table covered with a service of gold. They were served by boys dressed as cupids, they drank wine from ivy-wreathed goblets, and heard the hymn to Apollo sung to the sound of harps, under direction of Anthemius. What cared they if around the villa chimneys pointed up from the ruins of houses, and gusts of wind swept the ashes of burnt Rome in every direction? They were happy thinking only of love, which had made their lives like a divine dream. But before the hymn was finished a slave, the chief of the atrium, entered the hall. "Lord," said he, in a voice quivering with alarm, "a centurion with a detachment of praetorians is standing before the gate, and, at command of Caesar, wishes to see thee." The song and the sound of lutes ceased. Alarm was roused in all present. For Caesar, in communications with friends, did not employ praetorians usually, and their arrival at such times foreboded no good. Petronius alone showed not the slightest emotion, but said, like a man annoyed by continual visits, "They might let me dine in peace." Then turning to the chief of the atrium, he said, "Let him enter." The slave disappeared behind the curtain. A moment later heavy steps were heard, and an acquaintance of Petronius appeared, the centurion Aper, armed, and with an iron helmet on his head. "Noble lord," said he, "here is a letter from Caesar." Petronius extended his white hand lazily, took the tablet, and, casting his eye over it, gave it, in all calmness to Eunice. "He will read a new book of the Troyad this evening, and invites me to come." "I have only the order to deliver the letter," said the centurion. "Yes, there will be no answer. But, centurion, thou mightst rest a while with us and empty a goblet of wine?" "Thanks to thee, noble lord. A goblet of wine I will drink to thy health willingly. But rest I may not, for I am on duty." "Why was the letter given to thee, and not sent by a slave?" "I know not, Lord. Perhaps because I was sent in this direction on other duty." "I know, against the Christians?" "Yes, Lord." "Is it long since the pursuit was begun?" "Some divisions were sent to the Trans-Tiber before midday." When he had said this, the centurion shook a little wine from the goblet in honor of Mars, then he emptied it, and said, "May the gods grant thee, Lord, what thou desirest." "Take the goblet too," said Petronius. Then he gave a sign to Anthemius to finish the hymn to Apollo. "Bronzebeard is beginning to play with me and Vinicius," thought he, when the harp sounded anew. "I divine his plan. He wanted to terrify me by sending the invitation through a centurion. They will ask the centurion in the evening how I received him. No, no. Thou wilt not amuse thyself overmuch, cruel and wicked prophet. I know that thou wilt not forget the offense, I know that my destruction will not fail. But if thou think that I shall look into thy eyes imploringly, that thou wilt see fear and humility on my face, thou art mistaken. Caesar writes, Lord, said Eunice, come if thou hast the wish, wilt thou go? I am in excellent health, and can listen even to his verses, answered Petronius. Hence I shall go, all the more since Vinicius cannot go. In fact, after the dinner was finished and after the usual walk, he gave himself into the hands of hairdressers and of slaves who arranged his robes, and an hour later, beautiful as a god, he gave command to take him to the Palatine. It was late, the evening was warm and calm, the moon shone so brightly that the lapidarii going before the litter put out their torches. On the streets and among the ruins crowds of people were pushing along, drunk with wine, in garlands of ivy and honeysuckle, bearing in their hands branches of myrtle and laurel taken from Caesar's gardens. Abundance of grain and hopes of great games filled the hearts of all with gladness. Here and there songs were sung magnifying the divine night and love. Here and there they were dancing by the light of the moon, and the slaves were forced repeatedly to demand space for the litter of the noble Petronius, and then the crowd pushed apart, shouting in honor of their favorite. He was thinking of Vinicius, and wondering why he had no news from him. He was an Epicurean and an egotist, but passing time, now with Paul of Tarsus, now with Vinicius, hearing daily of the Christians, he had changed somewhat without his own knowledge. A certain breeze from them had blown on him, this cast new seeds into his soul. Besides his own person others began to occupy him. Moreover, he had been always attached to Vinicius, for in childhood he had loved greatly his sister, the mother of Vinicius. At present, therefore, when he had taken part in his affairs, he looked on them with that interest with which he would have looked on some tragedy. Petronius did not lose hope that Vinicius had anticipated the Praetorians and fled with Lygia, or, in the worst case, had rescued her. But he would have preferred to be certain, since he foresaw that he might have to answer various questions for which he would better be prepared. Stopping before the house of Tiberius, he alighted from the litter, and after a while entered the atrium, filled already with Augustans. Yesterday's friends, though astonished that he was invited, still pushed back. But he moved on among them, beautiful, free, unconcerned, as self-confident as if he himself had the power to distribute favors. Some, seeing him thus, were alarmed in spirit lest they had shown him indifference too early. Caesar, however, feigned not to see him, and did not return his obeisance, pretending to be occupied in conversation. But Tigellinus approached and said, Good evening, Arbiter Elegantiarum. Dost thou assert still that it was not the Christians who burnt Rome? Petronius shrugged his shoulders, and, clapping Tigellinus on the back as he would a freedman, answered, Thou knowest as well as I what to think of that. I do not dare to rival thee in wisdom. And thou art right, for when Caesar reads to us a new book from the Troyad, thou, instead of crying out like a jackdaw, wouldst have to give an opinion that was not pointless. Tigellinus bit his lips. He was not overrejoiced that Caesar had decided to read a new book, for that opened a field in which he could not rival Petronius. In fact, during the reading, Nero, from habit, turned his eyes involuntarily toward Petronius, looking carefully to see what he could read in his face. The latter listened, raised his brows, agreed at times, in places increased his attention as if to be sure that he heard correctly. Then he praised or criticized, demanded corrections or the smoothing of certain verses. Nero himself felt that for others in their exaggerated praises it was simply a question of themselves, that Petronius alone was occupied with poetry for its own sake. That he alone understood it, and that if he praised one could be sure that the verses deserved praise. Gradually therefore he began to discuss with him, to dispute. And when at last Petronius brought the fitness of a certain expression into doubt, he said, Thou wilt see in the last book why I used it. Ah, thought Petronius, then we shall wait for the last book. More than one hearing this said in spirit, Woe to me! Petronius with time before him may return to favor and overturn even Tigellinus. And they began again to approach him. But the end of the evening was less fortunate. For Caesar, at the moment when Petronius was taking leave, inquired suddenly, with blinking eyes and a face at once glad and malicious. But why did not Vinicius come? Had Petronius been sure that Vinicius and Lygia were beyond the gates of the city, he would have answered, "With thy permission he has married and gone." But seeing Nero's strange smile, he answered, "Thy invitation, divinity, did not find him at home." "Say to Vinicius that I shall be glad to see him," answered Nero, "and tell him from me not to neglect the games in which Christians will appear." These words alarmed Petronius. It seemed to him that they related to Lygia directly. Sitting in his litter, he gave command to bear him home still more quickly than in the morning. That, however, was not easy. Before the house of Tiberius stood a crowd dense and noisy, drunk as before, though not singing and dancing, but, as it were, excited. From afar came certain shouts which Petronius could not understand at once, but which rose and grew till at last they were one savage roar. "To the lions with Christians!" Rich litters of courtiers pushed through the howling rabble. From the depth of burnt streets new crowds rushed forth continually. These, hearing the cry, repeated it. News passed from mouth to mouth that the pursuit had continued from the forenoon, that a multitude of incendiaries were seized. And immediately along the newly cleared and the old streets, through alleys lying among ruins around the Palatine. Over all the hills and gardens were heard through the length and breadth of Rome shouts of swelling rage. "To the lions with Christians!" "Heard," repeated Petronius, with contempt, "a people worthy of Caesar." And he began to think that a society resting on superior force, on cruelty of which even barbarians had no conception, on crimes and mad profligacy, could not endure. Rome ruled the world, but was also its ulcer. The odor of a corpse was rising from it. Over its decaying life the shadow of death was descending. More than once this had been mentioned even among the Augustans. But never before had Petronius had a clearer view of this truth, that the laurel chariot on which Rome stood in the form of a triumphator, and which dragged behind a chained herd of nations, was going to the precipice. The life of that world-ruling city seemed to him a kind of mad dance, an orgy, which must end. He saw then that the Christians alone had a new basis of life. But he judged that soon there would not remain a trace of the Christians. And what then? The mad dance would continue under Nero. And if Nero disappeared, another would be found of the same kind or worse, for with such a people and such patricians there was no reason to find a better leader. There would be a new orgy, and moreover a fouler and a viler one. But the orgy could not last forever, and there would be need of sleep when it was over, even because of simple exhaustion. While thinking of this, Petronius felt immensely wearied. Was it worthwhile to live, and live in uncertainty, with no purpose but to look at such a society? The genius of death was not less beautiful than the genius of sleep, and he also had wings at his shoulders. The litter stopped before the arbiter's door, which was opened that instant by the watchful keeper. "Has the noble Vinicius returned?" inquired Petronius. "Yes, Lord, a moment ago," replied the slave. "He has not rescued her," thought Petronius. And casting aside his toga, he ran into the atrium. Vinicius was sitting on a stool. His head bent almost to his knees with his hands on his head, but at the sound of steps he raised his stony face, in which the eyes alone had a feverish brightness. "Thou wert late?" asked Petronius. "Yes, they seized her before midday." A moment of silence followed. "Hast thou seen her?" "Yes." "Where is she?" "In the Mamertine prison." Petronius trembled and looked at Vinicius with an inquiring glance. The latter understood. "No," said he. "She was not thrust down to the Tullianum 19 nor even to the middle prison. I paid the guard to give her his own room. Ursus took his place at the threshold and is guarding her." "Why did Ursus not defend her?" "They sent 50 praetorians, and Linus forbade him." "But Linus?" Linus is dying, therefore they did not seize him. What is thy intention? To save her or die with her? I too believe in Christ. Vinicius spoke with apparent calmness. But there was such despair in his voice that the heart of Petronius quivered from pure pity. I understand thee, said he, but how dost thou think to save her? I paid the guards highly, first to shield her from indignity, and second not to hinder her flight. When can that happen? They answered that they could not give her to me at once, as they feared responsibility. When the prison will be filled with a multitude of people, and when the tally of prisoners is confused, they will deliver her. But that is a desperate thing. Do thou save her, and me first. Thou art a friend of Caesar. He himself gave her to me. Go to him and save me. Petronius, instead of answering, called a slave, and, commanding him to bring 2 dark mantles and 2 swords, turned to Vinicius. On the way I will tell thee, said he. Meanwhile take the mantle and weapon, and we will go to the prison. There give the guards 100,000 sestertia, give them twice and 5 times more, if they will free Lygia at once. Otherwise it will be too late. Let us go, said Vinicius. After a while both were on the street. Now listen to me, said Petronius. I did not wish to lose time. I am in disfavor, beginning with today. My own life is hanging on a hair, hence I can do nothing with Caesar. Worse than that, I am sure that he would act in opposition to my request. If that were not the case, would I advise thee to flee with Lygia or to rescue her? Besides, if thou escape, Caesar's wrath will turn on me. Today he would rather do something at thy request than at mine. Do not count on that, however. Get her out of the prison, and flee. Nothing else is left. If that does not succeed, there will be time for other methods. Meanwhile know that Lygia is in prison, not alone for belief in Christ. Poppaea's anger is pursuing her and thee. Thou hast offended the Augusta by rejecting her, dost remember? She knows that she was rejected for Lygia, whom she hated from the first cast of the eye. Nay, she tried to destroy Lygia before by ascribing the death of her own infant to her witchcraft. The hand of Poppaea is in this. How explain that Lygia was the first to be imprisoned? Who could point out the house of Linus? But I tell thee that she has been followed this long time. I know that I wring thy soul, and take the remnant of thy hope from thee, but I tell thee this purposely, for the reason that if thou free her not before they come at the idea that thou wilt try, ye are both lost. Yes, I understand, muttered Vinicius. The streets were empty because of the late hour. Their further conversation was interrupted, however, by a drunken gladiator who came toward them. He reeled against Petronius, put one hand on his shoulder, covering his face with a breath filled with wine, and shouted in a hoarse voice. To the lions with Christians. Murmillo, answered Petronius, quietly, listen to good counsel, go thy way. With his other hand the drunken man seized him by the arm. Shout with me, or I'll break thy neck, Christians to the lions. But the arbiter's nerves had had enough of those shouts. From the time that he had left the Palatine they had been stifling him like a nightmare, and rending his ears. So when he saw the fist of the giant above him, the measure of his patience was exceeded. Friend, said he, thou hint the smell of wine, and art stopping my way. Thus speaking, he drove into the man's breast to the hilt the short sword which he had brought from home. Then, taking the arm of Vinicius, he continued as if nothing had happened. Caesar said today, tell Vinicius from me to be at the games in which Christians will appear. Dost understand what that means? They wish to make a spectacle of thy pain. That is a settled affair. Perhaps that is why thou and I are not imprisoned yet. If thou art not able to get her at once, I do not know, act might take thy part, but can she effect anything? Thy Sicilian lands, too, might tempt Tigellinus. Make the trial. I will give him all that I have, answered Vinicius. From the Carini to the Forum was not very far, hence they arrived soon. The night had begun to pale, and the walls of the castle came out definitely from the shadow. Suddenly, as they turned toward the Mamertine prison, Petronius stopped, and said, "Praetorians! Too late." In fact, the prison was surrounded by a double rank of soldiers. The morning dawn was silvering their helmets and the points of their javelins. Vinicius grew as pale as marble. "Let us go on," said he. After a while they halted before the line. Gifted with an uncommon memory, Petronius knew not only the officers, but nearly all the Praetorian soldiers. Soon he saw an acquaintance, a leader of a cohort, and nodded to him. "But what is this, Niger?" asked he. "Are ye commanded to watch the prison?" "Yes, noble Petronius." The prefect feared lest they might try to rescue the incendiaries. "Have ye the order to admit no one?" inquired Vinicius. "We have not. Acquaintances will visit the prisoners, and in that way we shall seize more Christians." "Then let me in," said Vinicius. And pressing Petronius's hand, he said, "See act, I will come to learn her answer." "Come," responded Petronius. At that moment under the ground and beyond the thick walls was heard singing. The hymn, at first low and muffled, rose more and more. The voices of men, women, and children were mingled in one harmonious chorus. The whole prison began to sound, in the calmness of dawn, like a harp. But those were not voices of sorrow or despair, on the contrary, gladness and triumph were heard in them. The soldiers looked at one another with amazement. The first golden and rosy gleams of the morning appeared in the sky. Chapter 51. The cry, "Christians to the lions," was heard increasingly in every part of the city. At first not only did no one doubt that they were the real authors of the catastrophe, but no one wished to doubt, since their punishment was to be a splendid amusement for the populace. Still the opinion spread that the catastrophe would not have assumed such dreadful proportions but for the anger of the gods. For this reason, piacula, or purifying sacrifices, were commanded in the temples. By advice of the Sibylline books, the Senate ordained solemnities and public prayer to Vulcan, Ceres, and Proserpina. Matrons made offerings to Juno. A whole procession of them went to the seashore to take water and sprinkle with it the statue of the goddess. Married women prepared feasts to the gods and night watches. All Rome purified itself from sin, made offerings, and placated the immortals. Meanwhile new broad streets were opened among the ruins. In one place and another foundations were laid for magnificent houses, palaces, and temples. But first of all they built with unheard of haste an enormous wooden amphitheater in which Christians were to die. Immediately after that consultation in the house of Tiberius, orders went to consuls to furnish wild beasts. Tigellinus emptied the vivaria of all Italian cities, not excepting the smaller ones. In Africa, at his command, gigantic hunts were organized, in which the entire local population was forced to take part. Elephants and tigers were brought in from Asia, crocodiles and hippopotamuses from the Nile, lions from the Atlas, wolves and bears from the Pyrenees, savage hounds from Hibernia, Molossian dogs from Epirus, bisons and the gigantic wild aurochs from Germany. Because of the number of prisoners, the games were to surpass in greatness anything seen up to that time. Caesar wished to drown all memory of the fire in blood, and make Rome drunk with it. Hence never had there been a greater promise of bloodshed. The willing people helped guards and praetorians in hunting Christians. That was no difficult labor, for whole groups of them camped with the other population in the midst of the gardens, and confessed their faith openly. When surrounded, they knelt, and while singing hymns let themselves be borne away without resistance. But their patience only increased the anger of the populace, who, not understanding its origin, considered it as rage and persistence in crime. A madness seized the persecutors. It happened that the mob wrested Christians from praetorians, and tore them to pieces. Women were dragged to prison by the hair, children's heads were dashed against stones. Thousands of people rushed, howling, night and day through the streets. Victims were sought in ruins, in chimneys, in cellars. Before the prison bacchanalian feasts and dances were celebrated at fires, around casks of wine. In the evening was heard with delight bellowing which was like thunder, and which sounded throughout the city. The prisons were overflowing with thousands of people. Every day the mob and praetorians drove in new victims. Pity had died out. It seemed that people had forgotten to speak, and in their wild frenzy remembered one shout alone, to the lions with Christians. Wonderfully hot days came, and nights more stifling than ever before. The very air seemed filled with blood, crime, and madness. And that surpassing measure of cruelty was answered by an equal measure of desire for martyrdom. The confessors of Christ went to death willingly, or even sought death till they were restrained by the stern commands of superiors. By the injunction of these superiors they began to assemble only outside the city, in excavations near the Appian Way, and in vineyards belonging to patrician Christians, of whom none had been imprisoned so far. It was known perfectly on the Palatine that to the confessors of Christ belonged Flavius, Domitilla, Pomponia Graecina, Cornelius Pudens, and Vinicius. Caesar himself, however, feared that the mob would not believe that such people had burned Rome, and since it was important beyond everything to convince the mob, punishment and vengeance were deferred till later days. Others were of the opinion, but erroneously, that those patricians were saved by the influence of act. Petronius, after parting with Vinicius, turned to act, it is true, to gain assistance for Lygia. But she could offer him only tears, for she lived in oblivion and suffering, and was endured only in so far as she hid herself from Poppaea and Caesar. But she had visited Lygia in prison, she had carried her clothing and food, and above all had saved her from injury on the part of the prison guards, who, moreover, were bribed already. Petronius, unable to forget that had it not been for him and his plan of taking Lygia from the house of Aulus, probably she would not be in prison at that moment, and, besides, wishing to win the game against Tigellinus, spared neither time nor efforts. In the course of a few days he saw Seneca, Domitius Afer, Crispinilla, and Diodorus, through whom he wished to reach Poppaea. He saw Terpnos, and the beautiful Pythagoras, and finally Alicerus and Paris, to whom Caesar usually refused nothing. With the help of Chrysothemis, then mistress of Vatinius, he tried to gain even his aid, not sparing in this case and in others promises and money. But all these efforts were fruitless. Seneca, uncertain of the morrow, fell to explaining to him that the Christians, even if they had not burned Rome, should be exterminated, for the good of the city. In a word, he justified the coming slaughter for political reasons. Terpnos and Diodorus took the money, and did nothing in return for it. Vatinius reported to Caesar that they had been trying to bribe him. Alicerus alone, who at first was hostile to the Christians, took pity on them then, and made bold to mention to Caesar the imprisoned maiden, and to implore in her behalf. He obtained nothing, however, but the answer: "Dost thou think that I have a soul inferior to that of Brutus, who spared not his own sons for the good of Rome?" When this answer was repeated to Petronius, he said, "Since Nero has compared himself to Brutus, there is no salvation." But he was sorry for Vinicius, and dread seized him lest he might attempt his own life. Now, thought the arbiter, he is upheld by the efforts which he makes to save her, by the sight of her, and by his own suffering. But when all means fail and the last ray of hope is quenched, by Castor, he will not survive, he will throw himself on his sword. Petronius understood better how to die thus than to love and suffer like Vinicius. Meanwhile Vinicius did all that he could think of to save Lygia. He visited Augustans. And he, once so proud, now begged their assistance. Through Vitellius he offered Tigellinus all his Sicilian estates, and whatever else the man might ask. But Tigellinus, not wishing apparently to offend the Augusta, refused. To go to Caesar himself, embrace his knees and implore, would lead to nothing. Vinicius wished, it is true, to do this. But Petronius, hearing of his purpose, inquired, But should he refuse thee, or answer with a jest or a shameless threat, what wouldst thou do? At this the young tribune's features contracted with pain and rage, and from his fixed jaws a gritting sound was heard. Yes, said Petronius, I advise thee against this, because thou wouldst close all paths of rescue. Vinicius restrained himself, and passing his palm over his forehead, which was covered with cold sweat, replied. No, no. I am a Christian. But thou wilt forget this, as thou didst a moment ago. Thou hast the right to ruin thyself, but not her. Remember what the daughter of Sejanus passed through before death. Speaking thus he was not altogether sincere, since he was concerned more for Vinicius than for Lygia. Still he knew that in no way could he restrain him from a dangerous step, as well as by telling him that he would bring inexorable destruction on Lygia. Moreover, he was right. For on the Palatine they had counted on the visit of the young tribune, and had taken needful precautions. But the suffering of Vinicius surpassed human endurance. From the moment that Lygia was imprisoned and the glory of coming martyrdom had fallen on her, not only did he love her 100 times more, but he began simply to give her in his soul almost religious honor, as he would a superhuman being. And now, at the thought that he must lose this being both loved and holy, that besides death torments might be inflicted on her more terrible than death itself, the blood stiffened in his veins. His soul was turned into one groan, his thoughts were confused. At times it seemed to him that his skull was filled with living fire, which would either burn or burst it. He ceased to understand what was happening, he ceased to understand why Christ, the merciful, the divine, did not come with aid to his adherents. Why the dingy walls of the Palatine did not sink through the earth, and with them Nero, the Augustans, the Praetorian camp, and all that city of crime. He thought that it could not and should not be otherwise, and all that his eyes saw, and because of which his heart was breaking, was a dream. But the roaring of wild beasts informed him that it was reality, the sound of the axes beneath which rose the arena told him that it was reality. The howling of the people and the overfilled prisons confirmed this. Then his faith in Christ was alarmed, and that alarm was a new torture, the most dreadful of all, perhaps. Remember what the daughter of Sejanus endured before death, said Petronius to him, meanwhile. Chapter 52. And everything had failed. Vinicius lowered himself to the degree that he sought support from freedmen and slaves, both those of Caesar and Poppaea. He overpaid their empty promises, he won their goodwill with rich gifts. He found the first husband of Poppaea, Rufus Crispinus, and obtained from him a letter. He gave a villa in Antium to Rufius, her son by the first marriage, but thereby he merely angered Caesar, who hated his stepson. By a special courier he sent a letter to Poppaea's second husband, Otho, in Spain. He sacrificed his property and himself, until he saw at last that he was simply the plaything of people. That if he had pretended that the imprisonment of Lygia concerned him little, he would have freed her sooner. Petronius saw this, too. Meanwhile day followed day. The amphitheater was finished. The tesserae were distributed, that is, tickets of entrance, to the ludus matutinis. 20 But this time the morning games, because of the unheard-of number of victims, were to continue for days, weeks, and months. It was not known where to put the Christians. The prisons were crammed, and fever was raging in them. The puticuli, common pits in which slaves were kept, began to be overfilled. There was fear that diseases might spread over the whole city. Hence, haste. All these reports struck the ears of Vinicius, extinguishing in him the last hope. While there was yet time, he might delude himself with the belief that he could do something, but now there was no time. The spectacles must begin. Ligia might find herself any day in a cuniculum of the circus, whence the only exit was to the arena. Vinicius, not knowing whither fate and the cruelty of superior force might throw her, visited all the circuses, bribed guards and beast-keepers, laying before them plans which they could not execute. In time he saw that he was working for this only, to make death less terrible to her, and just then he felt that instead of brains he had glowing coals in his head. For the rest he had no thought of surviving her, and determined to perish at the same time. But he feared lest pain might burn his life out before the dreadful hour came. His friends and Petronius thought also that any day might open the kingdom of shadows before him. His face was black, and resembled those waxen masks kept in Lararia. In his features astonishment had grown frigid, as if he had no understanding of what had happened and what might happen. When anyone spoke to him, he raised his hands to his face mechanically, and, pressing his temples, looked at the speaker with an inquiring and astonished gaze. He passed whole nights with Ursus at Lygia's door in the prison. If she commanded him to go away and rest, he returned to Petronius, and walked in the atrium till morning. The slaves found him frequently kneeling with upraised hands or lying with his face to the earth. He prayed to Christ, for Christ was his last hope. Everything had failed him. Only a miracle could save Ligia, hence he beat the stone flags with his forehead and prayed for the miracle. But he knew enough yet to understand that Peter's prayers were more important than his own. Peter had promised him Ligia, Peter had baptized him, Peter had performed miracles, let him give aid and rescue. And a certain night he went to seek the apostle. The Christians, of whom not many remained, had concealed him now carefully even from other brethren, lest any of the weaker in spirit might betray him wittingly or unwittingly. Vinicius, amid the general confusion and disaster, occupied also in efforts to get Ligia out of prison, had lost sight of Peter. He had barely seen him once from the time of his own baptism till the beginning of the persecution. But betaking himself to that quarryman in whose hut he was baptized, he learned that there would be a meeting outside the Porta Salaria in a vineyard which belonged to Cornelius Pudens. The quarryman offered to guide him, and declared that he would find Peter there. They started about dusk, and, passing beyond the wall, through hollows overgrown with reeds, reached the vineyard in a wild and lonely place. The meeting was held in a wine-shed. As Vinicius drew near, the murmur of prayer reached his ears. On entering he saw by dim lamplight a few tens of kneeling figures sunk in prayer. They were saying a kind of litany. A chorus of voices, male and female, repeated every moment, "Christ have mercy on us." In those voices, deep, piercing sadness and sorrow were heard. Peter was present. He was kneeling in front of the others, before a wooden cross nailed to the wall of the shed, and was praying. From a distance Vinicius recognized his white hair and his upraised hands. The first thought of the young patrician was to pass through the assembly, cast himself at the apostles' feet, and cry, "Save!" But whether it was the solemnity of the prayer, or because weakness bent the knees under Vinicius, he began to repeat while he groaned and clasped his hands, "Christ have mercy." Had he been conscious, he would have understood that his was not the only prayer in which there was a groan, that he was not the only one who had brought with him his pain, alarm, and grief. There was not in that assembly one soul which had not lost persons dear to the heart. And when the most zealous and courageous confessors were in prison already, when with every moment new tidings were borne about of insults and tortures inflicted on them in the prisons, when the greatness of the calamity exceeded every imagination, when only that handful remained, there was not one heart there which was not terrified in its faith, which did not ask doubtfully, "Where is Christ? And why does he let evil be mightier than God?" Meanwhile they implored him despairingly for mercy, since in each soul there still smoldered a spark of hope that he would come, hurl Nero into the abyss, and rule the world. They looked yet toward the sky, they listened yet, they prayed yet with trembling. Vinicius, too, in proportion as they repeated, "Christ have mercy on us," was seized by such an ecstasy as formerly in the quarryman's hut. Now from the depths they call on him in the profoundness of their sorrow, now Peter calls on him. So any moment the heavens may be rent, the earth tremble to its foundations, and he appear in infinite glory, with stars at his feet, merciful, but awful. He will raise up the faithful, and command the abysses to swallow the persecutors. Vinicius covered his face with both hands, and bowed to the earth. Immediately silence was around him, as if fear had stopped further breathing on the lips of all present. And it seemed to him that something must happen surely, that a moment of miracle would follow. He felt certain that when he rose and opened his eyes he would see a light from which mortal eyes would be blinded, and hear a voice from which hearts would grow faint. But the silence was unbroken. It was interrupted at last by the sobbing of women. Vinicius rose and looked forward with dazed eyes. In the shed, instead of glories not of earth, shone the faint gleam of lanterns, and rays of the moon, entering through an opening in the roof, filled the place with silvery light. The people kneeling around Vinicius raised their tearful eyes toward the cross in silence. Here and there sobbing was heard, and from outside came the warning whistles of watchmen. Meanwhile Peter rose, and, turning to the assembly, said, "Children, raise your hearts to the Redeemer and offer him your tears." After that he was silent. All at once was heard the voice of a woman, full of sorrowful complaint and pain. "I am a widow, I had one son who supported me. Give him back, O Lord." Silence followed again. Peter was standing before the kneeling audience, old, full of care. In that moment he seemed to them decrepitude and weakness personified. With that a second voice began to complain. "Executioners insulted my daughter, and Christ permitted them." Then a third. "I alone have remained to my children, and when I am taken who will give them bread and water?" Then a fourth. "Linus, spared at first, they have taken now and put to torture, O Lord." Then a fifth. "When we return to our houses, praetorians will seize us. We know not where to hide. Woe to us! Who will protect us?" And thus in that silence of the night complaint after complaint was heard. The old fisherman closed his eyes and shook his white head over that human pain and fear. New silence followed, the watchman merely gave out low whistles beyond the shed. Vinicius sprang up again, so as to break through the crowd to the apostle and demand salvation. But on a sudden he saw before him, as it were, a precipice, the sight of which took strength from his feet. What if the apostle were to confess his own weakness, affirm that the Roman Caesar was stronger than Christ the Nazarene? And at that thought terror raised the hair on his head, for he felt that in such a case not only the remnant of his hope would fall into that abyss, but with it he himself. And all through which he had life, and there would remain only night and death, resembling a shoreless sea. Meanwhile Peter began to speak in a voice so low at first that it was barely possible to hear him. "My children, on Golgotha I saw them nail God to the cross. I heard the hammers, and I saw them raise the cross on high, so that the rabble might gaze at the death of the Son of Man. I saw them open his side, and I saw him die. When returning from the cross, I cried in pain, as ye are crying, Woe! Woe! O Lord, thou art God. Why hast thou permitted this? Why hast thou died, and why hast thou tormented the hearts of us who believed that thy kingdom would come? But he, our Lord and God, rose from the dead the third day, and was among us till he entered his kingdom in great glory. And we, seeing our little faith, became strong in heart, and from that time we are sowing his grain." Here, turning toward the place whence the first complaint came, he began in a voice now stronger. "Why do ye complain? God gave himself to torture and death, and ye wish him to shield you from the same. People of little faith, have ye received his teaching? Has he promised you nothing but life? He comes to you and says, Follow in my path. He raises you to himself, and ye catch at this earth with your hands, crying, Lord, save us. I am dust before God, but before you I am his apostle and vice-regent. I speak to you in the name of Christ. Not death is before you, but life, not tortures, but endless delights. Not tears and groans, but singing, not bondage, but rule. I, God's apostle, say this, O widow, thy son will not die, he will be born into glory, into eternal life, and thou wilt rejoin him. To thee, O father, whose innocent daughter was defiled by executioners, I promise that thou shalt find her whiter than the lilies of Hebron. To you, mothers, whom they are tearing away from your orphans, to you who lose fathers, to you who complain, to you who will see the death of loved ones. To you the careworn, the unfortunate, the timid, to you who must die, in the name of Christ I declare that ye will wake as if from sleep to a happy waking, as if from night to the light of God. In the name of Christ, let the beam fall from your eyes, and let your hearts be inflamed. When he had said this, he raised his hand as if commanding, and they felt new blood in their veins, and also a quiver in their bones. For before them was standing, not a decrepit and careworn old man, but a potentate, who took their souls and raised them from dust and terror. Amen, called a number of voices. From the apostle's eyes came a light ever increasing, power issued from him, majesty issued from him, and holiness. Heads bent before him, and he, when the Amen ceased, continued. Ye sow in tears to reap in joy. Why fear ye the power of evil? Above the earth, above Rome, above the walls of cities is the Lord, who has taken his dwelling within you. The stones will be wet from tears, the sand steeped in blood, the valleys will be filled with your bodies, but I say that ye are victorious. The Lord is advancing to the conquest of this city of crime, oppression, and pride, and ye are his legions. He redeemed with his own blood and torture the sins of the world. So he wishes that ye should redeem with torture and blood this nest of injustice. This he announces to you through my lips. And he opened his arms, and fixed his eyes upward. The hearts almost ceased to beat in their breasts, for they felt that his glance beheld something which their mortal sight could not see. In fact, his face had changed, and was overspread with serenity. He gazed some time in silence, as if speechless from ecstasy, but after a while they heard his voice. Thou art here, O Lord, and dost show thy ways to me. True, O Christ. Not in Jerusalem, but in this city of Satan wilt thou fix thy capital. Here out of these tears and this blood dost thou wish to build thy church. Here, where Nero rules today, thy eternal kingdom is to stand. Thine, O Lord, O Lord. And thou commandest these timid ones to form the foundation of thy holy Zion of their bones, and thou commandest my spirit to assume rule over it, and over peoples of the earth. And thou art pouring the fountain of strength on the weak, so that they become strong, and now thou commandest me to feed thy sheep from this spot, to the end of ages. Oh, be thou praised in thy decrees by which thou commandest to conquer. Hosanna! Hosanna! Those who were timid rose, into those who doubted streams of faith flowed. Some voices cried, Hosanna! Others, Pro Christo! Then silence followed. Bright summer lightning illuminated the interior of the shed, and the pale, excited faces. Peter, fixed in a vision, prayed a long time yet. But conscious at last, he turned his inspired face, full of light, to the assembly, and said, This is how the Lord has overcome doubt in you, so ye will go to victory in his name. And though he knew that they would conquer, though he knew what would grow out of their tears and blood, still his voice quivered with emotion when he was blessing them with the cross. And he said, Now I bless you, my children, as ye go to torture, to death, to eternity. They gathered round him and wept. We are ready, said they, but do thou, O holy head, guard thyself, for thou art the vice-regent who performs the office of Christ. And thus speaking, they seized his mantle, he placed his hands on their heads, and blessed each one separately, just as a father does children whom he is sending on a long journey. And they began at once to go out of the shed, for they were in a hurry, to their houses, and from them to the prisons and arenas. Their thoughts were separated from the earth, their souls had taken flight toward eternity, and they walked on as if in a dream. In ecstasy opposing that force which was in them to the force and the cruelty of the beast. Nereus, the servant of Pudens, took the apostle and led him by a secret path in the vineyard to his house. But Vinicius followed them in the clear night, and when they reached the cottage of Nereus at last, he threw himself suddenly at the feet of the apostle. What dost thou wish, my son? Asked Peter, recognizing him. After what he had heard in the vineyard, Vinicius dared not implore him for anything. But, embracing his feet with both hands, he pressed his forehead to them with sobbing, and called for compassion in that dumb manner. I know. They took the maiden whom thou lovest. Pray for her. Lord, groaned Vinicius, embracing his feet still more firmly, Lord, I am a wretched worm, but thou didst know Christ. Implore him, take her part. And from pain he trembled like a leaf. And he beat the earth with his forehead, for, knowing the strength of the apostle, he knew that he alone could rescue her. Peter was moved by that pain. He remembered how on a time Lygia herself, when attacked by Crispus, lay at his feet in like manner imploring pity. He remembered that he had raised her and comforted her. Hence now he raised Vinicius. My son, said he, I will pray for her. But do thou remember that I told those doubting ones that God himself passed through the torment of the cross, and remember that after this life begins another, an eternal one. I know. I have heard, answered Vinicius, catching the air with his pale lips, but thou sayest, Lord, that I cannot. If blood is required, implore Christ to take mine, I am a soldier. Let him double, let him triple, the torment intended for her, I will suffer it, but let him spare her. She is a child yet, and he is mightier than Caesar, I believe, mightier. Thou didst love her thyself, thou didst bless us. She is an innocent child yet. Again he bowed, and, putting his face to Peter's knees, he repeated. Thou didst know Christ, Lord, thou didst know him. He will give ear to thee, take her part. Peter closed his lids, and prayed earnestly. The summer lightning illuminated the sky again. Vinicius, by the light of it, looked at the lips of the apostle, waiting sentence of life or death from them. In the silence quails were heard calling in the vineyard, and the dull, distant sound of treadmills near the Via Salaria. Vinicius, asked the apostle at last, dost thou believe? Would I have come hither if I believed not? Answered Vinicius. Then believe to the end, for faith will remove mountains. Hence, though thou wert to see that maiden under the sword of the executioner or in the jaws of a lion, believe that Christ can save her. Believe, and pray to him, and I will pray with thee. Then, raising his face toward heaven, he said aloud. O merciful Christ, look on this aching heart and console it. O merciful Christ, temper the wind to the fleece of the lamb. O merciful Christ, who didst implore the Father to turn away the bitter cup from thy mouth, turn it from the mouth of this thy servant. Amen. But Vinicius, stretching his hand toward the stars, said, groaning, I am thine, take me instead of her. The sky began to grow pale in the east. Chapter 53. Vinicius, on leaving the apostle, went to the prison with a heart renewed by hope. Somewhere in the depth of his soul, despair and terror were still crying, but he stifled those voices. It seemed to him impossible that the intercession of the vice-regent of God and the power of his prayer should be without effect. He feared to hope, he feared to doubt. I will believe in his mercy, said he to himself, even though I saw her in the jaws of a lion. And at this thought, even though the soul quivered in him and cold sweat drenched his temples, he believed. Every throb of his heart was a prayer then. He began to understand that faith would move mountains, for he felt in himself a wonderful strength, which he had not felt earlier. It seemed to him that he could do things which he had not the power to do the day before. At moments he had an impression that the danger had passed. If despair was heard groaning again in his soul, he recalled that night, and that holy grey face raised to heaven in prayer. No, Christ will not refuse his first disciple and the pastor of his flock. Christ will not refuse him. I will not doubt. And he ran toward the prison as a herald of good news. But there an unexpected thing awaited him. All the Praetorian guards taking turn before the Mamertine prison knew him, and generally they raised not the least difficulty. This time, however, the line did not open, but a centurion approached him and said, Pardon, noble tribune, today we have a command to admit no one. A command, repeated Vinicius, growing pale. The soldier looked at him with pity, and answered. Yes, Lord, a command of Caesar. In the prison there are many sick, and perhaps it is feared that visitors might spread infection through the city. But hast thou said that the order was for today only? The guards change at noon. Vinicius was silent and uncovered his head, for it seemed to him that the pileolus which he wore was of lead. Meanwhile the soldier approached him, and said in a low voice. Be at rest, Lord, the guard and Ursus are watching over her. When he had said this, he bent and, in the twinkle of an eye, drew with his long Gallic sword on the flag stone the form of a fish. Vinicius looked at him quickly. And thou art a praetorian? Till I shall be there, answered the soldier, pointing to the prison. And I, too, worship Christ. May his name be praised. I know, Lord, I cannot admit thee to the prison, but write a letter, I will give it to the guard. Thanks to thee, brother. He pressed the soldier's hand, and went away. The pileolus ceased to weigh like lead. The morning sun rose over the walls of the prison, and with its brightness consolation began to enter his heart again. That Christian soldier was for him a new witness of the power of Christ. After a while he halted, and, fixing his glance on the rosy clouds above the Capitol and the temple of Jupiter Stator, he said. I have not seen her today, O Lord, but I believe in thy mercy. At the house he found Petronius, who, making day out of night as usual, had returned not long before. He had succeeded, however, in taking his bath and anointing himself for sleep. I have news for thee, said he. Today I was with Tullius Anicio, whom Caesar also visited. I know not whence it came to the mind of the Augusta to bring little Rufius with her, perhaps to soften the heart of Caesar by his beauty. Unfortunately, the child, wearied by drowsiness, fell asleep during the reading, as Vespasian did once. Seeing this, Ahenobarbus hurled a goblet at his stepson, and wounded him seriously. Poppaea fainted. All heard how Caesar said, I have enough of this brood, and that, knowest thou, means as much as death. The punishment of God was hanging over the Augusta, answered Vinicius. But why dost thou tell me this? I tell thee because the anger of Poppaea pursued thee, and Lygia, occupied now by her own misfortune, she may leave her vengeance and be more easily influenced. I will see her this evening and talk with her. Thanks to thee. Thou givest me good news. But do thou bathe and rest. Thy lips are blue, and there is not a shadow of thee left. Is not the time of the first ludus matutinus announced? Inquired Vinicius. In 10 days. But they will take other prisons first. The more time that remains to us the better. All is not lost yet. But he did not believe this. For he knew perfectly that since to the request of Alicerus, Caesar had found the splendidly sounding answer in which he compared himself to Brutus, there was no rescue for Ligia. He hid also, through pity, what he had heard at Senicio's, that Caesar and Tigellinus had decided to select for themselves and their friends the most beautiful Christian maidens, and defile them before the torture. The others were to be given, on the day of the games, to praetorians and beast-keepers. Knowing that Vinicius would not survive Ligia in any case, he strengthened hope in his heart designedly, first, through sympathy for him. And second, because he wished that if Vinicius had to die, he should die beautiful, not with a face deformed and black from pain and watching. Today I will speak more or less thus to Augusta, said he, save Ligia for Vinicius, I will save Rufius for thee. And I will think of that seriously. One word spoken to Ahenobarbus at the right moment may save or ruin anyone. In the worst case, we will gain time. Thanks to thee, repeated Vinicius. Thou wilt thank me best if thou eat and sleep. By Athene. In the greatest straits Odysseus had sleep and food in mind. Thou hast spent the whole night in prison, of course? No, answered Vinicius, I wish to visit the prison today, but there is an order to admit no one. Learn, O Petronius, if the order is for today alone or till the day of the games. I will discover this evening, and tomorrow morning will tell thee for what time and why the order was issued. But now, even were Helios to go to Cimmerian regions from sorrow, I shall sleep, and do thou follow my example." They separated, but Vinicius went to the library and wrote a letter to Lygia. When he had finished, he took it himself to the Christian centurion, who carried it at once to the prison. After a while he returned with a greeting from Lygia, and promised to deliver her answer that day. Vinicius did not wish to return home, but sat on a stone and waited for Lygia's letter. The sun had risen high in the heavens, and crowds of people flowed in, as usual, through the Clivus Argentarius to the Forum. Hucksters called out their wares, soothsayers offered their services to passers-by, citizens walked with deliberate steps toward the rostra to hear orators of the day, or tell the latest news to one another. As the heat increased, crowds of idlers betook themselves to the porticos of the temples, from under which flew from moment to moment, with great rustle of wings, flocks of doves, whose white feathers glistened in the sunlight and in the blue of the sky. From excess of light and the influence of bustle, heat, and great weariness, the eyes of Vinicius began to close. The monotonous calls of boys playing mora, and the measured tread of soldiers, lulled him to sleep. He raised his head still a number of times, and took in the prison with his eyes. Then he leaned against a stone, sighed like a child drowsy after long weeping, and dropped asleep. Soon dreams came. It seemed to him that he was carrying Lygia in his arms at night through a strange vineyard. Before him was Pomponia Graecina lighting the way with a lamp. A voice, as it were of Petronius, called from afar to him, "Turn back," but he did not mind the call, and followed Pomponia till they reached a cottage. At the threshold of the cottage stood Peter. He showed Peter Lygia, and said, "We are coming from the arena, Lord, but we cannot wake her thou." "Christ himself will come to wake her," answered the apostle. Then the pictures began to change. Through the dream he saw Nero, and Poppaea holding in her arms little Rufius with bleeding head, which Petronius was washing, and he saw Tigellinus sprinkling ashes on tables covered with costly dishes, and Vitellius devouring those dishes, while a multitude of other Augustans were sitting at the feast. He himself was resting near Lygia, but between the tables walked lions from out whose yellow manes trickled blood. Lygia begged him to take her away, but so terrible a weakness had seized him that he could not even move. Then still greater disorder involved his visions, and finally all fell into perfect darkness. He was roused from deep sleep at last by the heat of the sun, and shouts given forth right there around the place where he was sitting. Vinicius rubbed his eyes. The street was swarming with people. But two runners, wearing yellow tunics, pushed aside the throng with long staffs, crying and making room for a splendid litter which was carried by 4 stalwart Egyptian slaves. In the litter sat a man in white robes, whose face was not easily seen, for he held close to his eyes a roll of papyrus and was reading something diligently. "Make way for the noble Augustine!" cried the runners. But the street was so crowded that the litter had to wait a while. The Augustine put down his roll of papyrus and bent his head, crying, "Push aside those wretches! Make haste!" Seeing Vinicius suddenly, he drew back his head and raised the papyrus quickly. Vinicius drew his hand across his forehead, thinking that he was dreaming yet. In the litter was sitting Chilo. Meanwhile the runners had opened the way, and the Egyptians were ready to move, when the young tribune, who in one moment understood many things which till then had been incomprehensible, approached the litter. "A greeting to thee, O Chilo," said he. "Young man," answered the Greek, with pride and importance, endeavoring to give his face an expression of calmness which was not in his soul, "be greeted, but detain me not. For I am hastening to my friend, the noble Tigellinus." Vinicius, grasping the edge of the litter and looking him straight in the eyes, said with a lowered voice, "Didst thou betray Lygia?" "Colossus of Memnon," cried Chilo, with fear. But there was no threat in the eyes of Vinicius, hence the old Greek's alarm vanished quickly. He remembered that he was under the protection of Tigellinus and of Caesar himself, that is, of a power before which everything trembled, that he was surrounded by sturdy slaves. And that Vinicius stood before him unarmed, with an emaciated face and body bent by suffering. At this thought his insolence returned to him. He fixed on Vinicius his eyes, which were surrounded by red lids, and whispered in answer. But thou, when I was dying of hunger, didst give command to flog me. For a moment both were silent. Then the dull voice of Vinicius was heard. I wronged thee, Chilo. The Greek raised his head, and, snapping his fingers, which in Rome was a mark of slight and contempt, said so loudly that all could hear him. Friend, if thou hast a petition to present, come to my house on the Esquiline in the morning hour, when I receive guests and clients after my bath. And he waved his hand. At that sign the Egyptians raised the litter, and the slaves, dressed in yellow tunics, began to cry as they brandished their staffs. Make way for the litter of the noble Chilochilonides. Make way, make way. Chapter 54. Lygia, in a long letter written hurriedly, took farewell to Vinicius forever. She knew that no one was permitted to enter the prison, and that she could see Vinicius only from the arena. She begged him therefore to discover when the turn of the Mamertine prisoners would come, and to be at the games, for she wished to see him once more in life. No fear was evident in her letter. She wrote that she and the others were longing for the arena, where they would find liberation from imprisonment. She hoped for the coming of Pomponia and Aulus. She entreated that they too be present. Every word of her showed ecstasy, and that separation from life in which all the prisoners lived, and at the same time an unshaken faith that all promises would be fulfilled beyond the grave. Whether Christ, wrote she, frees me in this life or after death, he has promised me to thee by the lips of the apostle, therefore I am thine. She implored him not to grieve for her, and not to let himself be overcome by suffering. For her death was not a dissolution of marriage. With the confidence of a child she assured Vinicius that immediately after her suffering in the arena she would tell Christ that her betrothed Marcus had remained in Rome. That he was longing for her with his whole heart. And she thought that Christ would permit her soul, perhaps, to return to him for a moment, to tell him that she was living, that she did not remember her torments, and that she was happy. Her whole letter breathed happiness and immense hope. There was only one request in it connected with affairs of earth, that Vinicius should take her body from the spoliarium and bury it as that of his wife in the tomb in which he himself would rest. Sometime. He read this letter with a suffering spirit, but at the same time it seemed to him impossible that Ligia should perish under the claws of wild beasts. And that Christ would not take compassion on her. But just in that were hidden hope and trust. When he returned home, he wrote that he would come every day to the walls of the Tullianum to wait till Christ crushed the walls and restored her. He commanded her to believe that Christ could give her to him, even in the circus, that the great apostle was imploring him to do so, and that the hour of liberation was near. The converted centurion was to bear this letter to her on the morrow. But when Vinicius came to the prison next morning, the centurion left the rank, approached him first, and said, Listen to me, Lord. Christ, who enlightened thee, has shown thee favor. Last night Caesar's freedmen and those of the prefect came to select Christian maidens for disgrace. They inquired for thy betrothed, but our Lord sent her a fever, of which prisoners are dying in the Tullianum, and they left her. Last evening she was unconscious, and blessed be the name of the Redeemer, for the sickness which has saved her from shame may save her from death. Vinicius placed his hand on the soldier's shoulder to guard himself from falling, but the other continued. Thank the mercy of the Lord. They took and tortured Linus, but, seeing that he was dying, they surrendered him. They may give her now to thee, and Christ will give back health to her. The young tribune stood some time with drooping head, then raised it and said in a whisper, True, centurion. Christ, who saved her from shame, will save her from death. And sitting at the wall of the prison till evening, he returned home to send people for Linus and have him taken to one of his suburban villas. But when Petronius had heard everything, he determined to act also. He had visited the Augusta, now he went to her a second time. He found her at the bed of little Rufius. The child with broken head was struggling in a fever. His mother, with despair and terror in her heart, was trying to save him, thinking, however, that if she did save him it might be only to perish soon by a more dreadful death. Occupied exclusively with her own suffering, she would not even hear of Vinicius and Lygia, but Petronius terrified her. "Thou hast offended," said he to her, "a new, unknown divinity. Thou, Augusta, art a worshipper, it seems, of the Hebrew Jehovah, but the Christians maintain that Christos is his son. Reflect, then, if the anger of the Father is not pursuing thee. Who knows but it is their vengeance which has struck thee? Who knows but the life of Rufius depends on this, how thou wilt act?" "What dost thou wish me to do?" asked Poppaea, with terror. "Mollify the offended deities." "How?" "Lygia is sick, influence Caesar or Tigellinus to give her to Vinicius." "Dost thou think that I can do that?" asked she, in despair. "Thou canst do something else. If Lygia recovers, she must die. Go thou to the temple of Vesta, and ask the Virgo Magna to happen near the Tullianum at the moment and they are leading prisoners out to death, and give command to free that maiden. The chief Vestal will not refuse thee. But if Lygia dies of the fever? The Christians say that Christ is vengeful, but just, maybe thou wilt soften him by thy wish alone. Let him give me some sign that will heal Rufius." Petronius shrugged his shoulders. "I have not come as his envoy. O divinity, I merely say to thee, be on better terms with all the gods, Roman and foreign." "I will go," said Poppaea, with a broken voice. Petronius drew a deep breath. "At last I have done something," thought he, and returning to Vinicius he said to him, "Implore thy God that Lygia die not of the fever, for should she survive, the chief Vestal will give command to free her. The Augusta herself will ask her to do so." "Christ will free her," said Vinicius, looking at him with eyes in which fever was glittering. Poppaea, who for the recovery of Rufius was willing to burn hecatombs to all the gods of the world, went that same evening through the forum to the Vestals. Leaving care over the sick child to her faithful nurse, Silvia, by whom she herself had been reared. But on the Palatine sentence had been issued against the child already. For barely had Poppaea's litter vanished behind the great gate when two freedmen entered the chamber in which her son was resting. One of these threw himself on old Silvia and gagged her. The other, seizing a bronze statue of the Sphinx, stunned the old woman with the first blow. Then they approached Rufius. The little boy, tormented with fever and insensible, not knowing what was passing around him, smiled at them, and blinked with his beautiful eyes, as if trying to recognize the men. Stripping from the nurse her girdle, they put it around his neck and pulled it. The child called once for his mother, and died easily. Then they wound him in a sheet, and sitting on horses which were waiting, hurried to Ostia, where they threw the body into the sea. Poppaea, not finding the Virgo Magna, who with other Vestals was at the house of Vatinius, returned soon to the Palatine. Seeing the empty bed and the cold body of Silvia, she fainted, and when they restored her she began to scream. Her wild cries were heard all that night and the day following. But Caesar commanded her to appear at a feast on the third day. So, arraying herself in an amethyst-colored tunic, she came and sat with stony face, golden-haired, silent, wonderful, and as ominous as an angel of death. Chapter 55. Before the Flavii had reared the Colosseum, amphitheaters in Rome were built of wood mainly. For that reason nearly all of them had burned during the fire. But Nero, for the celebration of the promised games, had given command to build several, and among them a gigantic one, for which they began, immediately after the fire was extinguished, to bring by sea and the Tiber great trunks of trees cut on the slopes of Atlas. For the games were to surpass all previous ones in splendor and the number of victims. Large spaces were given therefore for people and for animals. Thousands of mechanics worked at the structure night and day. They built and ornamented without rest. Wonders were told concerning pillars inlaid with bronze, amber, ivory, mother of pearl, and transmarine tortoiseshells. Canals filled with ice-cold water from the mountains and running along the seats were to keep an agreeable coolness in the building, even during the greatest heat. A gigantic purple velarium gave shelter from the rays of the sun. Among the rows of seats were disposed vessels for the burning of Arabian perfumes. Above them were fixed instruments to sprinkle the spectators with dew of saffron and verbena. The renowned builders Severus and Celer put forth all their skill to construct an amphitheatre at once incomparable and fitted for such a number of the curious as none of those known before had been able to accommodate. Hence, the day when the ludus matutinus was to begin, throngs of the populace were awaiting from daylight the opening of the gates, listening with delight to the roars of lions, the hoarse growls of panthers, and the howls of dogs. The beasts had not been fed for 2 days, but pieces of bloody flesh had been pushed before them to rouse their rage and hunger all the more. At times such a storm of wild voices was raised that people standing before the circus could not converse, and the most sensitive grew pale from fear. With the rising of the sun were intoned in the enclosure of the circus hymns resonant but calm. The people heard these with amazement, and said one to another, "The Christians! The Christians!" In fact, many detachments of Christians had been brought to the amphitheatre that night, and not from one place, as planned at first, but a few from each prison. It was known in the crowd that the spectacles would continue through weeks and months. But they doubted that it would be possible to finish in a single day those Christians who had been intended for that one occasion. The voices of men, women, and children singing the morning hymn were so numerous that spectators of experience asserted that even if 100 or 200 persons were sent out at once, the beasts would grow tired, become sated, and not tear all to pieces before evening. Others declared that an excessive number of victims in the arena would divert attention, and not give a chance to enjoy the spectacle properly. As the moment drew near for opening the vomitoria, or passages which led to the interior, people grew animated and joyous. They discussed and disputed about various things touching the spectacle. Parties were formed praising the greater efficiency of lions or tigers in tearing. Here and there bets were made. Others however talked about gladiators who were to appear in the arena earlier than the Christians. And again there were parties, some in favor of Samnites, others of Gauls, others of Myrmilones, others of Thracians, others of the Retiarii. Early in the morning larger or smaller detachments of gladiators began to arrive at the amphitheatre under the lead of masters, called lanisti. Not wishing to be wearied too soon, they entered unarmed, often entirely naked, often with green boughs in their hands, or crowned with flowers, young, beautiful, in the light of morning, and full of life. Their bodies, shining from olive oil, were strong as if chiseled from marble. They roused to delight people who loved shapely forms. Many were known personally, and from moment to moment were heard, "A greeting, Furnius. A greeting, Leo. A greeting, Maximus. A greeting, Diomed." Young maidens raised to them eyes full of admiration. They, selecting the maiden most beautiful, answered with jests, as if no care weighed on them, sending kisses, or exclaiming, "Embrace me before death does." Then they vanished in the gates, through which many of them were never to come forth again. New arrivals drew away the attention of the throngs. Behind the gladiators came mastigophori. That is, men armed with scourges, whose office it was to lash and urge forward combatants. Next mules drew, in the direction of the spoliarium, whole rows of vehicles on which were piled wooden coffins. People were diverted at sight of this, inferring from the number of coffins the greatness of the spectacle. Now marched in men who were to kill the wounded. These were dressed so that each resembled Charon or Mercury. Next came those who looked after order in the circus, and assigned places, after that slaves to bear around food and refreshments. Finally, praetorians, whom every Caesar had always at hand in the amphitheatre. At last the vomitoria were opened, and crowds rushed to the center. But such was the number of those assembled that they flowed in for hours, till it was a marvel that the circus could hold such a countless multitude. The roars of wild beasts, catching the exhalations of people, grew louder. While taking their places, the spectators made an uproar like the sea in time of storm. Finally, the prefect of the city came, surrounded by guards. And after him, in unbroken line, appeared the litters of senators, consuls, praetors, aediles, officials of the government and the palace, of praetorian officers, patricians, and exquisite ladies. Some litters were preceded by lictors bearing maces in bundles of rods, others by crowds of slaves. In the sun gleamed the gilding of the litters, the white and varied-colored stuffs, feathers, earrings, jewels, steel of the maces. From the circus came shouts with which the people greeted great dignitaries. Small divisions of praetorians arrived from time to time. The priests of various temples came somewhat later. Only after them were brought in the sacred virgins of Vesta, preceded by lictors. To begin the spectacle, they were waiting now only for Caesar, who, unwilling to expose the people to overlong waiting, and wishing to win them by promptness, came soon. In company with the Augusta and Augustans. Petronius arrived among the Augustans, having Vinicius in his litter. The latter knew that Lygia was sick and unconscious. But as access to the prison had been forbidden most strictly during the preceding days, and as the former guards had been replaced by new ones who were not permitted to speak with the jailers or even to communicate the least information to those who came to inquire about prisoners, he was not even sure that she was not among the victims intended for the first day of spectacles. They might send out even a sick woman for the lions, though she were unconscious. But since the victims were to be sewed up in skins of wild beasts and sent to the arena in crowds, no spectator could be certain that one more or less might not be among them. And no man could recognize anyone. The jailers and all the servants of the amphitheater had been bribed, and a bargain made with the beast keepers to hide Lygia in some dark corner, and give her at night into the hands of a confidant of Vinicius, who would take her at once to the Alban hills. Petronius, admitted to the secret, advised Vinicius to go with him openly to the amphitheater, and after he had entered to disappear in the throng and hurry to the vaults, where, to avoid possible mistake, he was to point out Lygia to the guards personally. The guards admitted him through a small door by which they came out themselves. One of these, named Cyrus, led him at once to the Christians. On the way he said, "I know not, Lord, that thou wilt find what thou art seeking. We inquired for a maiden named Lygia, but no one gave us answer. It may be, though, that they do not trust us." "Are there many?" asked Vinicius. "Many, Lord, had to wait till tomorrow." "Are there sick ones among them?" "There were none who could not stand." Cyrus opened a door and entered as it were an enormous chamber, but low and dark, for the light came in only through grated openings which separated it from the arena. At first Vinicius could see nothing, he heard only the murmur of voices in the room, and the shouts of people in the amphitheater. But after a time, when his eyes had grown used to the gloom, he saw crowds of strange beings, resembling wolves and bears. Those were Christians sewed up in skins of beasts. Some of them were standing, others were kneeling in prayer. Here and there one might divine by the long hair flowing over the skin that the victim was a woman. Women, looking like wolves, carried in their arms children sewed up in equally shaggy coverings. But from beneath the skins appeared bright faces and eyes which in the darkness gleamed with delight and feverishness. It was evident that the greater number of those people were mastered by one thought, exclusive and beyond the earth, a thought which during life made them indifferent to everything which happened around them and which could meet them. Some, when asked by Vinicius about Lygia, looked at him with eyes as if roused from sleep, without answering his questions. Others smiled at him, placing a finger on their lips or pointing to the iron grating through which bright streaks of light entered. But here and there children were crying, frightened by the roaring of beasts, the howling of dogs, the uproar of people, and the forms of their own parents who looked like wild beasts. Vinicius, as he walked by the side of Cyrus, looked into faces, searched, inquired, at times stumbled against bodies of people who had fainted from the crowd, the stifling air, the heat, and pushed farther into the dark depth of the room, which seemed to be as spacious as a whole amphitheater. But he stopped on a sudden, for he seemed to hear near the grating a voice known to him. He listened for a while, turned, and, pushing through the crowd, went near. Light fell on the face of the speaker, and Vinicius recognized under the skin of a wolf the emaciated and implacable countenance of Crispus. "Mourn for your sins," exclaimed Crispus, "for the moment is near. But whoso thinks by death itself to redeem his sins commits a fresh sin, and will be hurled into endless fire. With every sin committed in life ye have renewed the Lord's suffering. How dare ye think that that life which awaits you will redeem this one? Today the just and the sinner will die the same death. But the Lord will find his own. Woe to you, the claws of the lions will rend your bodies, but not your sins, nor your reckoning with God. The Lord showed mercy sufficient when he let himself be nailed to the cross, but thenceforth he will be only the judge, who will leave no fault unpunished. Whoso among you has thought to extinguish his sins by suffering, has blasphemed against God's justice, and will sink all the deeper. Mercy is at an end, and the hour of God's wrath has come. Soon ye will stand before the awful judge, in whose presence the good will hardly be justified. Bewail your sins, for the jaws of hell are open. Woe to you, husbands and wives! Woe to you, parents and children! And stretching forth his bony hands, he shook them above the bent heads. He was unterrified and implacable even in the presence of death, to which in a while all those doomed people were to go. After his words, were heard voices, "We bewail our sins." Then came silence, and only the cry of children was audible, and the beating of hands against breasts. The blood of Vinicius stiffened in his veins. He, who had placed all his hope in the mercy of Christ, heard now that the day of wrath had come, and that even death in the arena would not obtain mercy. Through his head shot, it is true, the thought, clear and swift as lightning, that Peter would have spoken otherwise to those about to die. Still those terrible words of Crispus filled with fanaticism that dark chamber with its grating, beyond which was the field of torture. The nearness of that torture, and the throng of victims arrayed for death already, filled his soul with fear and terror. All this seemed to him dreadful, and 100 times more ghastly than the bloodiest battle in which he had ever taken part. The odor and heat began to stifle him. Cold sweat came out on his forehead. He was seized by fear that he would faint like those against whose bodies he had stumbled while searching in the depth of the apartment. So when he remembered that they might open the grating any moment, he began to call Lygia and Ursus aloud, in the hope that, if not they, someone knowing them would answer. In fact, some man, clothed as a bear, pulled his toga, and said, "Lord, they remained in prison. I was the last one brought out, I saw her sick on the couch." "Who art thou?" inquired Vinicius. "The quarryman in whose hut the apostle baptized thee, Lord. They imprisoned me 3 days ago, and today I die." Vinicius was relieved. When entering, he had wished to find Ligia. Now he was ready to thank Christ that she was not there, and to see in that a sign of mercy. Meanwhile the quarryman pulled his toga again, and said, "Dost remember, Lord, that I conducted thee to the vineyard of Cornelius, when the apostle discoursed in the shed?" "I remember. I saw him later, the day before they imprisoned me. He blessed me, and said that he would come to the amphitheater to bless the perishing. If I could look at him in the moment of death and see the sign of the cross, it would be easier for me to die. If thou know where he is, Lord, inform me." Vinicius lowered his voice, and said, "He is among the people of Petronius, disguised as a slave. I know not where they chose their places, but I will return to the circus and see. Look thou at me when ye enter the arena. I will rise and turn my face toward them, then thou wilt find him with thy eyes. Thanks to thee, Lord, and peace be with thee. May the Redeemer be merciful to thee. Amen." Vinicius went out of the cuniculum, and betook himself to the amphitheatre, where he had a place near Petronius among the other Augustans. "Is she there?" inquired Petronius. "No, she remained in prison." "Hear what has occurred to me, but while listening look at Nigidia for example, so that we may seem to talk of her hairdressing. Tigellinus and Chilo are looking at us now. Listen then. Let them put Lygia in a coffin at night and carry her out of the prison as a corpse. Thou divinest the rest?" "Yes," answered Vinicius. Their further conversation was interrupted by Tullius Senecio, who, bending toward them, asked, "Do ye know whether they will give weapons to the Christians?" "We do not," answered Petronius. "I should prefer that arms were given," said Tullius. "If not, the arena will become like butcher's shambles too early." But what a splendid amphitheatre! The sight was, in truth, magnificent. The lower seats, crowded with togas, were as white as snow. In the gilded podium sat Caesar, wearing a diamond collar and a golden crown on his head. Next to him sat the beautiful and gloomy Augusta, and on both sides were vestal virgins, great officials, senators with embroidered togas, officers of the army with glittering weapons, in a word, all that was powerful, brilliant, and wealthy in Rome. In the farther rows sat knights, and higher up darkened in rows a sea of common heads, above which from pillar to pillar hung festoons of roses, lilies, ivy, and grapevines. People conversed aloud, called to one another, sang. At times they broke into laughter at some witty word which was sent from row to row, and they stamped with impatience to hasten the spectacle. At last the stamping became like thunder, and unbroken. Then the prefect of the city, who rode around the arena with a brilliant retinue, gave a signal with a handkerchief, which was answered throughout the amphitheatre by "Aaa" from thousands of breasts. Usually a spectacle was begun by hunts of wild beasts, in which various northern and southern barbarians excelled. But this time they had too many beasts, so they began with andebates, that is, men wearing helmets without an opening for the eyes, hence fighting blindfold. A number of these came into the arena together, and slashed at random with their swords. The scourgers with long forks pushed some toward others to make them meet. The more select of the audience looked with contempt and indifference at this spectacle, but the crowd were amused by the awkward motions of the swordsmen. When it happened that they met with their shoulders, they burst out in loud laughter. "To the right! To the left!" cried they, misleading the opponents frequently by design. A number of pairs closed, however, and the struggle began to be bloody. The determined combatants cast aside their shields, and giving their left hands to each other, so as not to part again, struggled to the death with their right. Whoever fell raised his fingers, begging mercy by that sign. But in the beginning of a spectacle the audience demanded death usually for the wounded, especially in the case of men who had their faces covered and were unknown. Gradually the number of combatants decreased, and when at last only 2 remained, these were pushed together, both fell on the sand, and stabbed each other mutually. Then, amid cries of "Paractum est," servants carried out the bodies, youths raked away the bloody traces on the sand and sprinkled it with leaves of saffron. Now a more important contest was to come, rousing interest not only in the herd, but in exquisites. During this contest young patricians made enormous bets at times, often losing all they owned. Straightway from hand to hand went tablets on which were written names of favorites, and also the number of sestertia which each man wagered on his favorite. Spectati, that is, champions who had appeared already on the arena and gained victories, found most partisans. But among bettors were also those who risked considerably on gladiators who were new and quite unknown, hoping to win immense sums should these conquer. Caesar himself bet. Priests, vestals, senators, knights bet, the populace bet. People of the crowd, when money failed them, bet their own freedom frequently. They waited with heart beating and even with fear for the combatants, and more than one made audible vows to the gods to gain their protection for a favorite. In fact, when the shrill sound of trumpets was heard, there was a stillness of expectation in the amphitheatre. Thousands of eyes were turned to the great bolts, which a man approached dressed like Charon, and amid the universal silence struck 3 times with a hammer, as if summoning to death those who were hidden behind them. Then both halves of the gate opened slowly, showing a black gully, out of which gladiators began to appear in the bright arena. They came in divisions of 25, Thracians, Myrmilones, Samnites, Gauls, each nation separately, all heavily armed, and last the Retiarii, holding in one hand a net, in the other a trident. At sight of them, here and there on the benches rose applause, which soon turned into one immense and unbroken storm. From above to below were seen excited faces, clapping hands, and open mouths, from which shouts burst forth. The gladiators encircled the whole arena with even and springy tread, gleaming with their weapons and rich outfit. They halted before Caesar's podium, proud, calm, and brilliant. The shrill sound of a horn stopped the applause. The combatants stretched their right hands upward, raised their eyes and heads toward Caesar, and began to cry or rather to chant with drawling voice. Ave, Caesar Imperator! Morituri te salutant! Then they pushed apart quickly, occupying their places on the arena. They were to attack one another in whole detachments. But first it was permitted the most famous fencers to have a series of single combats, in which the strength, dexterity, and courage of opponents were best exhibited. In fact, from among the Gauls appeared a champion, well known to lovers of the amphitheatre under the name of Lenio, a victor in many games. With a great helmet on his head, and in mail which formed a ridge in front of his powerful breast and behind, he looked in the gleam of the golden arena like a giant beetle. The no less famous Retiarius Calendio came out against him. Among the spectators people began to bet. 500 sestertia on the Gaul. 500 on Calendio. By Hercules, 1,000. 2,000. Meanwhile the Gaul, reaching the center of the arena, began to withdraw with pointed sword, and, lowering his head, watched his opponent carefully through the opening of his visor. The light Retiarius, stately, statuesque, wholly naked save a belt around his loins, circled quickly about his heavy antagonist, waving the net with graceful movement. Lowering or raising his trident, and singing the usual song of the Retiarius. Non te pedo, pissum pedo. Quid me fugis, Gal? 21. But the Gaul was not fleeing, for after a while he stopped, and standing in one place began to turn with barely a slight movement, so as to have his enemy always in front. In his form and monstrously large head there was now something terrible. The spectators understood perfectly that that heavy body encased in bronze was preparing for a sudden throw to decide the battle. The Retiarius meanwhile sprang up to him, then sprang away, making with his 3-toothed fork motions so quick that the eye hardly followed them. The sound of the teeth on the shield was heard repeatedly, but the Gaul did not quiver, giving proof by this of his gigantic strength. All his attention seemed fixed, not on the trident, but the net which was circling above his head, like a bird of ill omen. The spectators held the breath in their breasts, and followed the masterly play of the gladiators. The Gaul waited, chose the moment, and rushed at last on his enemy. The latter with equal quickness shot past under his sword, straightened himself with raised arm, and threw the net. The Gaul, turning where he stood, caught it on his shield, then both sprang apart. In the amphitheatre shouts of "Macht" thundered, in the lower rows they began to make new bets. Caesar himself, who at first had been talking with Rubria, and so far had not paid much attention to the spectacle, turned his head toward the arena. They began to struggle again, so regularly and with such precision in their movements, that sometimes it seemed that with them it was not a question of life or death, but of exhibiting skill. The Gaul escaping twice more from the net, pushed toward the edge of the arena. Those who held bets against him, not wishing the champion to rest, began to cry, "Bear on." The Gaul obeyed, and attacked. The arm of the Retiarius was covered on a sudden with blood, and his net dropped. The Gaul summoned his strength, and sprang forward to give the final blow. That instant Calendio, who feigned inability to wield the net, sprang aside, escaped the thrust, ran the trident between the knees of his opponent, and brought him to the earth. The Gaul tried to rise, but in a twinkle he was covered by the fatal meshes, in which he was entangled more and more by every movement of his feet and hands. Meanwhile stabs of the trident fixed him time after time to the earth. He made one more effort, rested on his arm, and tried to rise, in vain. He raised to his head his falling hand which could hold the sword no longer, and fell on his back. Calendio pressed his neck to the ground with the trident, and, resting both hands on the handle of it, turned toward Caesar's box. The whole circus was trembling from plaudits and the roar of people. For those who had bet on Calendio he was at that moment greater than Caesar. But for this very reason animosity against the Gaul vanished from their hearts. At the cost of his blood he had filled their purses. The voices of the audience were divided. On the upper seats half the signs were for death, and half for mercy, but the retiarius looked only at the box of Caesar and the Vestals, waiting for what they would decide. To the misfortune of the fallen gladiator, Nero did not like him, for at the last games before the fire he had bet against the Gaul, and had lost considerable sums to Licinus. Hence he thrust his hand out of the podium, and turned his thumb toward the earth. The Vestals supported the sign at once. Calendio knelt on the breast of the Gaul, drew a short knife from his belt, pushed apart the armor around the neck of his opponent, and drove the three-edged blade into his throat to the handle. Paractum est, sounded voices in the amphitheater. The Gaul quivered a time, like a stabbed bullock, dug the sand with his heels, stretched, and was motionless. Mercury had no need to try with heated iron if he were living yet. He was hidden away quickly, and other pairs appeared. After them came a battle of whole detachments. The audience took part in it with soul, heart, and eyes. They howled, roared, whistled, applauded, laughed, urged on the combatants, grew wild. The gladiators on the arena, divided into two legions, fought with the rage of wild beasts. Breast struck breast, bodies were intertwined in a death grapple, strong limbs cracked in their joints, swords were buried in breasts and in stomachs, pale lips threw blood onto the sand. Toward the end such terrible fear seized some novices that, tearing themselves from the turmoil, they fled, but the scourgers drove them back again quickly to the battle with lashes tipped with lead. On the sand great dark spots were formed, more and more naked and armed bodies lay stretched like grain sheaves. The living fought on the corpses. They struck against armor and shields, cut their feet against broken weapons, and fell. The audience lost self-command from delight. And intoxicated with death breathed it, sated their eyes with the sight of it, and drew into their lungs the exhalations of it with ecstasy. The conquered lay dead, almost every man. Barely a few wounded knelt in the middle of the arena, and trembling stretched their hands to the audience with a prayer for mercy. To the victors were given rewards, crowns, olive wreaths. And a moment of rest came, which, at command of the all-powerful Caesar, was turned into a feast. Perfumes were burned in vases. Sprinklers scattered saffron and violet rain on the people. Cooling drinks were served, roasted meats, sweet cakes, wine, olives, and fruits. The people devoured, talked, and shouted in honor of Caesar, to incline him to greater bounteousness. When hunger and thirst had been satisfied, hundreds of slaves bore around baskets full of gifts, from which boys, dressed as cupids, took various objects and threw them with both hands among the seats. When lottery tickets were distributed, a battle began. People crowded, threw, trampled one another, cried for rescue, sprang over rows of seats, stifled one another in the terrible crush, since whoever got a lucky number might win possibly a house with a garden, a slave, a splendid dress, or a wild beast which he could sell to the amphitheater afterward. For this reason there were such disorders that frequently the praetorians had to interfere. And after every distribution they carried out people with broken arms or legs, and some were even trampled to death in the throng. But the more wealthy took no part in the fight for tessery. The Augustans amused themselves now with the spectacle of Chilo, and with making sport of his vain efforts to show that he could look at fighting and blood spilling as well as any man. But in vain did the unfortunate Greek wrinkle his brow, gnaw his lips, and squeeze his fists till the nails entered his palms. His Greek nature and his personal cowardice were unable to endure such sights. His face grew pale, his forehead was dotted with drops of sweat, his lips were blue, his eyes turned in, his teeth began to chatter, and a trembling seized his body. At the end of the battle he recovered somewhat, but when they attacked him with tongues, sudden anger seized him, and he defended himself desperately. "Ha, Greek! The sight of torn skin on a man is beyond thy strength," said Vatinius, taking him by the beard. Chilo bared his last 2 yellow teeth at him and answered. "My father was not a cobbler, so I cannot mend it." Mact. Habit, 22 called a number of voices, but others jeered on. "He is not to blame that instead of a heart he has a piece of cheese in his breast," said Senecio. "Thou art not to blame that instead of a head thou hast a bladder," retorted Chilo. "Maybe thou wilt become a gladiator. Thou wouldst look well with a net on the arena. If I should catch thee in it, I should catch a stinking hoopoe." "And how will it be with the Christians?" asked Festus, from Liguria. "Wouldst thou not like to be a dog and bite them? I should not like to be thy brother. Thou Meotian copper nose. Thou Ligurian mule. Thy skin is itching, evidently, but I don't advise thee to ask me to scratch it. Scratch thyself. If thou scratch thy own pimple, thou wilt destroy what is best in thee." And in this manner they attacked him. He defended himself venomously, amid universal laughter. Caesar, clapping his hands, repeated, "Mact," and urged them on. After a while Petronius approached, and, touching the Greek's shoulder with his carved ivory cane, said coldly, "This is well, philosopher. But in one thing thou hast blundered, the gods created thee a pickpocket, and thou hast become a demon. That is why thou canst not endure." The old man looked at him with his red eyes, but this time somehow he did not find a ready insult. He was silent for a moment, then answered, as if with a certain effort, "I shall endure." Meanwhile the trumpets announced the end of the interval. People began to leave the passages where they had assembled to straighten their legs and converse. A general movement set in with the usual dispute about seats occupied previously. Senators and patricians hastened to their places. The uproar ceased after a time, and the amphitheater returned to order. On the arena a crowd of people appeared whose work was to dig out here and there lumps of sand formed with stiffened blood. The turn of the Christians was at hand. But since that was a new spectacle for people, and no one knew how the Christians would bear themselves, all waited with a certain curiosity. The disposition of the audience was attentive but unfriendly, they were waiting for uncommon scenes. Those people who were to appear had burned Rome and its ancient treasures. They had drunk the blood of infants, and poisoned water, they had cursed the whole human race, and committed the vilest crimes. The harshest punishment did not suffice the roused hatred. And if any fear possessed people's hearts, it was this, that the torture of the Christians would not equal the guilt of those ominous criminals. Meanwhile the sun had risen high. Its rays, passing through the purple velarium, had filled the amphitheater with blood-colored light. The sand assumed a fiery hue, and in those gleams, in the faces of people, as well as in the empty arena, which after a time was to be filled with the torture of people and the rage of savage beasts, there was something terrible. Death and terror seemed hovering in the air. The throng, usually gladsome, became moody under the influence of hate and silence. Faces had a sullen expression. Now the prefect gave a sign. The same old man appeared, dressed as Charon, who had called the gladiators to death, and, passing with slow step across the arena amid silence, he struck 3 times again on the door. Throughout the amphitheater was heard the deep murmur. "The Christians! The Christians!" The iron gratings creaked. Through the dark openings were heard the usual cries of the scourgers, "To the sand," and in one moment the arena was peopled with crowds as it were of satyrs covered with skins. All ran quickly, somewhat feverishly, and, reaching the middle of the circle, they knelt one by another with raised heads. The spectators, judging this to be a prayer for pity, and enraged by such cowardice, began to stamp, whistle, throw empty wine vessels, bones from which the flesh had been eaten, and shout, "The beasts! The beasts!" But all at once something unexpected took place. From out the shaggy assembly singing voices were raised, and then sounded that hymn heard for the first time in a Roman amphitheatre, Christus regnat, 23. Astonishment seized the spectators. The condemned sang with eyes raised to the velarium. The audience saw faces pale, but as it were inspired. All understood that those people were not asking for mercy, and that they seemed not to see the circus, the audience, the Senate, or Caesar. Christus regnat rose ever louder, and in the seats, far up to the highest, among the rows of spectators, more than one asked himself the question, what is happening? And who is that Christus who reigns in the mouths of those people who are about to die? But meanwhile a new grating was opened, and into the arena rushed, with mad speed and barking, whole packs of dogs, gigantic, yellow Molossians from the Peloponnesus, pied dogs from the Pyrenees, and wolf-like hounds from Hibernia, purposely famished. Their sides lank, and their eyes bloodshot. Their howls and whines filled the amphitheatre. When the Christians had finished their hymn, they remained kneeling, motionless, as if petrified, merely repeating in one groaning chorus, Pro Christo. Pro Christo. The dogs, catching the odor of people under the skins of beasts, and surprised by their silence, did not rush on them at once. Some stood against the walls of the boxes, as if wishing to go among the spectators, others ran around barking furiously, as though chasing some unseen beast. The people were angry. 1,000 voices began to call, some howled like wild beasts, some barked like dogs, others urged them on in every language. The amphitheatre was trembling from uproar. The excited dogs began to run to the kneeling people, then to draw back, snapping their teeth, till at last one of the Molossians drove his teeth into the shoulder of a woman kneeling in front, and dragged her under him. Tens of dogs rushed into the crowd now, as if to break through it. The audience ceased to howl, so as to look with greater attention. Amidst the howling and whining were heard yet plaintive voices of men and women, Pro Christo. Pro Christo, but on the arena were formed quivering masses of the bodies of dogs and people. Blood flowed in streams from the torn bodies. Dogs dragged from each other the bloody limbs of people. The odor of blood and torn entrails was stronger than Arabian perfumes, and filled the whole circus. At last only here and there were visible single kneeling forms, which were soon covered by moving squirming masses. Vinicius, who at the moment when the Christians ran in, stood up and turned so as to indicate to the quarryman, as he had promised, the direction in which the apostle was hidden among the people of Petronius, sat down again, and with the face of a dead man continued to look with glassy eyes on the ghastly spectacle. At first fear that the quarryman might have been mistaken, and that perchance Lygia was among the victims, benumbed him completely, but when he heard the voices, Pro Christo, when he saw the torture of so many victims who, in dying, confessed their faith and their God, another feeling possessed him, piercing him like the most dreadful pain, but irresistible. That feeling was this: if Christ himself died in torment, if thousands are perishing for him now, if a sea of blood is poured forth, one drop more signifies nothing. And it is a sin even to ask for mercy. That thought came to him from the arena, penetrated him with the groans of the dying, with the odor of their blood. But still he prayed and repeated with parched lips, O Christ! O Christ! And thy apostle prayed for her. Then he forgot himself, lost consciousness of where he was. It seemed to him that blood on the arena was rising and rising, that it was coming up and flowing out of the circus over all Rome. For the rest he heard nothing, neither the howling of dogs nor the uproar of the people nor the voices of the Augustans, who began all at once to cry, Chilo has fainted! Chilo has fainted! Said Petronius, turning toward the Greek. And he had fainted really, he sat there white as linen, his head fallen back, his mouth wide open, like that of a corpse. At that same moment they were urging into the arena new victims, sewed up in skins. These knelt immediately, like those who had gone before, but the weary dogs would not rend them. Barely a few threw themselves on to those kneeling nearest, but others lay down, and, raising their bloody jaws, began to scratch their sides and yawn heavily. Then the audience, disturbed in spirit, but drunk with blood and wild, began to cry with hoarse voices. "The lions! The lions! Let out the lions!" The lions were to be kept for the next day. But in the amphitheaters the people imposed their will on everyone, even on Caesar. Caligula alone, insolent and changeable in his wishes, dared to oppose them, and there were cases when he gave command to beat the people with clubs, but even he yielded most frequently. Nero, to whom plaudits were dearer than all else in the world, never resisted. All the more did he not resist now, when it was a question of mollifying the populace, excited after the conflagration, and a question of the Christians, on whom he wished to cast the blame of the catastrophe. He gave the sign therefore to open the cuniculum, seeing which, the people were calmed in a moment. They heard the creaking of the doors behind which were the lions. At sight of the lions the dogs gathered with low whines, on the opposite side of the arena. The lions walked into the arena one after another, immense, tawny, with great shaggy heads. Caesar himself turned his wearied face toward them, and placed the emerald to his eye to see better. The Augustans greeted them with applause. The crowd counted them on their fingers, and followed eagerly the impression which the sight of them would make on the Christians kneeling in the center, who again had begun to repeat the words, without meaning for many, though annoying to all, Pro Christo. Pro Christo. But the lions, though hungry, did not hasten to their victims. The ruddy light in the arena dazzled them and they half closed their eyes as if dazed. Some stretched their yellowish bodies lazily, some, opening their jaws, yawned. One might have said that they wanted to show their terrible teeth to the audience. But later the odor of blood and torn bodies, many of which were lying on the sand, began to act on them. Soon their movements became restless, their manes rose, their nostrils drew in the air with hoarse sound. One fell suddenly on the body of a woman with a torn face, and, lying with his 4 paws on the body, licked with a rough tongue the stiffened blood. Another approached a man who was holding in his arms a child sewed up in a fawn's skin. The child, trembling from crying, and weeping, clung convulsively to the neck of its father. He, to prolong its life even for a moment, tried to pull it from his neck, so as to hand it to those kneeling farther on. But the cry and the movement irritated the lion. All at once he gave out a short, broken roar, killed the child with one blow of his paw, and seizing the head of the father in his jaws, crushed it in a twinkle. At sight of this all the other lions fell upon the crowd of Christians. Some women could not restrain cries of terror. But the audience drowned these with plaudits, which soon ceased, however, for the wish to see gained the mastery. They beheld terrible things then, heads disappearing entirely in open jaws, breasts torn apart with one blow, hearts and lungs swept away, the crushing of bones under the teeth of lions. Some lions, seizing victims by the ribs or loins, ran with mad springs through the arena, as if seeking hidden places in which to devour them. Others fought, rose on their hind legs, grappled one another like wrestlers, and filled the amphitheater with thunder. People rose from their places. Some left their seats, went down lower through the passages to see better, and crowded one another mortally. It seemed that the excited multitude would throw itself at last into the arena, and rend the Christians in company with the lions. At moments an unearthly noise was heard, at moments applause. At moments roaring, rumbling, the clashing of teeth, the howling of Molossan dogs, at times only groans. Caesar, holding the emerald to his eye, looked now with attention. The face of Petronius assumed an expression of contempt and disgust. Chilo had been borne out of the circus. But from the cuniculum new victims were driven forth continually. From the highest row in the amphitheater the Apostle Peter looked at them. No one saw him, for all heads were turned to the arena. So he rose, and as formerly in the vineyard of Cornelius he had blessed for death and eternity those who were intended for imprisonment, so now he blessed with the cross those who were perishing under the teeth of wild beasts. He blessed their blood, their torture, their dead bodies turned into shapeless masses, and their souls flying away from the bloody sand. Some raised their eyes to him, and their faces grew radiant. They smiled when they saw high above them the sign of the cross. But his heart was rent, and he said, O Lord, let thy will be done. These my sheep perish to thy glory in testimony of the truth. Thou didst command me to feed them. Hence I give them to thee, and do thou count them, Lord, take them, heal their wounds, soften their pain, give them happiness greater than the torments which they suffered here. And he blessed them one after another, crowd after crowd, with as much love as if they had been his children whom he was giving directly into the hands of Christ. Then Caesar, whether from madness, or the wish that the exhibition should surpass everything seen in Rome so far, whispered a few words to the prefect of the city. He left the podium and went at once to the cuniculum. Even the populace were astonished when, after a while, they saw the gratings open again. Beasts of all kinds were let out this time, tigers from the Euphrates, Numidian panthers, bears, wolves, hyenas, and jackals. The whole arena was covered as with a moving sea of striped, yellow, flax-colored, dark brown, and spotted skins. There rose a chaos in which the eye could distinguish nothing save a terrible turning and twisting of the backs of wild beasts. The spectacle lost the appearance of reality, and became as it were an orgy of blood, a dreadful dream, a gigantic kaleidoscope of mad fancy. The measure was surpassed. Amidst roars, howls, whines, here and there on the seats of the spectators were heard the terrified and spasmodic laughter of women, whose strength had given way at last. The people were terrified. Faces grew dark. Various voices began to cry, "Enough! Enough!" But it was easier to let the beasts in than drive them back again. Caesar, however, found a means of clearing the arena, and a new amusement for the people. In all the passages between the seats appeared detachments of Numidians, black and stately, in feathers and earrings, with bows in their hands. The people divined what was coming, and greeted the archers with a shout of delight. The Numidians approached the railing, and, putting their arrows to the strings, began to shoot from their bows into the crowd of beasts. That was a new spectacle truly. Their bodies, shapely as if cut from dark marble, bent backward, stretched the flexible bows, and sent bolt after bolt. The whizzing of the strings and the whistling of the feathered missiles were mingled with the howling of beasts and cries of wonder from the audience. Wolves, bears, panthers, and people yet alive fell side by side. Here and there a lion, feeling a shaft in his ribs, turned with sudden movement, his jaws wrinkled from rage, to seize and break the arrow. Others groaned from pain. The small beasts, falling into a panic, ran around the arena at random, or thrust their heads into the grating. Meanwhile the arrows whizzed and whizzed on, till all that was living had lain down in the final quiver of death. Hundreds of slaves rushed into the arena armed with spades, shovels, brooms, wheelbarrows, baskets for carrying out entrails, and bags of sand. They came, crowd after crowd, and over the whole circle there seethed up a feverish activity. The space was soon cleared of bodies, blood, and mire, dug over, made smooth, and sprinkled with a thick layer of fresh sand. That done, Cupids ran in, scattering leaves of roses, lilies, and the greatest variety of flowers. The censers were ignited again, and the velarium was removed, for the sun had sunk now considerably. But people looked at one another with amazement, and inquired what kind of new spectacle was waiting for them on that day. Indeed, such a spectacle was waiting as no one had looked for. Caesar, who had left the podium some time before, appeared all at once on the flowery arena, wearing a purple mantle, and a crown of gold. 12 choristers holding cithara followed him. He had a silver lute, and advanced with solemn tread to the middle, bowed a number of times to the spectators, raised his eyes, and stood as if waiting for inspiration. Then he struck the strings and began to sing. O radiant son of Leto! Ruler of Tenedos, Chilos, Chrysis! Art thou he who, having in his care the sacred city of Ilion, could yield it to Argive anger, and suffer sacred altars, which blazed unceasingly to his honor, to be stained with Trojan blood? Aged men raised trembling hands to thee. O thou of the far-shooting silver bow! Mothers from the depth of their breasts raised tearful cries to thee, imploring pity on their offspring. Those complaints might have moved a stone, but to the suffering of people, thou, O Smintheus, wert less feeling than a stone. The song passed gradually into an elegy, plaintive and full of pain. In the circus there was silence. After a while Caesar, himself affected, sang on. With the sound of thy heavenly lyre, thou couldst drown the wailing, the lament of hearts. At the sad sound of this song, the eye today is filled with tears, as a flower is filled with dew. But who can raise from dust and ashes that day of fire, disaster, ruin? O Smintheus, where wert thou then? Here his voice quivered and his eyes grew moist. Tears appeared on the lids of the vestals. The people listened in silence before they burst into a long unbroken storm of applause. Meanwhile from outside through the vomitoria came the sound of creaking vehicles on which were placed the bloody remnants of Christians, men, women, and children, to be taken to the pits called patrician. But the apostle Peter seized his trembling white head with his hands, and cried in spirit, O Lord, to whom hast thou given rule over the earth, and why wilt thou found in this place thy capital? Chapter 56. The sun had lowered toward its setting, and seemed to dissolve in the red of the evening. The spectacle was finished. Crowds were leaving the amphitheater and pouring out to the city through the passages called vomitoria. Only Augustans delayed, they were waiting for the stream of people to pass. They had all left their seats and assembled at the podium, in which Caesar appeared again to hear praises. Though the spectators had not spared plaudits at the end of the song, Nero was not satisfied, he had looked for enthusiasm touching on frenzy. In vain did hymns of praise sound in his ears. In vain did Vestals kiss his divine hand, and while doing so Rubria bent till her reddish hair touched his breast. Nero was not satisfied, and could not hide the fact. He was astonished and also disturbed because Petronius was silent. Some flattering and pointed word from his mouth would have been a great consolation at that moment. Unable at last to restrain himself, Caesar beckoned to the arbiter. Speak, said he, when Petronius entered the podium. I am silent, answered Petronius, coldly, for I cannot find words. Thou hast surpassed thyself. So it seemed to me too, but still this people. Canst thou expect mongrels to appreciate poetry? But thou too hast noticed that they have not thanked me as I deserve. Because thou hast chosen a bad moment. How? When men's brains are filled with the odor of blood, they cannot listen attentively. Ah, those Christians, replied Nero, clenching his fists. They burned Rome, and injure me now in addition. What new punishment shall I invent for them? Petronius saw that he had taken the wrong road, that his words had produced an effect the very opposite of what he intended. So, to turn Caesar's mind in another direction, he bent toward him and whispered. Thy song is marvelous. But I will make one remark, in the fourth line of the third strophe the meter leaves something to be desired. Nero, blushing with shame, as if caught in a disgraceful deed, had fear in his look, and answered in a whisper also. Thou sayest everything. I know. I will rewrite that. But no one else noticed it, I think. And do thou, for the love of the gods, mention it to no one, if life is dear to thee. To this Petronius answered, as if in an outburst of vexation and anger. Condemn me to death, O divinity, if I deceive thee. But thou wilt not terrify me, for the gods know best of all if I fear death. And while speaking he looked straight into Caesar's eyes, who answered after a while. Be not angry. Thou knowest that I love thee. A bad sign, thought Petronius. I wanted to invite thee today to a feast, continued Nero, but I prefer to shut myself in and polish that cursed line in the third strophe. Besides thee Seneca may have noticed it, and perhaps Secundus Carrinas did, but I will rid myself of them quickly. Then he summoned Seneca, and declared that with Acratus and Secundus Carrinas, he sent him to the Italian and all other provinces for money, which he commanded him to obtain from cities, villages, famous temples, in a word, from every place where it was possible to find money, or from which they could force it. But Seneca, who saw that Caesar was confiding to him a work of plunder, sacrilege, and robbery, refused straightway. I must go to the country, Lord, said he, and await death, for I am old and my nerves are sick. Seneca's Iberian nerves were stronger than Chilo's. They were not sick, perhaps, but in general his health was bad, for he seemed like a shadow, and recently his hair had grown white altogether. Nero, too, when he looked at him, thought that he would not have to wait long for the man's death, and answered. I will not expose thee to a journey if thou art ill. But through affection I wish to keep thee near me. Instead of going to the country, then, thou wilt stay in thy own house, and not leave it. Then he laughed, and said, If I send Acratus and Carrinas by themselves, it will be like sending wolves for sheep. Whom shall I set above them? Me, Lord, said Domitius Afer. No. I have no wish to draw on Rome the wrath of Mercury, whom ye would put to shame with your villainy. I need some Stoic like Seneca, or like my new friend, the philosopher Chilo. Then he looked around, and asked. But what has happened to Chilo? Chilo, who had recovered in the open air and returned to the amphitheater for Caesar's song, pushed up, and said. I am here, O radiant offspring of the sun and moon. I was ill, but thy song has restored me. I will send thee to Achaia, said Nero. Thou must know to a copper how much there is in each temple there. Do so, O Zeus, and the gods will give thee such tribute as they have never given anyone. I would, but I do not like to prevent thee from seeing the games. Ball, said Chilo. The Augustans, delighted that Caesar had regained humor, fell to laughing, and exclaimed. No, Lord, deprive not this valiant Greek of a sight of the games. But preserve me, O Lord, from the sight of these noisy geese of the Capitol, whose brains put together would not fill a nutshell, retorted Chilo. O firstborn of Apollo, I am writing a Greek hymn in thy honor, and I wish to spend a few days in the temple of the Muses to implore inspiration. Oh, no, exclaimed Nero. It is thy wish to escape future games. Nothing will come of that. I swear to thee, Lord, that I am writing a hymn. Then thou wilt write it at night. Beg inspiration of Diana, who, by the way, is a sister of Apollo. Chilo dropped his head and looked with malice on those present, who began to laugh again. Caesar, turning to Senecio and Suilius Nerolinus, said. Imagine, of the Christians appointed for today we have been able to finish hardly half. At this old Aquilius Regulus, who had great knowledge of everything touching the amphitheater, thought a while. And said. Spectacles in which people appear sine armis edi sine arte last almost as long and are less entertaining. I will command to give them weapons, answered Nero. But the superstitious Vestinius was roused from meditation at once, and asked in a mysterious voice. Have ye noticed that when dying they see something? They look up, and die as it were without pain. I am sure that they see something. He raised his eyes then to the opening of the amphitheater, over which night had begun to extend its velarium dotted with stars. But others answered with laughter and jesting suppositions as to what the Christians could see at the moment of death. Meanwhile Caesar gave a signal to the slave torchbearers, and left the circus. After him followed vestals, senators, dignitaries, and Augustans. The night was clear and warm. Before the circus were moving throngs of people, curious to witness the departure of Caesar. But in some way they were gloomy and silent. Here and there applause was heard, but it ceased quickly. From the spoliarium creaking carts bore away the bloody remnants of Christians. Petronius and Vinicius passed over their road in silence. Only when near his villa did Petronius inquire, "Hast thou thought of what I told thee?" "I have," answered Vinicius. "Dost believe that for me too this is a question of the highest importance? I must liberate her in spite of Caesar and Tigellinus. This is a kind of battle in which I have undertaken to conquer, a kind of play in which I wish to win, even at the cost of my life. This day has confirmed me still more in my plan. May Christ reward thee. Thou wilt see." Thus conversing, they stopped at the door of the villa and descended from the litter. At that moment a dark figure approached them, and asked, "Is the noble Vinicius here?" "He is," answered the tribune. "What is thy wish?" "I am Nazarius, the son of Miriam. I come from the prison, and bring tidings of Lygia." Vinicius placed his hand on the young man's shoulder and looked into his eyes by the torchlight, without power to speak a word, but Nazarius divined the question which was dying on his lips, and replied, "She is living yet. Ursus sent me to say that she prays in her fever, and repeats thy name." "Praise be to Christ, who has power to restore her to me," said Vinicius. He conducted Nazarius to the library, and after a while Petronius came in to hear their conversation. "Sickness saved her from shame, for executioners are timid," said the youth. "Ursus and Glaucus the physician watch over her night and day." "Are the guards the same?" "They are, and she is in their chamber." "All the prisoners in the lower dungeon died of fever, or were stifled from foul air." "Who art thou?" inquired Petronius. "The noble Vinicius knows me. I am the son of that widow with whom Ligia lodged." "And a Christian?" The youth looked with inquiring glance at Vinicius, but, seeing him in prayer, he raised his head, and answered, "I am." "How canst thou enter the prison freely?" "I hired myself to carry out corpses. I did so to assist my brethren and bring them news from the city." Petronius looked more attentively at the comely face of the youth, his blue eyes, and dark, abundant hair. "From what country art thou, youth?" asked he. "I am a Galilean, Lord." "Wouldst thou like to see Ligia free?" The youth raised his eyes. "Yes, even had I to die afterwards." Then Vinicius ceased to pray, and said, "Tell the guards to place her in a coffin as if she were dead. Thou wilt find assistants to bear her out in the night with thee. Near the putrid pits will be people with a litter waiting for you, to them ye will give the coffin. Promise the guards from me as much gold as each can carry in his mantle." While speaking, his face lost its usual torpor, and in him was roused the soldier to whom hope had restored his former energy. Nazarius was flushed with delight, and, raising his hands, he exclaimed, "May Christ give her health, for she will be free." "Dost thou think that the guards will consent?" inquired Petronius. "They, Lord?" "Yes, if they know that punishment and torture will not touch them. The guards would consent to her flight, all the more will they let us bear her out as a corpse," said Vinicius. "There is a man, it is true," said Nazarius, "who burns with red-hot iron to see if the bodies which we carry out are dead. But he will take even a few sestertia not to touch the face of the dead with iron. For 1 aureus he will touch the coffin, not the body." "Tell him that he will get a cap full of aurii," said Petronius. "But canst thou find reliable assistants?" "I can find men who would sell their own wives and children for money." "Where wilt thou find them?" "In the prison itself or in the city. Once the guards are paid, they will admit whomever I like." "In that case take me as a hired servant," said Vinicius. But Petronius opposed this most earnestly. The praetorians might recognize thee even in disguise, and all would be lost. Go neither to the prison nor the putrid pits. All, including Caesar and Tigellinus, should be convinced that she died, otherwise they will order immediate pursuit. We can lull suspicion only in this way. When she is taken to the Alban hills or farther, to Sicily, we shall be in Rome. A week or two later thou wilt fall ill, and summon Nero's physician. He will tell thee to go to the mountains. Thou and she will meet, and afterward. Here he thought a while, then, waving his hand, he said, Other times may come. May Christ have mercy on her, said Vinicius. Thou art speaking of Sicily, while she is sick and may die. Let us keep her nearer Rome at first. The air alone will restore her, if only we snatch her from the dungeon. Hast thou no manager in the mountains whom thou canst trust? I have, replied Vinicius, hurriedly. Near Corioli is a reliable man who carried me in his arms when I was a child, and who loves me yet. Write to him to come tomorrow, said Petronius, handing Vinicius tablets. I will send a courier at once. He called the chief of the atrium then, and gave the needful orders. A few minutes later, a mounted slave was coursing in the night toward Corioli. It would please me were Ursus to accompany her, said Vinicius. I should be more at rest. Lord, said Nazarius, that is a man of superhuman strength, he can break gratings and follow her. There is one window above a steep, high rock where no guard is placed. I will take Ursus a rope, the rest he will do himself. By Hercules, said Petronius, let him tear himself out as he pleases, but not at the same time with her, and not 2 or 3 days later, for they would follow him and discover her hiding place. By Hercules, do ye wish to destroy yourselves and her? I forbid you to name Corioli to him, or I wash my hands. Both recognized the justice of these words, and were silent. Nazarius took leave, promising to come the next morning at daybreak. He hoped to finish that night with the guards, but wished first to run in to see his mother, who in that uncertain and dreadful time had no rest for a moment thinking of her son. After some thought he had determined not to seek an assistant in the city, but to find and bribe one from among his fellow corpse-bearers. When going, he stopped, and, taking Vinicius aside, whispered, I will not mention our plan to anyone, not even to my mother. But the Apostle Peter promised to come from the amphitheater to our house. I will tell him everything. Here thou canst speak openly, replied Vinicius. The apostle was in the amphitheater with the people of Petronius. But I will go with you myself. He gave command to bring him a slave's mantle, and they passed out. Petronius sighed deeply. I wished her to die of that fever, thought he, since that would have been less terrible for Vinicius. But now I am ready to offer a golden tripod to Aesculapius for her health. Ah! Ahenobarbus, thou hast the wish to turn a lover's pain into a spectacle. Thou, Augusta, wert jealous of the maiden's beauty, and wouldst devour her alive because thy Rufius has perished. Thou, Tigellinus, wouldst destroy her to spite me. We shall see. I tell you that your eyes will not behold her on the arena, for she will either die her own death, or I shall wrest her from you as from the jaws of dogs. And wrest her in such fashion that ye shall not know it. And as often afterward as I look at you I shall think, these are the fools whom Caius Petronius outwitted. And, self-satisfied, he passed to the triclinium, where he sat down to supper with Eunice. During the meal a lector read to them the Idylls of Theocritus. Out of doors the wind brought clouds from the direction of Soracte, and a sudden storm broke the silence of the calm summer night. From time to time thunder reverberated on the 7 hills, while they, reclining near each other at the table, listened to the bucolic poet, who in the singing Doric dialect celebrated the loves of shepherds. Later on, with minds at rest, they prepared for sweet slumber. But before this Vinicius returned. Petronius heard of his coming, and went to meet him. Well? Have ye fixed anything new? Inquired he. Has Nazarius gone to the prison? He has, answered the young man, arranging his hair, wet from the rain. Nazarius went to arrange with the guards, and I have seen Peter, who commanded me to pray and believe. That is well. If all goes favorably, we can bear her away tomorrow night. My manager must be here at daybreak with men. The road is a short one. Now go to rest. But Vinicius knelt in his cubiculum and prayed. At sunrise Niger, the manager, arrived from Corioli, bringing with him, at the order of Vinicius, mules, a litter, and 4 trusty men selected among slaves from Britain, whom, to save appearances, he had left at an inn in the Subura. Vinicius, who had watched all night, went to meet him. Niger, moved at sight of his youthful master, kissed his hands and eyes, saying, "My dear, thou art ill, or else suffering has sucked the blood from thy face, for hardly did I know thee at first." Vinicius took him to the interior colonnade, and there admitted him to the secret. Niger listened with fixed attention, and on his dry, sunburnt face great emotion was evident. This he did not even try to master. "Then she is a Christian?" exclaimed Niger. And he looked inquiringly into the face of Vinicius, who divined evidently what the gaze of the countryman was asking, since he answered, "I too am a Christian." Tears glistened in Niger's eyes that moment. He was silent for a while. Then, raising his hands, he said, "I thank thee, O Christ, for having taken the beam from eyes which are the dearest on earth to me." Then he embraced the head of Vinicius, and, weeping from happiness, fell to kissing his forehead. A moment later, Petronius appeared, bringing Nazarius. "Good news!" cried he, while still at a distance. Indeed, the news was good. First, Glaucus the physician guaranteed Lygia's life, though she had the same prison fever of which, in the Tullianum and other dungeons, hundreds of people were dying daily. As to the guards and the man who tried corpses with red-hot iron, there was not the least difficulty. Attis, the assistant, was satisfied also. "We made openings in the coffin to let the sick woman breathe," said Nazarius. "The only danger is that she may groan or speak as we pass the praetorians. But she is very weak, and is lying with closed eyes since early morning. Besides, Glaucus will give her a sleeping draught prepared by himself from drugs brought by me purposely from the city. The cover will not be nailed to the coffin, ye will raise it easily and take the patient to the litter. We will place in the coffin a long bag of sand, which ye will provide." Vinicius, while hearing these words, was as pale as linen, but he listened with such attention that he seemed to divine at a glance what Nazarius had to say. "Will they carry out other bodies from the prison?" inquired Petronius. "About 20 died last night, and before evening more will be dead," said the youth. "We must go with a whole company, but we will delay and drop into the rear. At the first corner my comrade will get lame purposely. In that way we shall remain behind the others considerably. Ye will wait for us at the small temple of Libitina. May God give a night as dark as possible." "He will," said Niger. "Last evening was bright, and then a sudden storm came. Today the sky is clear, but since morning it is sultry. Every night now there will be wind and rain." "Will ye go without torches?" inquired Vinicius. "The torches are carried only in advance. In every event, be near the temple of Libitina at dark, though usually we carry out the corpses only just before midnight." They stopped. Nothing was to be heard save the hurried breathing of Vinicius. Petronius turned to him. "I said yesterday that it would be best were we both to stay at home, but now I see that I could not stay. Were it a question of flight, there would be need of the greatest caution, but since she will be borne out as a corpse, it seems that not the least suspicion will enter the head of anyone." "True, true," answered Vinicius. "I must be there. I will take her from the coffin myself. Once she is in my house at Corioli, I answer for her," said Niger. Conversation stopped here. Niger returned to his men at the inn. Nazarius took a purse of gold under his tunic and went to the prison. For Vinicius began a day filled with alarm, excitement, disquiet, and hope. The undertaking ought to succeed, for it is well planned, said Petronius. It was impossible to plan better. Thou must feign suffering, and wear a dark toga. Do not desert the amphitheater. Let people see thee. All is so fixed that there cannot be failure. But, art thou perfectly sure of thy manager? He is a Christian, replied Vinicius. Petronius looked at him with amazement, then shrugged his shoulders, and said, as if in soliloquy, by Pollux! How it spreads, and commands people's souls. Under such terror as the present, men would renounce straightway all the gods of Rome, Greece, and Egypt. Still, this is wonderful. By Pollux! If I believed that anything depended on our gods, would sacrifice 6 white bullocks to each of them, and 12 to Capitoline Jove. Spare no promises to thy Christ. I have given him my soul, said Vinicius. And they parted. Petronius returned to his cubiculum. But Vinicius went to look from a distance at the prison. And thence betook himself to the slope of the Vatican Hill, to that hut of the quarryman where he had received baptism from the hands of the apostle. It seemed to him that Christ would hear him more readily there than in any other place. So when he found it, he threw himself on the ground and exerted all the strength of his suffering soul in prayer for mercy. And so forgot himself that he remembered not where he was or what he was doing. In the afternoon he was roused by the sound of trumpets which came from the direction of Nero's circus. He went out of the hut, and gazed around with eyes which were as if just opened from sleep. It was hot, the stillness was broken at intervals by the sound of brass and continually by the ceaseless noise of grasshoppers. The air had become sultry, the sky was still clear over the city, but near the Sabine hills dark clouds were gathering at the edge of the horizon. Vinicius went home. Petronius was waiting for him in the atrium. I have been on the Palatine, said he. I showed myself there purposely, and even sat down at dice. There is a feast at the house of Vinicius this evening. I promised to go, but only after midnight, saying that I must sleep before that hour. In fact I shall be there, and it would be well worth thou to go also. Are there no tidings from Niger or Nazarius? Inquired Vinicius. No, we shall see them only at midnight. Hast noticed that a storm is threatening? Yes. Tomorrow there is to be an exhibition of crucified Christians, but perhaps rain will prevent it. Then he drew nearer and said, touching his nephew's shoulder, but thou wilt not see her on the cross, thou wilt see her only in Corioli. By Castor. I would not give the moment in which we free her for all the gems in Rome. The evening is near. In truth the evening was near, and darkness began to encircle the city earlier than usual because clouds covered the whole horizon. With the coming of night heavy rain fell, which turned into steam on the stones warmed by the heat of the day, and filled the streets of the city with mist. After that came a lull, then brief violent showers. Let us hurry, said Vinicius at last, they may carry bodies from the prison earlier because of the storm. It is time, said Petronius. And taking Gallic mantles with hoods, they passed through the garden door to the street. Petronius had armed himself with a short Roman knife called sicca, which he took always during night trips. The city was empty because of the storm. From time to time lightning rent the clouds, illuminating with its glare the fresh walls of houses newly built or in process of building and the wet flagstones with which the streets were paved. At last a flash came, when they saw, after a rather long road, the mound on which stood the small temple of Libitina, and at the foot of the mound a group of mules and horses. Niger! Called Vinicius, in a low voice. I am here, Lord, said a voice in the rain. Is everything ready? It is. We were here at dark. But hide yourselves under the rampart, or ye will be drenched. What a storm! Hail will fall, I think. In fact Niger's fear was justified, for soon hail began to fall, at first fine, then larger and more frequent. The air grew cold at once. While standing under the rampart, sheltered from the wind and icy missiles, they conversed in low voices. "Even should someone see us," said Niger, "there will be no suspicion. We look like people waiting for the storm to pass. But I fear that they may not bring the bodies out till morning." "The hailstorm will not last," said Petronius. "We must wait even till daybreak." They waited, listening to hear the sound of the procession. The hailstorm passed, but immediately after a shower began to roar. At times the wind rose, and brought from the putrid pits a dreadful odor of decaying bodies, buried near the surface and carelessly. "I see a light through the mist," said Niger. "1, 2, 3, those are torches." "See that the mules do not snort," said he, turning to the men. "They are coming," said Petronius. The lights were growing more and more distinct. After a time it was possible to see torches under the quivering flames. Niger made the sign of the cross, and began to pray. Meanwhile the gloomy procession drew nearer, and halted at last in front of the temple of Libitina. Petronius, Vinicius, and Niger pressed up to the rampart in silence, not knowing why the halt was made. But the men had stopped only to cover their mouths and faces with cloths to ward off the stifling stench which at the edge of the putrid pits was simply unendurable. Then they raised the biers with coffins and moved on. Only one coffin stopped before the temple. Vinicius sprang toward it, and after him Petronius, Niger, and 2 British slaves with the litter. But before they had reached it in the darkness, the voice of Nazarius was heard, full of pain. "Lord, they took her with Ursus to the XLIII prison. We are carrying another body. They removed her before midnight." Petronius, when he had returned home, was gloomy as a storm, and did not even try to console Vinicius. He understood that to free Lygia from the XLIII dungeons was not to be dreamed of. He divined that very likely she had been taken from the Tullianum so as not to die of fever and escape the amphitheater assigned to her. But for this very reason she was watched and guarded more carefully than others. From the bottom of his soul Petronius was sorry for her and Vinicius, but he was wounded also by the thought that for the first time in life he had not succeeded. And for the first time was beaten in a struggle. "Fortune seems to desert me," said he to himself, "but the gods are mistaken if they think that I will accept such a life as his, for example." Here he turned toward Vinicius, who looked at him with staring eyes. "What is the matter?" "Thou hast a fever," said Petronius. But Vinicius answered with a certain strange, broken, halting voice, like that of a sick child, "But I believe that he can restore her to me." Above the city the last thunders of the storm had ceased. Chapter 57. 3 days' rain, an exceptional phenomenon in Rome during summer, and hail falling in opposition to the natural order, not only in the day, but even at night, interrupted the spectacles. People were growing alarmed. A failure of grapes was predicted, and when on a certain afternoon a thunderbolt melted the bronze statue of Ceres on the Capitol, sacrifices were ordered in the temple of Jupiter Stator. The priests of Ceres spread a report that the anger of the gods was turned on the city because of the too hasty punishment of Christians. Hence crowds began to insist that the spectacles be given without reference to weather. Delight seized all Rome when the announcement was made at last that the ludus would begin again after 3 days' interval. Meanwhile beautiful weather returned. The amphitheater was filled at daybreak with thousands of people. Caesar came early with the Vestals and the court. The spectacle was to begin with a battle among the Christians, who to this end were arrayed as gladiators and furnished with all kinds of weapons which served gladiators by profession in offensive and defensive struggles. But here came disappointment. The Christians threw nets, darts, tridents, and swords on the arena, embraced and encouraged one another to endurance in view of torture and death. At this deep indignation and resentment seized the hearts of the multitude. Some reproached the Christians with cowardice and pusillanimity. Others asserted that they refused to fight through hatred of the people, so as to deprive them of that pleasure which the sight of bravery produces. Finally, at command of Caesar, real gladiators were led out, who dispatched in one twinkle the kneeling and defenseless victims. When these bodies were removed, the spectacle was a series of mythologic pictures, Caesar's own idea. The audience saw Hercules blazing in living fire on Mount Ida. Vinicius had trembled at the thought that the role of Hercules might be intended for Ursus. But evidently the turn of Lygia's faithful servant had not come, for on the pile some other Christian was burning, a man quite unknown to Vinicius. In the next picture Chilo, whom Caesar would not excuse from attendance, saw acquaintances. The death of Daedalus was represented, and also that of Icarus. In the role of Daedalus appeared Eurystheus, that old man who had given Chilo the sign of the fish. The role of Icarus was taken by his son, Quartus. Both were raised aloft with cunning machinery, and then hurled suddenly from an immense height to the arena. Young Quartus fell so near Caesar's podium that he spattered with blood not only the external ornaments but the purple covering spread over the front of the podium. Chilo did not see the fall, for he closed his eyes, but he heard the dull thump of the body, and when after a time he saw blood there close to him, he came near fainting a second time. The pictures changed quickly. The shameful torments of maidens violated before death by gladiators dressed as wild beasts, delighted the hearts of the rabble. They saw priestesses of Cybele and Ceres, they saw the Danaides, they saw Dirce and Pasiphae, finally they saw young girls, not mature yet, torn asunder by wild horses. Every moment the crowd applauded new ideas of Nero, who, proud of them, and made happy by plaudits, did not take the emerald from his eye for one instant while looking at white bodies torn with iron. And the convulsive quivering of victims. Pictures were given also from the history of the city. After the maidens they saw Mucius Scaevola, whose hand fastened over a fire to a tripod filled the amphitheater with the odor of burnt flesh. But this man, like the real Scaevola, remained without a groan, his eyes raised and the murmur of prayer on his blackening lips. When he had expired and his body was dragged to the spoliarium, the usual midday interlude followed. Caesar with the Vestals and the Augustans left the amphitheater, and withdrew to an immense scarlet tent erected purposely. In this was prepared for him and the guests a magnificent prandium. The spectators for the greater part followed his example, and, streaming out, disposed themselves in picturesque groups around the tent, to rest their limbs wearied from long sitting. And enjoy the food which, through Caesar's favor, was served by slaves to them. Only the most curious descended to the arena itself, and, touching with their fingers lumps of sand held together by blood, conversed, as specialists and amateurs, of that which had happened and of that which was to follow. Soon even these went away, lest they might be late for the feast. Only those few were left who stayed not through curiosity, but sympathy for the coming victims. Those concealed themselves behind seats or in the lower places. Meanwhile the arena was leveled, and slaves began to dig holes one near the other in rows throughout the whole circuit from side to side. So that the last row was but a few paces distant from Caesar's podium. From outside came the murmur of people, shouts and plaudits, while within they were preparing in hot haste for new tortures. The cunicula were opened simultaneously, and in all passages leading to the arena were urged forward crowds of Christians naked and carrying crosses on their shoulders. The whole arena was filled with them. Old men, bending under the weight of wooden beams, ran forward. At the side of these went men in the prime of life, women with loosened hair behind which they strove to hide their nakedness, small boys, and little children. The crosses, for the greater part, as well as the victims, were wreathed with flowers. The servants of the amphitheater beat the unfortunates with clubs, forcing them to lay down their crosses near the holes prepared, and stand themselves there in rows. Thus were to perish those whom executioners had had no chance to drive out as food for dogs and wild beasts the first day of the games. Black slaves seized the victims, laid them face upward on the wood, and fell to nailing their hands hurriedly and quickly to the arms of the crosses. So that people returning after the interlude might find all the crosses standing. The whole amphitheater resounded with the noise of hammers which echoed through all the rows, went out to the space surrounding the amphitheater, and into the tent where Caesar was entertaining his suite and the Vestals. There he drank wine, bantered with Chilo, and whispered strange words in the ears of the priestesses of Vesta. But on the arena the work was seething, nails were going into the hands and feet of the Christians, shovels moved quickly, filling the holes in which the crosses had been planted. Among the new victims whose turn was to come soon was Crispus. The lions had not had time to rend him, hence he was appointed to the cross. He, ready at all times for death, was delighted with the thought that his hour was approaching. He seemed another man, for his emaciated body was wholly naked, only a girdle of ivy encircled his hips, on his head was a garland of roses. But in his eyes gleamed always that same exhaustless energy, that same fanatical stern face gazed from beneath the crown of roses. Neither had his heart changed. For, as once in the cuniculum he had threatened with the wrath of God his brethren sewed up in the skins of wild beasts, so today he thundered in place of consoling them. "Thank the Redeemer," said Crispus, "that he permits you to die the same death that he himself died. Maybe a part of your sins will be remitted for this cause. But tremble, since justice must be satisfied, and there cannot be one reward for the just and the wicked." His words were accompanied by the sound of the hammers nailing the hands and feet of victims. Every moment more crosses were raised on the arena. But he, turning to the crowd standing each man by his own cross, continued, "I see heaven open, but I see also the yawning abyss. I know not what account of my life to give the Lord, though I have believed, and hated evil. I fear, not death, but resurrection, I fear, not torture, but judgment, for the day of wrath is at hand." At that moment was heard from between the nearest rows some voice, calm and solemn. "Not the day of wrath, but of mercy, the day of salvation and happiness. For I say that Christ will gather you in, will comfort you and seat you at his right hand. Be confident, for heaven is opening before you." At these words all eyes were turned to the benches. Even those who were hanging on the crosses raised their pale, tortured faces, and looked toward the man who was speaking. But he went to the barrier surrounding the arena, and blessed them with the sign of the cross. Crispus stretched out his arm as if to thunder at him. But when he saw the man's face, he dropped his arm, the knees bent under him, and his lips whispered, "Paul the Apostle." To the great astonishment of the servants of the circus, all of those who were not nailed to the crosses yet knelt down. Paul turned to Crispus and said, "Threaten them not, Crispus, for this day they will be with thee in paradise. It is thy thought that they may be condemned. But who will condemn? Will God, who gave his Son for them? Will Christ, who died for their salvation, condemn when they die for his name? And how is it possible that he who loves can condemn? Who will accuse the chosen of God? Who will say of this blood, it is cursed? I have hated evil," said the old priest. Christ's command to love men was higher than that to hate evil, for his religion is not hatred, but love. "I have sinned in the hour of death," answered Crispus, beating his breast. The manager of the seats approached the apostle, and inquired, "Who art thou?" speaking to the condemned. "A Roman citizen," answered Paul, calmly. Then, turning to Crispus, he said, "Be confident, for today is a day of grace, die in peace, O servant of God." The black men approached Crispus at that moment to place him on the cross. But he looked around once again, and cried, "My brethren, pray for me." His face had lost its usual sternness, his stony features had taken an expression of peace and sweetness. He stretched his arms himself along the arms of the cross, to make the work easier, and, looking directly into heaven, began to pray earnestly. He seemed to feel nothing. For when the nails entered his hands, not the least quiver shook his body, nor on his face did there appear any wrinkle of pain. He prayed when they raised the cross and trampled the earth around it. Only when crowds began to fill the amphitheater with shouts and laughter did his brows frown somewhat, as if in anger that a pagan people were disturbing the calm and peace of a sweet death. But all the crosses had been raised, so that in the arena there stood as it were a forest, with people hanging on the trees. On the arms of the crosses and on the heads of the martyrs fell the gleam of the sun. But on the arena was a deep shadow, forming a kind of black involved grating through which glittered the golden sand. That was a spectacle in which the whole delight of the audience consisted in looking at a lingering death. Never before had men seen such a density of crosses. The arena was packed so closely that the servants squeezed between them only with effort. On the edges were women especially. But Crispus, as a leader, was raised almost in front of Caesar's podium, on an immense cross, wreathed below with honeysuckle. None of the victims had died yet, but some of those fastened earlier had fainted. No one groaned, no one called for mercy. Some were hanging with head inclined on one arm or dropped on the breast, as if seized by sleep, some were as if in meditation, some, looking toward heaven, were moving their lips quietly. In this terrible forest of crosses, among those crucified bodies, in that silence of victims there was something ominous. The people who, filled by the feast and gladsome, had returned to the circus with shouts, became silent, not knowing on which body to rest their eyes, or what to think of the spectacle. The nakedness of strained female forms roused no feeling. They did not make the usual bets as to who would die first, a thing done generally when there was even the smallest number of criminals on the arena. It seemed that Caesar himself was bored, for he turned lazily and with drowsy expression to arrange his necklace. At that moment Crispus, who was hanging opposite, and who, like a man in a faint or dying, had kept his eyes closed, opened them and looked at Caesar. His face assumed an expression so pitiless, and his eyes flashed with such fire, that the Augustans whispered to one another, pointing at him with their fingers. And at last Caesar himself turned to that cross, and placed the emerald to his eye sluggishly. Perfect silence followed. The eyes of the spectators were fixed on Crispus, who strove to move his right hand, as if to tear it from the tree. After a while his breast rose, his ribs were visible, and he cried, "Matricide! Woe to thee!" The Augustans, hearing this mortal insult flung at the Lord of the world in presence of thousands, did not dare to breathe. Chilo was half dead. Caesar trembled, and dropped the emerald from his fingers. The people, too, held the breath in their breasts. The voice of Crispus was heard, as it rose in power, throughout the amphitheater. Woe to thee, murderer of wife and brother! Woe to thee, Antichrist! The abyss is opening beneath thee, death is stretching its hands to thee, the grave is waiting for thee. Woe, living corpse, for in terror shalt thou die and be damned to eternity. Unable to tear his hand from the cross, Crispus strained awfully. He was terrible, a living skeleton. Unbending as predestination, he shook his white beard over Nero's podium, scattering, as he nodded, rose leaves from the garland on his head. Woe to thee, murderer! Thy measure is surpassed, and thy hour is at hand. Here he made one more effort. It seemed for a moment that he would free his hand from the cross and hold it in menace above Caesar. But all at once his emaciated arms extended still more, his body settled down, his head fell on his breast, and he died. In that forest of crosses the weakest began also the sleep of eternity. Chapter 58. Lord, said Chilo, the sea is like olive oil, the waves seem to sleep. Let us go to Achaia. There the glory of Apollo is awaiting thee, crowns and triumph are awaiting thee, the people will deify thee, the gods will receive thee as a guest, their own equal. But here, O Lord. And he stopped, for his lower lip began to quiver so violently that his words passed into meaningless sounds. We will go when the games are over, replied Nero. I know that even now some call the Christians anaxia corpora. If I were to go, all would repeat this. What dost thou fear? Then he frowned, but looked with inquiring glance at Chilo, as if expecting an answer, for he only feigned cool blood. At the last exhibition he himself feared the words of Crispus. And when he had returned to the Palatine, he could not sleep from rage and shame, but also from fear. Then Vestinius, who heard their conversation in silence, looked around, and said in a mysterious voice, Listen, Lord, to this old man. There is something strange in those Christians. Their deity gives them an easy death, but he may be vengeful. It was not I who arranged the games, but Tigellinus, replied Nero, quickly. True. It was I, added Tigellinus, who heard Caesar's answer, and I jeer at all Christian gods. Vestinius is a bladder full of prejudices, and this valiant Greek is ready to die of terror at sight of a hen with feathers up in defense of her chickens. True, said Nero. But henceforth give command to cut the tongues out of Christians and stop their mouths. Fire will stop them, O divinity. Woe is me, groaned Chilo. But Caesar, to whom the insolent confidence of Tigellinus gave courage, began to laugh, and said, pointing to the old Greek. See how the descendant of Achilles looks. Indeed, Chilo looked terribly. The remnant of hair on his head had grown white, on his face was fixed an expression of some immense dread, alarm, and oppression. He seemed at times, too, as if stunned and only half conscious. Often he gave no answer to questions. Then again he fell into anger, and became so insolent that the Augustans preferred not to attack him. Such a moment had come to him then. Do what ye like with me, but I will not go to the games, cried he, in desperation. Nero looked at him for a while, and, turning to Tigellinus, said, Have a care that this Stoic is near me in the gardens. I want to see what impression our torches will make on him. Chilo was afraid of the threat which quivered in Caesar's voice. O Lord, said he, I shall see nothing, for I cannot see in the night time. The night will be as bright as day, replied Caesar, with a threatening laugh. Turning then to the Augustans, Nero talked about races which he intended to have when the games were over. Petronius approached Chilo, and asked, pushing him on the shoulder. Have I not said that thou wouldst not hold out? I wish to drink, said Chilo, stretching his trembling hand toward a goblet of wine, but he was unable to raise it to his lips. Seeing this, Vestinius took the vessel. But later he drew near, and inquired with curious and frightened face. Are the Furies pursuing thee? The old man looked at him a certain time with open lips, as if not understanding what he said. But Vestinius repeated. Are the Furies pursuing thee? No, answered Chilo. But night is before me. How, night? May the gods have mercy on thee. How night? Night, ghastly and impenetrable, in which something is moving, something coming toward me. But I know not what it is, and I am terrified. I have always been sure that there are witches. Dost thou not dream of something? No, for I do not sleep. I did not think that they would be punished thus. Art thou sorry for them? Why do ye shed so much blood? Hast heard what that one said from the cross? Woe to us! I heard, answered Vestinius, in a low voice. But they are incendiaries. Not true. And enemies of the human race. Not true. And poisoners of water. Not true. And murderers of children. Not true. How? Inquired Vestinius, with astonishment. Thou hast said so thyself, and given them into the hands of Tigellinus. Therefore night has surrounded me, and death is coming toward me. At times it seems to me that I am dead already, and ye also. No. It is they who are dying, we are alive. But tell me, what do they see when they are dying? Christ. That is their God. Is he a mighty God? But Chilo answered with a question. What kind of torches are to burn in the gardens? Hast thou heard what Caesar said? I heard, and I know. Those torches are called sarmenticii and samaxii. They are made by arraying men in painful tunics, steeped in pitch, and binding them to pillars, to which fire is set afterward. May their God not send misfortune on the city. Samaxii. That is a dreadful punishment. I would rather see it, for there will not be blood, answered Chilo. Command a slave to hold the goblet to my mouth. I wish to drink, but I spill the wine. My hand trembles from age. Others also were speaking of the Christians. Old Domitius Afer reviled them. There is such a multitude of them, said he, that they might raise a civil war. And, remember, there were fears lest they might arm. But they die like sheep. Let them try to die otherwise, said Tigellinus. To this Petronius answered, Ye deceive yourselves. They are arming. With what? With patience. That is a new kind of weapon. True. But can ye say that they die like common criminals? No. They die as if the criminals were those who condemned them to death, that is, we and the whole Roman people. What raving, said Tigellinus. Hic abdera, 24 answered Petronius. But others, struck by the justice of his remark, began to look at one another with astonishment, and repeat. True. There is something peculiar and strange in their death. I tell you that they see their divinity, cried Vestinius, from one side. Thereupon a number of Augustans turned to Chilo. Hi, old man, thou knowest them well, tell us what they see. The Greek spat out wine on his tunic, and answered. The resurrection. And he began to tremble so that the guests sitting nearer burst into loud laughter. Chapter 59. For some time Vinicius had spent his nights away from home. It occurred to Petronius that perhaps he had formed a new plan, and was working to liberate Lygia from the Esquiline dungeon. He did not wish, however, to inquire about anything, lest he might bring misfortune to the work. This skeptical exquisite had become in a certain sense superstitious. He had failed to snatch Lygia from the Mamertine prison, hence had ceased to believe in his own star. Besides, he did not count this time on a favorable outcome for the efforts of Vinicius. The Esquiline prison, formed in a hurry from the cellars of houses thrown down to stop the fire, was not, it is true, so terrible as the old Tullianum near the Capitol. But it was 100 times better guarded. Petronius understood perfectly that Lygia had been taken there only to escape death and not escape the amphitheater. He could understand at once that for this very reason they were guarding her as a man guards the eye in his head. Evidently, said he to himself, Caesar and Tigellinus have reserved her for some special spectacle, more dreadful than all others, and Vinicius is more likely to perish than rescue her. Vinicius, too, had lost hope of being able to free Lygia. Christ alone could do that. The young tribune now thought only of seeing her in prison. For some time the knowledge that Nazarius had penetrated the Mamertine prison as a corpse-bearer had given him no peace, hence he resolved to try that method also. The overseer of the putrid pits, who had been bribed for an immense sum of money, admitted him at last among servants whom he sent nightly to prisons for corpses. The danger that Vinicius might be recognized was really small. He was preserved from it by night, the dress of a slave, and the defective illumination of the prison. Besides, into whose head could it enter that a patrician, the grandson of one consul, the son of another, could be found among servants, corpse-bearers, exposed to the miasma of prisons and the putrid pits? And he began work to which men were forced only by slavery or the direst need. When the desired evening came, he girded his loins gladly, covered his head with a cloth steeped in turpentine, and with throbbing heart betook himself, with a crowd of others, to the Esquiline. The Praetorian guards made no trouble, for all had brought proper tesserae, which the centurion examined by the light of a lantern. After a while the great iron doors opened before them, and they entered. Vinicius saw an extensive vaulted cellar, from which they passed to a series of others. Dim tapers illuminated the interior of each, which was filled with people. Some of these were lying at the walls sunk in sleep, or dead, perhaps. Others surrounded large vessels of water, standing in the middle, out of which they drank as people tormented with fever. Others were sitting on the grounds, their elbows on their knees, their heads on their palms, here and their children were sleeping, nestled up to their mothers. Groans, loud hurried breathing of the sick, weeping, whispered prayers, hymns in an undertone, the curses of overseers were heard round about it. In this dungeon was the odor of crowds and corpses. In its gloomy depth dark figures were swarming. Nearer, close to flickering lights, were visible faces, pale, terrified, hungry, and cadaverous, with eyes dim, or else flaming with fever, with lips blue, with streams of sweat on their foreheads, and with clammy hair. In corners the sick were moaning loudly, some begged for water, others, to be led to death. And still that prison was less terrible than the old Tullianum. The legs bent under Vinicius when he saw all this, and breath was failing in his breast. At the thought that Lygia was in the midst of this misery and misfortune, the hair rose on his head, and he stifled a cry of despair. The amphitheater, the teeth of wild beasts, the cross, anything was better than those dreadful dungeons filled with the odor of corpses. Places in which imploring voices called from every corner. Lead us to death. Vinicius pressed his nails into his palms, for he felt that he was growing weak, and that presence of mind was deserting him. All that he had felt till then, all his love and pain, changed in him to one desire for death. Just then near his side was heard the overseer of the putrid pits. "How many corpses have ye today?" "About a dozen," answered the guardian of the prison, "but there will be more before morning, some are in agony at the walls." And he fell to complaining of women who concealed dead children so as to keep them near and not yield them to the putrid pits. We must discover corpses first by the odor. Through this the air, so terrible already, is spoiled still more. I would rather be a slave in some rural prison than guard these dogs rotting here while alive. The overseer of the pits comforted him, saying that his own service was no easier. By this time the sense of reality had returned to Vinicius. He began to search the dungeon, but sought in vain for Ligia, fearing meanwhile that he would never see her alive. A number of cellars were connected by newly made passages, the corpse-bearers entered only those from which corpses were to be carried. Fear seized Vinicius lest that privilege which had cost so much trouble might serve no purpose. Luckily his patron aided him. "Infection spreads most through corpses," said he. "Ye must carry out the bodies at once, or die yourselves, together with the prisoners." "There are only 10 of us for all the cellars," said the guardian, "and we must sleep. I will leave 4 men of mine, who will go through the cellars at night to see if these are dead. We will drink tomorrow if thou do that. Everybody must be taken to the test. For an order has come to pierce the neck of each corpse, and then to the putrid pits at once with it." "Very well, but we will drink," said the overseer. 4 men were selected, and among them Vinicius, the others he took to put the corpses on the biers. Vinicius was at rest, he was certain now at least of finding Ligia. The young tribune began by examining the first dungeon carefully, he looked into all the dark corners hardly reached by the light of his torch. He examined figures sleeping at the walls under coarse cloths, he saw that the most grievously ill were drawn into a corner apart. But Ligia he found in no place. In a second and third dungeon his search was equally fruitless. Meanwhile the hour had grown late, all corpses had been carried out. The guards, disposing themselves in the corridors between cellars, were asleep, the children, wearied with crying, were silent. Nothing was heard save the breathing of troubled breasts, and here and there the murmur of prayer. Vinicius went with his torch to the 4th dungeon, which was considerably smaller. Raising the light, he began to examine it, and trembled all at once, for it seemed to him that he saw, near a latticed opening in the wall, the gigantic form of Ursus. Then, blowing out the light, he approached him, and asked, "Ursus, art thou here?" "Who art thou?" asked the giant, turning his head. "Dost not know me? Thou hast quenched the torch. How could I know thee?" But at that moment Vinicius saw Ligia lying on a cloak near the wall, so, without speaking further, he knelt near her. Ursus recognized him, and said, "Praise be to Christ! But do not wake her, Lord." Vinicius, kneeling down, gazed at her through his tears. In spite of the darkness he could distinguish her face, which seemed to him as pale as alabaster, and her emaciated arms. At that sight he was seized by a love which was like a rending pain, a love which shook his soul to its uttermost depth, and which at the same time was so full of pity, respect, and homage that he fell on his face, and pressed to his lips the hem of the cloak on which rested that head dearer to him than all else on earth. Ursus looked at Vinicius for a long time in silence, but at last he pulled his tunic. "Lord," asked he, "how didst thou come, and hast thou come here to save her?" Vinicius rose, and struggled for a time with his emotion. "Show me the means," replied he. "I thought that thou wouldst find them, Lord. Only one method came to my head." Here he turned toward the grating in the wall, as if in answer to himself, and said, "In that way, but there are soldiers outside. 100 praetorians. Then we cannot pass." "No." The Lygian rubbed his forehead, and asked again, "How didst thou enter?" "I have a tessera from the overseer of the putrid pits." Then Vinicius stopped suddenly, as if some idea had flashed through his head. "By the passion of the Redeemer," said he, in a hurried voice, "I will stay here. Let her take my tessera. She can wrap her head in a cloth, cover her shoulders with a mantle, and pass out. Among the slaves who carry out corpses there are several youths not full grown. Hence the praetorians will not notice her, and once at the house of Petronius she is safe." But the Lygian dropped his head on his breast, and said, "She would not consent, for she loves thee. Besides, she is sick, and unable to stand alone. If thou and the noble Petronius cannot save her from prison, who can?" said he, after a while. "Christ alone." Then both were silent. Christ could save all Christians, thought the Lygian, in his simple heart, but since he does not save them, it is clear that the hour of torture and death has come. He accepted it for himself, but was grieved to the depth of his soul for that child who had grown up in his arms, and whom he loved beyond life. Vinicius knelt again near Ligia. Through the grating in the wall moonbeams came in, and gave better light than the one candle burning yet over the entrance. Ligia opened her eyes now, and said, placing her feverish hand on the arm of Vinicius, "I see thee, I knew that thou wouldst come." He seized her hands, pressed them to his forehead and his heart, raised her somewhat, and held her to his breast. "I have come, dearest. May Christ guard and free thee, beloved Ligia." He could say no more, for the heart began to whine in his breast from pain and love, and he would not show pain in her presence. "I am sick, Marcus," said Ligia, "and I must die either on the arena or here in prison. I have prayed to see thee before death, thou hast come, Christ has heard me." Unable to utter a word yet, he pressed her to his bosom, and she continued, "I saw thee through the window in the Tullianum. I saw that thou hadst the wish to come to me. Now the Redeemer has given me a moment of consciousness, so that we may take farewell of each other. I am going to him, Marcus, but I love thee, and shall love always." Vinicius conquered himself. He stifled his pain and began to speak in a voice which he tried to make calm. "No, dear Ligia, thou wilt not die. The apostle commanded me to believe, and he promised to pray for thee. He knew Christ, Christ loved him and will not refuse him. Hadst thou to die, Peter would not have commanded me to be confident, but he said, 'Have confidence.' No, Ligia. Christ will have mercy. He does not wish thy death. He will not permit it. I swear to thee by the name of the Redeemer that Peter is praying for thee." Silence followed. The one candle hanging above the entrance went out, but moonlight entered through the whole opening. In the opposite corner of the cellar a child whined and was silent. From outside came the voices of praetorians, who, after watching their turn out, were playing under the wall at scripto duodecim. "O Marcus," said Ligia, "Christ himself called to the Father, 'Remove this bitter cup from me,' still he drank it. Christ himself died on the cross, and thousands are perishing for his sake. Why, then, should he spare me alone? Who am I, Marcus? I have heard Peter say that he too would die in torture. Who am I, compared with Peter? When the praetorians came to us, I dreaded death and torture, but I dread them no longer. See what a terrible prison this is, but I am going to heaven. Think of it, Caesar is here, but there the Redeemer, kind and merciful. And there is no death there. Thou lovest me, think, then, how happy I shall be. Oh, dear Marcus, think that thou wilt come to me there. Here she stopped to get breath in her sick breast, and then raised his hand to her lips. Marcus? What, dear one? Do not weep for me, and remember this, thou wilt come to me. I have lived a short time, but God gave thy soul to me. Hence I shall tell Christ that though I died, and thou wert looking at my death, though thou wert left in grief, thou didst not blaspheme against his will, and that thou lovest him always. Thou wilt love him, and endure my death patiently? For then he will unite us. I love thee and I wish to be with thee. Breath failed her then, and in a barely audible voice she finished. Promise me this, Marcus. Vinicius embraced her with trembling arms, and said, By thy sacred head. I promise. Her pale face became radiant in the sad light of the moon, and once more she raised his hand to her lips, and whispered, I am thy wife. Beyond the wall the praetorians playing scripto duodecim raised a louder dispute. But Vinicius and Lygia forgot the prison, the guards, the world, and, feeling within them the souls of angels, they began to pray. Chapter 60. For 3 days, or rather 3 nights, nothing disturbed their peace. When the usual prison work was finished, which consisted in separating the dead from the living and the grievously sick from those in better health. When the wearied guards had lain down to sleep in the corridors, Vinicius entered Lygia's dungeon and remained there till daylight. She put her head on his breast, and they talked in low voices of love and of death. In thought and speech, in desires and hopes even, both were removed unconsciously more and more from life, and they lost the sense of it. Both were like people who, having sailed from land in a ship, saw the shore no more, and were sinking gradually into infinity. Both changed by degrees into sad souls in love with each other and with Christ, and ready to fly away. Only at times did pain start up in the heart of Vinicius like a whirlwind, at times there flashed in him like lightning, hope, born of love and faith in the crucified God. But he tore himself away more and more each day from the earth, and yielded to death. In the morning, when he went from the prison, he looked on the world, on the city, on acquaintances, on vital interests, as through a dream. Everything seemed to him strange, distant, vain, fleeting. Even torture ceased to terrify, since one might pass through it while sunk in thought and with eyes fixed on another thing. It seemed to both that eternity had begun to receive them. They conversed of how they would love and live together, but beyond the grave. And if their thoughts returned to the earth at intervals, these were thoughts of people who, setting out on a long journey, speak of preparations for the road. Moreover, they were surrounded by such silence as in some desert surrounds 2 columns far away and forgotten. Their only care was that Christ should not separate them. And as each moment strengthened their conviction that he would not, they loved him as a link uniting them in endless happiness and peace. While still on earth, the dust of earth fell from them. The soul of each was as pure as a tear. Under terror of death, amid misery and suffering, in that prison den, heaven had begun, for she had taken him by the hand, and, as if saved and a saint, had led him to the source of endless life. Petronius was astonished at seeing in the face of Vinicius increasing peace and a certain wonderful serenity which he had not noted before. At times even he supposed that Vinicius had found some mode of rescue, and he was piqued because his nephew had not confided his hopes to him. At last, unable to restrain himself, he said, Now thou hast another look, do not keep from me secrets, for I wish and am able to aid thee. Hast thou arranged anything? I have, said Vinicius. But thou canst not help me. After her death I will confess that I am a Christian and follow her. Then thou hast no hope? On the contrary, I have. Christ will give her to me, and I shall never be separated from her. Petronius began to walk in the atrium. Disillusion and impatience were evident on his face. Thy Christ is not needed for this, our Thanatos 25 can render the same service. Vinicius smiled sadly, and said, No, my dear, thou art unwilling to understand. I am unwilling and unable. It is not the time for discussion, but remember what I said when we failed to free her from the Tullianum. I lost all hope, and on the way home thou didst say, But I believe that Christ can restore her to me. Let him restore her. If I throw a costly goblet into the sea, no god of ours can give it back to me. If yours is no better, I know not why I should honor him beyond the old ones. But he will restore her to me. Petronius shrugged his shoulders. Dost know, inquired he, that Christians are to illuminate Caesar's gardens tomorrow? Tomorrow, repeated Vinicius. And in view of the near and dreadful reality his heart trembled with pain and fear. This is the last night, perhaps, which I can pass with Ligia, thought he. So bidding farewell to Petronius, he went hurriedly to the overseer of the putrid pits for his tessera. But disappointment was in waiting, the overseer would not give the tessera. Pardon me, said he, I have done what I could for thee, but I cannot risk my life. Tonight they are to conduct the Christians to Caesar's gardens. The prisons will be full of soldiers and officials. Shouldst thou be recognized, I and my children would be lost. Vinicius understood that it would be vain to insist. The hope gleamed in him, however, that the soldiers who had seen him before would admit him even without a tessera. So, with the coming of night, he disguised himself as usual in the tunic of a corpse-bearer, and, winding a cloth around his head, betook himself to the prison. But that day the tesserae were verified with greater care than usual, and what was more, the centurion Sabinus, a strict soldier, devoted soul and body to Caesar, recognized Vinicius. But evidently in his ironclad breast there glimmered yet some spark of pity for misfortunes. Instead of striking his spear in token of alarm, he led Vinicius aside and said, Return to thy house, Lord. I recognize thee, but not wishing thy ruin, I am silent. I cannot admit thee. Go thy way, and may the gods send thee solace. Thou canst not admit me, said Vinicius, but let me stand here and look at those who are led forth. My order does not forbid that, said Sabinus. Vinicius stood before the gate and waited. About midnight the prison gate was opened widely, and whole ranks of prisoners appeared, men, women, and children, surrounded by armed praetorians. The night was very bright. Hence it was possible to distinguish not only the forms, but the faces of the unfortunates. They went two abreast, in a long, gloomy train, amid stillness broken only by the clatter of weapons. So many were led out that all the dungeons must be empty, as it seemed. In the rear of the line Vinicius saw Glaucus the physician distinctly, but Lygia and Ursus were not among the condemned. Chapter 61. Darkness had not come when the first waves of people began to flow into Caesar's gardens. The crowds, in holiday costume, crowned with flowers, joyous, singing, and some of them drunk, were going to look at the new, magnificent spectacle. Shouts of Samaxii, Sarmenticii were heard on the Via Tecta, on the bridge of Aemilius, and from the other side of the Tiber, on the Triumphal Way, around the Circus of Nero, and off towards the Vatican Hill. In Rome people had been seen burnt on pillars before, but never had anyone seen such a number of victims. Caesar and Tigellinus, wishing to finish at once with the Christians and also to avoid infection, which from the prisons was spreading more and more through the city, had given command to empty all dungeons, so that there remained in them barely a few tens of people intended for the close of the spectacles. So, when the crowds had passed the gates, they were dumb with amazement. All the main and side alleys, which lay through dense groves and along lawns, thickets, ponds, fields, and squares filled with flowers, were packed with pillars smeared with pitch, to which Christians were fastened. In higher places, where the view was not hindered by trees, one could see whole rows of pillars and bodies decked with flowers, myrtle, and ivy, extending into the distance on high and low places. So far that, though the nearest were like masts of ships, the farthest seemed colored darts, or staffs thrust into the earth. The number of them surpassed the expectation of the multitude. One might suppose that a whole nation had been lashed to pillars for Rome's amusement and for Caesar's. The throng of spectators stopped before single masts when their curiosity was roused by the form or the sex of the victim. They looked at the faces, the crowns, the garlands of ivy. Then they went farther and farther, asking themselves with amazement, could there have been so many criminals, or how could children barely able to walk have set fire to Rome? And astonishment passed by degrees into fear. Meanwhile darkness came, and the first stars twinkled in the sky. Near each condemned person a slave took his place, torch in hand. When the sound of trumpets was heard in various parts of the gardens, in sign that the spectacle was to begin, each slave put his torch to the foot of a pillar. The straw, hidden under the flowers and steeped in pitch, burned at once with a bright flame which, increasing every instant, withered the ivy, and rising embraced the feet of the victims. The people were silent, the gardens resounded with one immense groan and with cries of pain. Some victims, however, raising their faces toward the starry sky, began to sing, praising Christ. The people listened. But the hardest hearts were filled with terror when, on smaller pillars, children cried with shrill voices, "Mama! Mama!" A shiver ran through even spectators who were drunk when they saw little heads and innocent faces distorted with pain, or children fainting in the smoke which began to stifle them. But the flames rose, and seized new crowns of roses and ivy every instant. The main and side alleys were illuminated, the groups of trees, the lawns, and the flowery squares were illuminated. The water in pools and ponds was gleaming, the trembling leaves on the trees had grown rose-colored, and all was as visible as in daylight. When the odor of burnt bodies filled the gardens, slaves sprinkled between the pillars myrrh and aloes prepared purposely. In the crowds were heard here and there shouts, whether of sympathy or delight and joy, it was unknown. And they increased every moment with the fire, which embraced the pillars, climbed to the breasts of the victims, shriveled with burning breath the hair on their heads, threw veils over their blackened faces, and then shot up higher, as if showing the victory and triumph of that power which had given command to rouse it. At the very beginning of the spectacle Caesar had appeared among the people in a magnificent quadriga of the circus, drawn by 4 white steeds. He was dressed as a charioteer in the color of the greens, the court party and his. After him followed other chariots filled with courtiers in brilliant array, senators, priests, bacchantes, naked and crowned, holding pitchers of wine, and partly drunk, uttering wild shouts. At the side of these were musicians dressed as fauns and satyrs, who played on citharas, formingas, flutes, and horns. In other chariots advanced matrons and maidens of Rome, drunk also and half-naked. Around the quadriga ran men who shook thyrses ornamented with ribbons, others beat drums, others scattered flowers. All that brilliant throng moved forward, shouting, "Evo," on the widest road of the garden, amidst smoke and processions of people. Caesar, keeping near him Tigellinus and also Chilo, in whose terror he sought to find amusement, drove the steeds himself, and, advancing at a walk, looked at the burning bodies, and heard the shouts of the multitude. Standing on the lofty gilded chariot, surrounded by a sea of people who bent to his feet, in the glitter of the fire, in the golden crown of a circus victor. He was a head above the courtiers and the crowd. He seemed a giant. His immense arms, stretched forward to hold the reins, seemed to bless the multitude. There was a smile on his face and in his blinking eyes. He shone above the throng as a sun or a deity, terrible but commanding and mighty. At times he stopped to look with more care at some maiden whose bosom had begun to shrink in the flames, or at the face of a child distorted by convulsions. And again he drove on, leading behind him a wild, excited retinue. At times he bowed to the people, then again he bent backward, drew in the golden reins, and spoke to Tigellinus. At last, when he had reached the great fountain in the middle of two crossing streets, he stepped from the quadriga, and, nodding to his attendants, mingled with the throng. He was greeted with shouts and plaudits. The bacchantes, the nymphs, the senators and Augustans, the priests, the fauns, satyrs, and soldiers surrounded him at once in an excited circle. But he, with Tigellinus on one side and Chilo on the other, walked around the fountain, about which were burning some tens of torches. Stopping before each one, he made remarks on the victims, or jeered at the old Greek, on whose face boundless despair was depicted. At last he stood before a lofty mast decked with myrtle and ivy. The red tongues of fire had risen only to the knees of the victim, but it was impossible to see his face, for the green burning twigs had covered it with smoke. After a while, however, the light breeze of night turned away the smoke and uncovered the head of a man with grey beard falling on his breast. At sight of him Chilo was twisted into a lump like a wounded snake, and from his mouth came a cry more like cawing than a human voice. Glaucus! Glaucus! In fact, Glaucus the physician looked down from the burning pillar at him. Glaucus was alive yet. His face expressed pain, and was inclined forward, as if to look closely for the last time at his executioner, at the man who had betrayed him, robbed him of wife and children, set a murderer on him. And who, when all this had been forgiven in the name of Christ, had delivered him to executioners. Never had one person inflicted more dreadful or bloody wrongs on another. Now the victim was burning on the pitched pillar, and the executioner was standing at his feet. The eyes of Glaucus did nor leave the face of the Greek. At moments they were hidden by smoke, but when the breeze blew this away, Chilo saw again those eyes fixed on him. He rose and tried to flee, but had not strength. All at once his legs seemed of lead, an invisible hand seemed to hold him at that pillar with superhuman force. He was petrified. He felt that something was overflowing in him, something giving way. He felt that he had had a surfeit of blood and torture, that the end of his life was approaching, that everything was vanishing, Caesar, the court, the multitude. And around him was only a kind of bottomless, dreadful black vacuum with no visible thing in it, save those eyes of a martyr which were summoning him to judgment. But Glaucus, bending his head lower down, looked at him fixedly. Those present divined that something was taking place between those two men. Laughter died on their lips, however, for in Chilo's face there was something terrible, such pain and fear had distorted it as if those tongues of fire were burning his body. On a sudden he staggered, and, stretching his arms upward, cried in a terrible and piercing voice. Glaucus! In Christ's name! Forgive me! It grew silent round about, a quiver ran through the spectators, and all eyes were raised involuntarily. The head of the martyr moved slightly, and from the top of the mast was heard a voice like a groan. I forgive. Chilo threw himself on his face, and howled like a wild beast. Grasping earth in both hands, he sprinkled it on his head. Meanwhile the flames shot up, seizing the breast and face of Glaucus. They unbound the myrtle crown on his head, and seized the ribbons on the top of the pillar, the whole of which shone with great blazing. Chilo stood up after a while with face so changed that to the Augustans he seemed another man. His eyes flashed with a light new to him, ecstasy issued from his wrinkled forehead. The Greek, incompetent a short time before, looked now like some priest visited by a divinity and ready to reveal unknown truths. What is the matter? Has he gone mad? Asked a number of voices. But he turned to the multitude, and, raising his right hand, cried, or rather shouted, in a voice so piercing that not only the Augustans but the multitude heard him. Roman people! I swear by my death, that innocent persons are perishing here. That is the incendiary. And he pointed his finger at Nero. Then came a moment of silence. The courtiers were benumbed. Chilo continued to stand with outstretched, trembling arm, and with finger pointed at Nero. All at once a tumult arose. The people, like a wave, urged by a sudden whirlwind, rushed toward the old man to look at him more closely. Here and there were heard cries, "Hold!" In another place, "Woe to us!" In the throng a hissing and uproar began. Ahenobarbus! Matricide! Incendiary! Disorder increased every instant. The Bacchantes screamed in heaven-piercing voices, and began to hide in the chariots. Then some pillars which were burned through, fell, scattered sparks, and increased the confusion. A blind dense wave of people swept away Chilo, and bore him to the depth of the garden. The pillars began to burn through in every direction and fall across the streets, filling alleys with smoke, sparks, the odor of burnt wood and burnt flesh. The nearer lights died. The gardens began to grow dark. The crowds, alarmed, gloomy, and disturbed, pressed toward the gates. News of what had happened passed from mouth to mouth, distorted and increased. Some said that Caesar had fainted, others that he had confessed, saying that he had given command to burn Rome, others that he had fallen seriously ill. And still others that he had been borne out, as if dead, in the chariot. Here and there were heard voices of sympathy for the Christians. If they had not burned Rome, why so much blood, torture, and injustice? Will not the gods avenge the innocent, and what piacula can mollify them now? The words inoxia corpora were repeated oftener and oftener. Women expressed aloud their pity for children thrown in such numbers to wild beasts, nailed to crosses or burned in those cursed gardens. And finally pity was turned into abuse of Caesar and Tigellinus. There were persons, too, who, stopping suddenly, asked themselves or others the question, what kind of divinity is that which gives such strength to meet torture and death? And they returned home in meditation. But Chilo was wandering about in the gardens, not knowing where to go or where to turn. Again he felt himself a weak, helpless, sick old man. Now he stumbled against partly burnt bodies, now he struck a torch, which sent a shower of sparks after him, now he sat down, and looked around with vacant stare. The gardens had become almost dark. The pale moon moving among the trees shone with uncertain light on the alleys, the dark pillars lying across them, and the partly burnt victims turned into shapeless lumps. But the old Greek thought that in the moon he saw the face of Glaucus, whose eyes were looking at him yet persistently, and he hid before the light. At last he went out of the shadow, in spite of himself, as if pushed by some hidden power, he turned toward the fountain where Glaucus had yielded up the spirit. Then some hand touched his shoulder. He turned, and saw an unknown person before him. "Who art thou?" exclaimed he, with terror. "Paul of Tarsus." "I am accursed, what dost thou wish?" "I wish to save thee," answered the apostle. Chilo supported himself against a tree. His legs bent under him, and his arms hung parallel with his body. "For me there is no salvation," said he, gloomily. "Hast thou heard how God forgave the thief on the cross who pitied him?" inquired Paul. "Dost thou know what I have done? I saw thy suffering, and heard thy testimony to the truth. O Lord! And if a servant of Christ forgave thee in the hour of torture and death, why should Christ not forgive thee?" Chilo seized his head with both hands, as if in bewilderment. "Forgiveness. For me, forgiveness. Our God is a God of mercy," said Paul. "For me," repeated Chilo, and he began to groan like a man who lacks strength to control his pain and suffering. "Lean on me," said Paul, "and go with me." And taking him he went to the crossing of the streets, guided by the voice of the fountain, which seemed to weep in the night stillness over the bodies of those who had died in torture. "Our God is a God of mercy," repeated the apostle. "Wert thou to stand at the sea and cast in pebbles, couldst thou fill its depth with them? I tell thee that the mercy of Christ is as the sea, and that the sins and faults of men sink in it as pebbles in the abyss. I tell thee that it is like the sky which covers mountains, lands, and seas, for it is everywhere and has neither end nor limit. Thou hast suffered at the pillar of Glaucus. Christ saw thy suffering. Without reference to what may meet thee tomorrow, thou didst say, that is the incendiary, and Christ remembers thy words. Thy malice and falsehood are gone. In thy heart is left only boundless sorrow. Follow me and listen to what I say. I am he who hated Christ and persecuted his chosen ones. I did not want him, I did not believe in him till he manifested himself and called me. Since then he is, for me, mercy. He has visited thee with compunction, with alarm, and with pain, to call thee to himself. Thou didst hate him, but he loved thee. Thou didst deliver his confessors to torture, but he wishes to forgive and save thee. Immense sobbing shook the breast of the wretched man, sobbing by which the soul in him was rent to its depths. But Paul took possession of him, mastered him, led him away, as a soldier leads a captive. After a while the apostle began again to speak. Come with me, I will lead thee to him. For why else have I come to thee? Christ commanded me to gather in souls in the name of love, hence I perform his service. Thou thinkest thyself accursed, but I say, believe in him, and salvation awaits thee. Thou thinkest that thou art hated, but I repeat that he loves thee. Look at me. Before I had him I had nothing save malice, which dwelt in my heart, and now his love suffices me instead of father and mother, wealth and power. In him alone is refuge. He alone will see thy sorrow, believe in thy misery, remove thy alarm, and raise thee to himself. Thus speaking, he led him to the fountain, the silver stream of which gleamed from afar in the moonlight. Round about was silence. The gardens were empty, for slaves had removed the charred pillars and the bodies of the martyrs. Chilo threw himself on his knees with a groan, and hiding his face in his hands remained motionless. Paul raised his face to the stars. O Lord, prayed he, look on this wretched man, on his sorrow, his tears, and his suffering. O God of mercy, who hast shed thy blood for our sins, forgive him, through thy torment, thy death and resurrection. Then he was silent, but for a long time he looked toward the stars, and prayed. Meanwhile from under his feet was heard a cry which resembled a groan. O Christ! O Christ! Forgive me! Paul approached the fountain then, and, taking water in his hand, turned to the kneeling wretch. Chilo, I baptize thee in the name of the Father, Son, and Spirit. Amen. Chilo raised his head, opened his arms, and remained in that posture. The moon shone with full light on his white hair and on his equally white face, which was as motionless as if dead or cut out of stone. The moments passed one after another. From the great aviaries in the gardens of Domitian came the crowing of cocks, but Chilo remained kneeling, like a statue on a monument. At last he recovered, spoke to the apostle, and asked, What am I to do before death? Paul was roused also from meditation on the measureless power which even such spirits as that of this Greek could not resist, and answered, Have faith, and bear witness to the truth. They went out together. At the gate the apostle blessed the old man again, and they parted. Chilo himself insisted on this, for after what had happened he knew that Caesar and Tigellinus would give command to pursue him. Indeed he was not mistaken. When he returned home, he found the house surrounded by praetorians, who led him away, and took him under direction of Savinus to the Palatine. Caesar had gone to rest, but Tigellinus was waiting. When he saw the unfortunate Greek, he greeted him with a calm but ominous face. Thou hast committed the crime of treason, said he, and punishment will not pass thee. But if tomorrow thou testify in the amphitheatre that thou wert drunk and mad, and that the authors of the conflagration are Christians, thy punishment will be limited to stripes and exile. I cannot do that, answered Chilo, calmly. Tigellinus approached him with slow step, and with a voice also low but terrible. How is that? Asked he. Thou canst not, Greek dog. Wert thou not drunk, and dost thou not understand what is waiting for thee? Look there. And he pointed to a corner of the atrium in which, near a long wooden bench, stood 4 Thracian slaves in the shade with ropes, and with pincers in their hands. But Chilo answered, "I cannot." Rage seized Tigellinus, but he restrained himself yet. "Hast thou seen," inquired he, "how Christians die? Dost wish to die in that way?" The old man raised his pale face. For a time his lips moved in silence, and he answered, "I too believe in Christ." Tigellinus looked at him with amazement. "Dog, thou hast gone mad in fact." And suddenly the rage in his breast broke its bounds. Springing at Chilo, he caught him by the beard with both hands, hurled him to the floor, trampled him, repeating, with foam on his lips, "Thou wilt retract. Thou wilt." "I cannot," answered Chilo from the floor. "To the tortures with him." At this command the Thracians seized the old man, and placed him on the bench. Then, fastening him with ropes to it, they began to squeeze his thin shanks with pincers. But when they were tying him he kissed their hands with humility, then he closed his eyes, and seemed dead. He was alive, though, for when Tigellinus bent over him and inquired once again, "Wilt thou retract?" his white lips moved slightly, and from them came the barely audible whisper, "I cannot." Tigellinus gave command to stop the torture, and began to walk up and down in the atrium with a face distorted by anger, but helpless. At last a new idea came to his head, for he turned to the Thracians and said, "Tear out his tongue." Chapter 62. The drama Aureolus was given usually in theatres or amphitheatres, so arranged that they could open and present as it were 2 separate stages. But after the spectacle in the gardens of Caesar the usual method was omitted. For in this case the problem was to let the greatest number of people look at a slave who, in the drama, is devoured by a bear. In the theatres the role of the bear is played by an actor sewed up in a skin, but this time the representation was to be real. This was a new idea of Tigellinus. At first Caesar refused to come, but changed his mind at persuasion of the favorite. Tigellinus explained that after what had happened in the gardens it was all the more his duty to appear before the people. And he guaranteed that the crucified slave would not insult him as had Crispus. The people were somewhat sated and tired of blood spilling. Hence a new distribution of lottery tickets and gifts was promised, as well as a feast, for the spectacle was to be in the evening, in a brilliantly lighted amphitheatre. About dusk the whole amphitheatre was packed. The Augustans, with Tigellinus at the head of them, came to a man, not only for the spectacle itself, but to show their devotion to Caesar and their opinion of Chilo, of whom all Rome was then talking. They whispered to one another that Caesar, when returning from the gardens, had fallen into a frenzy and could not sleep, that terrors and wonderful visions had attacked him. Therefore he had announced on the following morning his early journey to Achaia. But others denied this, declaring that he would be all the more pitiless to the Christians. Cowards, however, were not lacking, who foresaw that the accusation which Chilo had thrown into Caesar's face might have the worst result possible. In conclusion, there were those who through humanity begged Tigellinus to stop persecution. "See whither ye are going," said Marcus Vinicius. "Ye wished to allay people's anger and convince them that punishment was falling on the guilty, the result is just the opposite." "True," added Antistus Verus, "all whisper to one another now that the Christians were innocent. If that be cleverness, Chilo was right when he said that your brains could be held in a nutshell." Tigellinus turned to them and said, "Marcus Vinicius, people whisper also to one another that thy daughter Servilia secreted her Christian slaves from Caesar's justice. They say the same also of thy wife, Antistus." "That is not true," exclaimed Marcus, with alarm. "Your divorced women wished to ruin my wife, whose virtue they envy," said Antistus Verus, with no less alarm. But others spoke of Chilo. "What has happened to him?" asked Eprius Marcellus. "He delivered them himself into the hands of Tigellinus, from a beggar he became rich, it was possible for him to live out his days in peace, have a splendid funeral, and a tomb, but, no. All at once he preferred to lose everything and destroy himself. He must, in truth, be a maniac. Not a maniac, but he has become a Christian, said Tigellinus. Impossible, said Vitellius. Have I not said, put in Vestinius, kill Christians if ye like, but believe me ye cannot war with their divinity. With it there is no jesting. See what is taking place. I have not burned Rome. But if Caesar permitted I would give a hecatomb at once to their divinity. And all should do the same, for I repeat, with it there is no jesting. Remember my words to you. And I said something else, added Petronius. Tigellinus laughed when I said that they were arming, but I say more, they are conquering. How is that? How is that? Inquired a number of voices. By Pollux, they are. For if such a man as Chilo could not resist them, who can? If ye think that after every spectacle the Christians do not increase, become coppersmiths, or go to shaving beards, for then ye will know better what people think. And what is happening in the city? He speaks pure truth, by the sacred Peplus of Diana, cried Vestinius. But Barcus turned to Petronius. What is thy conclusion? I conclude where ye began, there has been enough of bloodshed. Tigellinus looked at him jeeringly, a little more. If thy head is not sufficient, thou hast another on thy cane, said Petronius. Further conversation was interrupted by the coming of Caesar, who occupied his place in company with Pythagoras. Immediately after began the representation of Aurelius, to which not much attention was paid, for the minds of the audience were fixed on Chilo. The spectators, familiar with blood and torture, were bored, they hissed, gave out shouts uncomplimentary to the court, and demanded the bare scene, which for them was the only thing of interest. Had it not been for gifts and the hope of seeing Chilo, the spectacle would not have held the audience. At last the looked-for moment came. Servants of the circus brought in first a wooden cross, so low that a bear standing on his hind feet might reach the martyr's breast. Then two men brought, or rather dragged in, Chilo, for as the bones in his legs were broken, he was unable to walk alone. They laid him down and nailed him to the wood so quickly that the curious Augustans had not even a good look at him. And only after the cross had been fixed in the place prepared for it did all eyes turn to the victim. But it was a rare person who could recognize in that naked man the former Chilo. After the tortures which Tigellinus had commanded, there was not one drop of blood in his face, and only on his white beard was evident a red trace left by blood after they had torn his tongue out. Through the transparent skin it was quite possible to see his bones. He seemed far older also, almost decrepit. Formerly his eyes cast glances ever filled with disquiet and ill will, his watchful face reflected constant alarm and uncertainty. Now his face had an expression of pain, but it was as mild and calm as faces of the sleeping or the dead. Perhaps remembrance of that thief on the cross whom Christ had forgiven lent him confidence. Perhaps, also, he said in his soul to the merciful God, O Lord, I bit like a venomous worm, but all my life I was unfortunate. I was famishing from hunger, people trampled on me, beat me, jeered at me. I was poor and very unhappy, and now they put me to torture and nail me to a cross. But thou, O merciful, wilt not reject me in this hour. Peace descended evidently into his crushed heart. No one laughed, for there was in that crucified man something so calm, he seemed so old, so defenseless, so weak, calling so much for pity with his lowliness, that each one asked himself unconsciously how it was possible to torture and nail to crosses men who would die soon in any case. The crowd was silent. Among the Augustans Vestinius, bending to right and left, whispered in a terrified voice, "See how they die." Others were looking for the bear, wishing the spectacle to end at the earliest. The bear came into the arena at last, and, swaying from side to side a head which hung low, he looked around from beneath his forehead, as if thinking of something or seeking something. At last he saw the cross and the naked body. He approached it, and stood on his hind legs. But after a moment he dropped again on his forepaws, and sitting under the cross began to growl, as if in his heart of a beast pity for that remnant of a man had made itself heard. Cries were heard from circus slaves urging on the bear, but the people were silent. Meanwhile Chilo raised his head with slow motion, and for a time moved his eyes over the audience. At last his glance rested somewhere on the highest rows of the amphitheater, his breast moved with more life, and something happened which caused wonder and astonishment. That face became bright with a smile, a ray of light, as it were, encircled that forehead. His eyes were uplifted before death, and after a while 2 great tears which had risen between the lids flowed slowly down his face. And he died. At that same moment a resonant manly voice high up under the velarium exclaimed, "Peace to the martyrs!" Deep silence reigned in the amphitheater. Chapter 63. After the spectacle in Caesar's gardens the prisons were emptied considerably. It is true that victims suspected of the Oriental superstition were seized yet and imprisoned, but pursuit brought in fewer and fewer persons, barely enough for coming exhibitions, which were to follow quickly. People were sated with blood, they showed growing weariness, and increasing alarm because of the unparalleled conduct of the condemned. Fears like those of the superstitious Vestinius seized thousands of people. Among the crowds tales more and more wonderful were related of the vengefulness of the Christian God. Prison typhus, which had spread through the city, increased the general dread. The number of funerals was evident, and it was repeated from ear to ear that fresh piacula were needed to mollify the unknown god. Offerings were made in the temples to Jove and Libitina. At last, in spite of every effort of Tigellinus and his assistants, the opinion kept spreading that the city had been burned at command of Caesar, and that the Christians were suffering innocently. But for this very reason Nero and Tigellinus were untiring in persecution. To calm the multitude, fresh orders were issued to distribute wheat, wine, and olives. To relieve owners, new rules were published to facilitate the building of houses, and others touching width of streets and materials to be used in building so as to avoid fires in future. Caesar himself attended sessions of the Senate, and counseled with the fathers, on the good of the people and the city, but not a shadow of favor fell on the doomed. The ruler of the world was anxious, above all, to fix in people's minds a conviction that such merciless punishments could strike only the guilty. In the Senate no voice was heard on behalf of the Christians, for no one wished to offend Caesar. And besides, those who looked farther into the future insisted that the foundations of Roman rule could not stand against the new faith. The dead and the dying were given to their relatives, as Roman law took no vengeance on the dead. Vinicius received a certain solace from the thought that if Lygia died he would bury her in his family tomb, and rest near her. At that time he had no hope of rescuing her. Half separated from life, he was himself wholly absorbed in Christ, and dreamed no longer of any union except an eternal one. His faith had become simply boundless. For it eternity seemed something incomparably truer and more real than the fleeting life which he had lived up to that time. His heart was overflowing with concentrated enthusiasm. Though yet alive, he had changed into a being almost immaterial, which desiring complete liberation for itself desired it also for another. He imagined that when free he and Ligia would each take the other's hand and go to heaven, where Christ would bless them, and let them live in light as peaceful and boundless as the light of dawn. He merely implored Christ to spare Ligia the torments of the circus, and let her fall asleep calmly in prison. He felt with perfect certainty that he himself would die at the same time. In view of the sea of blood which had been shed, he did not even think it permitted to hope that she alone would be spared. He had heard from Peter and Paul that they, too, must die as martyrs. The sight of Chilo on the cross had convinced him that even a martyr's death could be sweet, hence he wished it for Ligia and himself as the change of an evil, sad, and oppressive fate for a better. At times he had a foretaste of life beyond the grave. That sadness which hung over the souls of both was losing its former burning bitterness, and changing gradually into a kind of transterrestrial, calm abandon to the will of God. Vinicius, who formerly had toiled against the current, had struggled and tortured himself, yielded now to the stream, believing that it would bear him to eternal calm. He divined, too, that Ligia, as well as he, was preparing for death, that, in spite of the prison walls separating them, they were advancing together, and he smiled at that thought as at happiness. In fact, they were advancing with as much agreement as if they had exchanged thoughts every day for a long time. Neither had Lygia any desire, any hope, save the hope of a life beyond the grave. Death was presented to her not only as a liberation from the terrible walls of the prison, from the hands of Caesar and Tigellinus, not only as liberation, but as the hour of her marriage to Vinicius. In view of this unshaken certainty, all else lost importance. After death would come her happiness, which was even earthly, so that she waited for it also as a betrothed waits for the wedding day. And that immense current of faith, which swept away from life and bore beyond the grave thousands of those first confessors, bore away Ursus also. Neither had he in his heart been resigned to Lygia's death. But when day after day through the prison walls came news of what was happening in the amphitheaters and the gardens, when death seemed the common, inevitable lot of all Christians and also their good, higher than all mortal conceptions of happiness, he did not dare to pray to Christ to deprive Lygia of that happiness or to delay it for long years. In his simple barbarian soul he thought, besides, that more of those heavenly delights would belong to the daughter of the Lygian chief, that she would have more of them than would a whole crowd of simple ones to whom he himself belonged, and that in eternal glory she would sit nearer to the Lamb than would others. He had heard, it is true, that before God men are equal. But a conviction was lingering at the bottom of his soul that the daughter of a leader, and besides of a leader of all the Lygians, was not the same as the first slave one might meet. He hoped also that Christ would let him continue to serve her. His one secret wish was to die on a cross as the Lamb died. But this seemed a happiness so great that he hardly dared to pray for it, though he knew that in Rome even the worst criminals were crucified. He thought that surely he would be condemned to die under the teeth of wild beasts, and this was his one sorrow. From childhood he had lived in impassable forests, amid continual hunts, in which, thanks to his superhuman strength, he was famous among the Lygians even before he had grown to manhood. This occupation had become for him so agreeable that later, when in Rome, and forced to live without hunting, he went to vivaria and amphitheaters just to look at beasts known and unknown to him. The sight of these always roused in the man an irresistible desire for struggle and killing. So now he feared in his soul that on meeting them in the amphitheater he would be attacked by thoughts unworthy of a Christian, whose duty it was to die piously and patiently. But in this he committed himself to Christ, and found other and more agreeable thoughts to comfort him. Hearing that the Lamb had declared war against the powers of hell and evil spirits with which the Christian faith connected all pagan divinities, he thought that in this war he might serve the Lamb greatly, and serve better than others, for he could not help believing that his soul was stronger than the souls of other martyrs. Finally, he prayed whole days, rendered service to prisoners, helped overseers, and comforted his queen, who complained at times that in her short life she had not been able to do so many good deeds as the renowned Tabitha of whom Peter the Apostle had told her. Even the prison guards, who feared the terrible strength of this giant, since neither bars nor chains could restrain it, came to love him at last for his mildness. Amazed at his good temper, they asked more than once what its cause was. He spoke with such firm certainty of the life waiting after death for him, that they listened with surprise, seeing for the first time that happiness might penetrate a dungeon which sunlight could not reach. And when he urged them to believe in the Lamb, it occurred to more than one of those people that his own service was the service of a slave, his own life the life of an unfortunate. And he fell to thinking over his evil fate, the only end to which was death. But death brought new fear, and promised nothing beyond. While that giant and that maiden, who was like a flower cast on the straw of the prison, went toward it with delight, as toward the gates of happiness. Chapter 64. One evening Savinus, a senator, visited Petronius and began a long conversation, touching the grievous times in which they were living, and also touching Caesar. He spoke so openly that Petronius, though his friend, began to be cautious. Savinus complained that the world was living madly and unjustly, that all must end in some catastrophe more dreadful still than the burning of Rome. He said that even Augustans were dissatisfied. That Fenius Rufus, second prefect of the Praetorians, endured with the greatest effort the vile orders of Tigellinus. And that all Seneca's relatives were driven to extremes by Caesar's conduct as well toward his old master as toward Lucan. Finally, he began to hint of the dissatisfaction of the people, and even of the Praetorians, the greater part of whom had been won by Fenius Rufus. "Why dost thou say this?" inquired Petronius. "Out of care for Caesar," said Savinus. "I have a distant relative among the Praetorians, also Savinus, through him I know what takes place in the camp. Disaffection is growing there also. Caligula, knowest thou, was mad too, and see what happened. Cassius Chaerea appeared. That was a dreadful deed, and surely there is no one among us to praise it. Still Chaerea freed the world of a monster. Is thy meaning as follows? I do not praise Chaerea, but he was a perfect man, and would that the gods had given us as many such as possible?" inquired Petronius. But Savinus changed the conversation, and began all at once to praise Piso, exalting his family, his nobility of mind, his attachment to his wife, and, finally, his intellect, his calmness, and his wonderful gift of winning people. "Caesar is childless," said he, "and all see his successor in Piso. Doubtless, too, every man would help him with whole soul to gain power. Fenius Rufus loves him. The relatives of Aeneas are devoted to him altogether. Plautius Lateranus and Tullius Senecio would spring into fire for him. As would Natalis, and Subrius Flavus, and Sulpicius Asper, and Afranius Quinitianus, and even Vestinius. From this last man not much will result to Piso," replied Petronius. "Vestinius is afraid of his own shadow." "Vestinius fears dreams and spirits," answered Savinus, "but he is a practical man, whom people wish wisely to make consul. That in his soul he is opposed to persecuting Christians, thou shouldst not take ill of him, for it concerns thee too that this madness should cease." "Not me, but Vinicius," answered Petronius. "Out of concern for Vinicius, should like to save a certain maiden, but I cannot, for I have fallen out of favor with Ahenobarbus." "How is that? Dost thou not notice that Caesar is approaching thee again, and beginning to talk with thee? And I will tell thee why. He is preparing again for Achaia, where he is to sing songs in Greek of his own composition. He is burning for that journey, but also he trembles at thought of the cynical genius of the Greeks. He imagines that either the greatest triumph may meet him or the greatest failure. He needs good counsel, and he knows that no one can give it better than thou. This is why thou art returning to favor. Lucan might take my place. Bronzebeard hates Lucan, and in his soul has written down death for the poet. He is merely seeking a pretext, for he seeks pretexts always." "By Castor," said Petronius, "that may be. But I might have still another way for a quick return to favor." "What?" "To repeat to Bronzebeard what thou hast told me just now." "I have said nothing," cried Savinus, with alarm. Petronius placed his hand upon the senator's shoulder. "Thou hast called Caesar a madman, thou hast foreseen the heirship of Piso, and hast said, Lucan understands that there is need to hasten. What wouldst thou hasten, Carissime?" Savinus grew pale, and for a moment each looked into the eyes of the other. "Thou wilt not repeat." "By the hips of Cyprus, I will not." "How well thou knowest me." "No, I will not repeat. I have heard nothing, and, moreover, I wish to hear nothing. Dost understand? Life is too short to make any undertaking worth the while. I beg thee only to visit Tigellinus today, and talk with him as long as thou hast with me of whatever may please thee." "Why? So that should Tigellinus ever say to me, Savinus was with thee, I might answer, he was with thee, too, that very day." Savinus, when he heard this, broke the ivory cane which he had in his hand, and said, "May the evil fall on this stick. I shall be with Tigellinus today, and later at Nerva's feast. Thou, too, wilt be there? In every case till we meet in the amphitheatre, where the last of the Christians will appear the day after tomorrow. Till we meet. After tomorrow. Repeated Petronius, when alone. There is no time to lose. Ahenobarbus will need me really in Achaia, hence he may count with me. And he determined to try the last means. In fact, at Nerva's feast Caesar himself asked that Petronius recline opposite. For he wished to speak with the arbiter about Achaia and the cities in which he might appear with hopes of the greatest success. He cared most for the Athenians, whom he feared. Other Augustans listened to this conversation with attention, so as to seize crumbs of the arbiter's opinions, and give them out later on as their own. It seems to me that I have not lived up to this time, said Nero, and that my birth will come only in Greece. Thou wilt be born to new glory and immortality, answered Petronius. I trust that this is true, and that Apollo will not seem jealous. If I return in triumph, I will offer him such a hecatomb as no god has had so far. Savinus fell to repeating the lines of Horace. Sic te diva poten Cypri. Sic frat res Heleni, lucida sidera. Ventorumque regat pater. The vessel is ready at Naples, said Caesar. I should like to go even tomorrow. At this Petronius rose, and, looking straight into Nero's eyes, said, Permit me, O divinity, to celebrate a wedding feast, to which I shall invite thee before others. A wedding feast? What wedding feast? Inquired Nero. That of Vinicius with thy hostage, the daughter of the Lygian king. She is in prison at present, it is true. But as a hostage she is not subject to imprisonment, and, secondly, thou thyself hast permitted Vinicius to marry her. And as thy sentences, like those of Zeus, are unchangeable, thou wilt give command to free her from prison, and I will give her to thy favorite. The cool blood and calm self-possession with which Petronius spoke disturbed Nero, who was disturbed whenever anyone spoke in that fashion to him. I know, said he, dropping his eyes. I have thought of her and of that giant who killed Croton. In that case both are saved, answered Petronius, calmly. But Tigellinus came to the aid of his master. She is in prison by the will of Caesar. Thou thyself hast said, O Petronius, that his sentences are unchangeable. All present, knowing the history of Vinicius and Ligia, understood perfectly what the question was, hence they were silent, curious as to the end of the conversation. She is in prison against the will of Caesar and through thy error, through thy ignorance of the law of nations, said Petronius, with emphasis. Thou art a naive man, Tigellinus. But even thou wilt not assert that she burnt Rome, and if thou wert to do so, Caesar would not believe thee. But Nero had recovered and begun to half close his nearsighted eyes with an expression of indescribable malice. Petronius is right, said he, after a while. Tigellinus looked at him with amazement. Petronius is right, repeated Nero. Tomorrow the gates of the prison will be open to her, and of the marriage feast we will speak the day after at the amphitheatre. I have lost again, thought Petronius. When he had returned home, he was so certain that the end of Ligia's life had come that he sent a trusty freedman to the amphitheatre to bargain with the chief of the spoliarium for the delivery of her body, since he wished to give it to Vinicius. Chapter 65. Evening exhibitions, rare up to that period and given only exceptionally, became common in Nero's time, both in the circus and amphitheatre. The Augustans liked them, frequently because they were followed by feasts and drinking bouts which lasted till daylight. Though the people were sated already with blood spilling, still, when the news went forth that the end of the games was approaching, and that the last of the Christians were to die at an evening spectacle, a countless audience assembled in the amphitheatre. The Augustans came to a man, for they understood that it would not be a common spectacle. They knew that Caesar had determined to make for himself a tragedy out of the suffering of Vinicius. Tigellinus had kept secret the kind of punishment intended for the betrothed of the young tribune, but that merely roused general curiosity. Those who had seen Lygia at the house of Plautius told wonders of her beauty. Others were occupied above all with the question, would they see her really on the arena that day? For many of those who had heard the answer given Petronius and Nerva by Caesar explained it in two ways. Some supposed simply that Nero would give or perhaps had given the maiden to Vinicius. They remembered that she was a hostage, hence free to worship whatever divinities she liked, and that the law of nations did not permit her punishment. Uncertainty, waiting, and curiosity had mastered all spectators. Caesar arrived earlier than usual. And immediately at his coming people whispered that something uncommon would happen, for besides Tigellinus and Vatinius, Caesar had with him Cassius, a centurion of enormous size and gigantic strength, whom he summoned only when he wished to have a defender at his side, for example, when he desired night expeditions to the Subura, where he arranged the amusement called sagatio, which consisted in tossing on a soldier's mantle maidens met on the way. It was noted also that certain precautions had been taken in the amphitheater itself. The praetorian guards were increased. Command over them was held, not by a centurion, but by the tribune Subrius Flavus, known hitherto for blind attachment to Nero. It was understood, then, that Caesar wished in every case to guard himself against an outburst of despair from Vinicius, and curiosity rose all the more. Every eye was turned with strained gaze to the place where the unfortunate lover was sitting. He was exceedingly pale, and his forehead was covered with drops of sweat. He was in as much doubt as were other spectators, but alarmed to the lowest depth of his soul. Petronius knew not what would happen. He was silent, except that, while turning from Nerva, he asked Vinicius whether he was ready for everything, and next, whether he would remain at the spectacle. To both questions Vinicius answered yes, but a shudder passed through his whole body. He divined that Petronius did not ask without reason. For some time he had lived with only half his life, he had sunk in death, and reconciled himself to Ligia's death, since for both it was to be liberation and marriage. But he learned now that it was one thing to think of the last moment when it was distant as of a quiet dropping asleep, and another to look at the torment of a person dearer to one than life. All sufferings endured formerly rose in him anew. Despair, which had been set at rest, began again to cry in his soul. The former desire to save Ligia at any price seized him anew. Beginning with the morning, he had tried to go to the cunicula to be sure that she was there. But the praetorians watched every entrance, and orders were so strict that the soldiers, even those whom he knew, would not be softened by prayers or gold. It seemed to the tribune that uncertainty would kill him before he should see the spectacle. Somewhere at the bottom of his heart the hope was still throbbing, that perhaps Ligia was not in the amphitheater, that his fears were groundless. At times he seized on this hope with all his strength. He said in his soul that Christ might take her to himself out of the prison, but could not permit her torture in the circus. Formerly he was resigned to the divine will in everything. Now, when repulsed from the doors of the cunicula, he returned to his place in the amphitheater, and when he learned, from the curious glances turned on him, that the most dreadful suppositions might be true, he began to implore in his soul with passionateness almost approaching a threat. "Thou canst," repeated he, clenching his fists convulsively, "thou canst." Hitherto he had not supposed that that moment when present would be so terrible. Now, without clear consciousness of what was happening in his mind, he had the feeling that if he should see Ligia tortured, his love for God would be turned to hatred, and his faith to despair. But he was amazed at the feeling, for he feared to offend Christ, whom he was imploring for mercy and miracles. He implored no longer for her life. He wished merely that she should die before they brought her to the arena, and from the abyss of his pain he repeated in spirit, "Do not refuse even this. And I will love thee still more than hitherto." And then his thoughts raged as a sea torn by a whirlwind. A desire for blood and vengeance was roused in him. He was seized by a mad wish to rush at Nero and stifle him there in presence of all the spectators, but he felt that desire to be a new offense against Christ, and a breach of his command. To his head flew at times flashes of hope that everything before which his soul was trembling would be turned aside by an almighty and merciful hand. But they were quenched at once, as if in measureless sorrow that he who could destroy that circus with one word and save Lygia had abandoned her. Though she trusted in him and loved him with all the strength of her pure heart. And he thought, moreover, that she was lying there in that dark place, weak, defenseless, deserted, abandoned to the whim or disfavor of brutal guards, drawing her last breath, perhaps. While he had to wait, helpless, in that dreadful amphitheater, without knowing what torture was prepared for her, or what he would witness in a moment. Finally, as a man falling over a precipice grasps at everything which grows on the edge of it, so did he grasp with both hands at the thought that faith of itself could save her. That one method remained. Peter had said that faith could move the earth to its foundations. Hence he rallied. He crushed doubt in himself, he compressed his whole being into the sentence, "I believe," and he looked for a miracle. But as an overdrawn cord may break, so exertion broke him. The pallor of death covered his face, and his body relaxed. He thought then that his prayer had been heard, for he was dying. It seemed to him that Lygia must surely die too, and that Christ would take them to himself in that way. The arena, the white togas, the countless spectators, the light of thousands of lamps and torches, all vanished from his vision. But his weakness did not last long. After a while he roused himself, or rather the stamping of the impatient multitude roused him. "Thou art ill," said Petronius, "give command to bear thee home." And without regard to what Caesar would say, he rose to support Vinicius and go out with him. His heart was filled with pity, and, moreover, he was irritated beyond endurance because Caesar was looking through the emerald at Vinicius, studying his pain with satisfaction. To describe it afterwards, perhaps, in pathetic strophes, and win the applause of hearers. Vinicius shook his head. He might die in that amphitheater, but he could not go out of it. Moreover, the spectacle might begin any moment. In fact, at that very instant almost, the prefect of the city waved a red handkerchief, the hinges opposite Caesar's podium creaked. And out of the dark gully came Ursus into the brightly lighted arena. The giant blinked, dazed evidently by the glitter of the arena, then he pushed into the center, gazing around as if to see what he had to meet. It was known to all the Augustans and to most of the spectators that he was the man who had stifled Croton, hence at sight of him a murmur passed along every bench. In Rome there was no lack of gladiators larger by far than the common measure of man, but Roman eyes had never seen the like of Ursus. Cassius, standing in Caesar's podium, seemed puny compared with that Lygian. Senators, Vestals, Caesar, the Augustans, and the people gazed with the delight of experts at his mighty limbs as large as tree trunks, at his breast as large as two shields joined together. And his arms of a Hercules. The murmur rose every instant. For those multitudes there could be no higher pleasure than to look at those muscles in play in the exertion of a struggle. The murmur rose to shouts, and eager questions were put, "Where do the people live who can produce such a giant?" He stood there, in the middle of the amphitheater, naked, more like a stone colossus than a man, with a collected expression, and at the same time the sad look of a barbarian. And while surveying the empty arena, he gazed wonderingly with his blue childlike eyes, now at the spectators, now at Caesar, now at the grating of the cunicula, whence, as he thought, his executioners would come. At the moment when he stepped into the arena his simple heart was beating for the last time with the hope that perhaps a cross was waiting for him. But when he saw neither the cross nor the hole in which it might be put, he thought that he was unworthy of such favor, that he would find death in another way, and surely from wild beasts. He was unarmed, and had determined to die as became a confessor of the Lamb, peacefully and patiently. Meanwhile he wished to pray once more to the Savior. So he knelt on the arena, joined his hands, and raised his eyes toward the stars which were glittering in the lofty opening of the amphitheater. That act displeased the crowds. They had had enough of those Christians who died like sheep. They understood that if the giant would not defend himself, the spectacle would be a failure. Here and there hisses were heard. Some began to cry for scourgers, whose office it was to lash combatants unwilling to fight. But soon all had grown silent, for no one knew what was waiting for the giant, nor whether he would not be ready to struggle when he met death eye to eye. In fact, they had not long to wait. Suddenly the shrill sound of brazen trumpets was heard, and at that signal a grating opposite Caesar's podium was opened, and into the arena rushed, amid shouts of beast-keepers, an enormous German aurochs, bearing on his head the naked body of a woman. "Lygia! Lygia!" cried Vinicius. Then he seized his hair near the temples, squirmed like a man who feels a sharp dart in his body, and began to repeat in hoarse accents, "I believe! I believe! O Christ, a miracle!" And he did not even feel that Petronius covered his head that moment with the toga. It seemed to him that death or pain had closed his eyes. He did not look, he did not see. The feeling of some awful emptiness possessed him. In his head there remained not a thought, his lips merely repeated, as if in madness, "I believe! I believe! I believe!" This time the amphitheater was silent. The Augustans rose in their places, as one man, for in the arena something uncommon had happened. That Lygian, obedient and ready to die, when he saw his queen on the horns of the wild beast, sprang up, as if touched by living fire, and bending forward he ran at the raging animal. From all breasts a sudden cry of amazement was heard, after which came deep silence. The Lygian fell on the raging bull in a twinkle, and seized him by the horns. "Look!" cried Petronius, snatching the toga from the head of Vinicius. The latter rose and bent back his head, his face was as pale as linen, and he looked into the arena with a glassy, vacant stare. All breasts ceased to breathe. In the amphitheater a fly might be heard on the wing. People could not believe their own eyes. Since Rome was Rome, no one had seen such a spectacle. The Lygian held the wild beast by the horns. The man's feet sank in the sand to his ankles, his back was bent like a drawn bow, his head was hidden between his shoulders. On his arms the muscles came out so that the skin almost burst from their pressure. But he had stopped the bull in his tracks. And the man and the beast remained so still that the spectators thought themselves looking at a picture showing a deed of Hercules or Theseus, or a group hewn from stone. But in that apparent repose there was a tremendous exertion of two struggling forces. The bull sank his feet as well as did the man in the sand, and his dark, shaggy body was curved so that it seemed a gigantic ball. Which of the two would fail first, which would fall first? That was the question for those spectators enamored of such struggles. A question which at that moment meant more for them than their own fate, than all Rome and its lordship over the world. That Lygian was in their eyes then a demigod worthy of honor and statues. Caesar himself stood up as well as others. He and Tigellinus, hearing of the man's strength, had arranged this spectacle purposely, and said to each other with a jeer, "Let that slayer of Croton kill the bull which we choose for him." So they looked now with amazement at that picture, as if not believing that it could be real. In the amphitheater were men who had raised their arms and remained in that posture. Sweat covered the faces of others, as if they themselves were struggling with the beast. In the circus nothing was heard save the sound of flame in the lamps, and the crackle of bits of coal as they dropped from the torches. Their voices died on the lips of the spectators, but their hearts were beating in their breasts as if to split them. It seemed to all that the struggle was lasting for ages. But the man and the beast continued on in their monstrous exertion, one might have said that they were planted in the earth. Meanwhile a dull roar resembling a groan was heard from the arena, after which a brief shout was wrested from every breast, and again there was silence. People thought themselves dreaming till the enormous head of the bull began to turn in the iron hands of the barbarian. The face, neck, and arms of the Lygian grew purple, his back bent still more. It was clear that he was rallying the remnant of his superhuman strength, but that he could not last long. Duller and duller, hoarser and hoarser, more and more painful grew the groan of the bull as it mingled with the whistling breath from the breast of the giant. The head of the beast turned more and more, and from his jaws crept forth a long, foaming tongue. A moment more, and to the ears of spectators sitting nearer came as it were the crack of breaking bones, then the beast rolled on the earth with his neck twisted in death. The giant removed in a twinkle the ropes from the horns of the bull and, raising the maiden, began to breathe hurriedly. His face became pale, his hair stuck together from sweat, his shoulders and arms seemed flooded with water. For a moment he stood as if only half conscious. Then he raised his eyes and looked at the spectators. The amphitheater had gone wild. The walls of the building were trembling from the roar of tens of thousands of people. Since the beginning of spectacles there was no memory of such excitement. Those who were sitting on the highest rows came down, crowding in the passages between benches to look more nearly at the strong man. Everywhere were heard cries for mercy, passionate and persistent, which soon turned into one unbroken thunder. That giant had become dear to those people enamored of physical strength. He was the first personage in Rome. He understood that the multitude were striving to grant him his life and restore him his freedom, but clearly his thought was not on himself alone. He looked around a while, then approached Caesar's podium, and, holding the body of the maiden on his outstretched arms, raised his eyes with entreaty, as if to say, "Have mercy on her. Save the maiden. I did that for her sake." The spectators understood perfectly what he wanted. At sight of the unconscious maiden, who near the enormous Lygian seemed a child, emotion seized the multitude of knights and senators. Her slender form, as white as if chiseled from alabaster, her fainting, the dreadful danger from which the giant had freed her, and finally her beauty and attachment had moved every heart. Some thought the man a father begging mercy for his child. Pity burst forth suddenly, like a flame. They had had blood, death, and torture insufficiency. Voices choked with tears began to entreat mercy for both. Meanwhile Ursus, holding the girl in his arms, moved around the arena, and with his eyes and with motions begged her life for her. Now Vinicius started up from his seat, sprang over the barrier which separated the front places from the arena, and, running to Ligia, covered her naked body with his toga. Then he tore apart the tunic on his breast, laid bare the scars left by wounds received in the Armenian War, and stretched out his hands to the audience. At this the enthusiasm of the multitude passed everything seen in a circus before. The crowd stamped and howled. Voices calling for mercy grew simply terrible. People not only took the part of the athlete, but rose in defense of the soldier, the maiden, their love. Thousands of spectators turned to Caesar with flashes of anger in their eyes and with clenched fists. But Caesar halted and hesitated. Against Vinicius he had no hatred indeed, and the death of Ligia did not concern him, but he preferred to see the body of the maiden rent by the horns of the bull or torn by the claws of beasts. His cruelty, his deformed imagination, and deformed desires found a kind of delight in such spectacles. And now the people wanted to rob him. Hence anger appeared on his bloated face. Self-love also would not let him yield to the wish of the multitude, and still he did not dare to oppose it, through his inborn cowardice. So he gazed around to see if among the Augustans at least, he could not find fingers turned down in sign of death. But Petronius held up his hand, and looked into Nero's face almost challengingly. Vestinius, superstitious but inclined to enthusiasm, a man who feared ghosts but not the living, gave a sign for mercy also. So did Savinus, the senator. So did Nerva, so did Tullius Senecio, so did the famous leader Astorius Scapula, and Antistius, and Piso, and Vetus, and Crispinus, and Minucius Thermus, and Pontius Telesinus. And the most important of all, one honored by the people, Thracia. In view of this, Caesar took the emerald from his eye with an expression of contempt and offense. When Tigellinus, whose desire was to spite Petronius, turned to him and said, "Yield not, divinity, we have the praetorians. Then Nero turned to the place where command over the praetorians was held by the stern Subrius Flavus, hitherto devoted with whole soul to him, and saw something unusual. The face of the old tribune was stern, but covered with tears, and he was holding his hand up in sign of mercy. Now rage began to possess the multitude. Dust rose from beneath the stamping feet, and filled the amphitheater. In the midst of shouts were heard cries, Ahenobarbus! Matricide! Incendiary! Nero was alarmed. Romans were absolute lords in the circus. Former Caesars, and especially Caligula, had permitted themselves sometimes to act against the will of the people. This, however, called forth disturbance always, going sometimes to bloodshed. But Nero was in a different position. First, as a comedian and a singer he needed the people's favor. Second, he wanted it on his side against the Senate and the patricians, and especially after the burning of Rome he strove by all means to win it, and turn their anger against the Christians. He understood, besides, that to oppose longer was simply dangerous. A disturbance begun in the circus might seize the whole city, and have results incalculable. He looked once more at Subrius Flavus, at Savinus the centurion, a relative of the senator, at the soldiers. And seeing everywhere frowning brows, excited faces, and eyes fixed on him, he gave the sign for mercy. Then a thunder of applause was heard from the highest seats to the lowest. The people were sure of the lives of the condemned, for from that moment they went under their protection, and even Caesar would not have dared to pursue them any longer with his vengeance. Chapter 66. For Bithynians carried Lygia carefully to the house of Petronius. Vinicius and Ursus walked at her side, hurrying so as to give her into the hands of the Greek physician as quickly as possible. They walked in silence, for after the events of the day they had not power to speak. Vinicius so far was as if half conscious. He kept repeating to himself that Ligia was saved. That she was threatened no longer by imprisonment, or death in the circus, that their misfortunes had ended once and forever, that he would take her home and not separate again from her. This appeared to him the beginning of some other life rather than reality. From moment to moment he bent over the open litter to look on the beloved face, which in the moonlight seemed sleeping, and he repeated mentally, "This is she. Christ has saved her." He remembered also that while he and Ursus were carrying her from the spoliarium an unknown physician had assured him that she was living and would recover. At this thought delight so filled his breast that at moments he grew weak, and being unable to walk with his own strength leaned on the arm of Ursus. Ursus meanwhile was looking into the sky filled with stars, and was praying. They advanced hurriedly along streets where newly erected white buildings shone brightly in the moonlight. The city was empty, save here and there where crowds of people crowned with ivy, sang and danced before porticos to the sound of flutes. Thus taking advantage of the wonderful night and the festive season, unbroken from the beginning of the games. Only when they were near the house did Ursus stop praying, and say in a low voice, as if he feared to waken Ligia. "Lord, it was the Saviour who rescued her from death. When I saw her on the horns of the aurochs, I heard a voice in my soul saying, 'Defend her,' and that was the voice of the Lamb. The prison took strength from me, but he gave it back in that moment, and inspired that cruel people to take her part. Let his will be done." And Vinicius answered, "Magnified be his name." He had not power to continue, for all at once he felt that a mighty weeping was swelling his breast. He was seized by an overpowering wish to throw himself on the earth and thank the Saviour for his miracles and his mercy. Meanwhile they had come to the house. The servants, informed by a slave dispatched in advance, crowded out to meet them. Paul of Tarsus had sent back from Antium the greater part of those people. The misfortune of Vinicius was known to them perfectly. Therefore their delight at seeing those victims which had been snatched from the malice of Nero was immense. And increased still more when the physician Theocles declared that Ligia had not suffered serious injury, and that when the weakness caused by prison fever had passed, she would regain health. Consciousness returned to her that night. Waking in the splendid chamber lighted by Corinthian lamps, amidst the odor of verbena and nard, she knew not where she was, or what was taking place with her. She remembered the moment in which she had been lashed to the horns of the chained bull. And now, seeing above her the face of Vinicius, lighted by the mild rays of the lamp, she supposed herself no longer on earth. The thoughts were confused in her weakened head. It seemed to her natural to be detained somewhere on the way to heaven, because of her tortures and weakness. Feeling no pain, however, she smiled at Vinicius, and wanted to ask where they were. But from her lips came merely a low whisper in which he could barely detect his own name. Then he knelt near her, and, placing his hand on her forehead lightly, he said, "Christ saved thee, and returned thee to me." Her lips moved again with a meaningless whisper. Her lids closed after a moment, her breast rose with a light sigh, and she fell into a deep sleep, for which the physician had been waiting, and after which she would return to health, he said. Vinicius remained kneeling near her, however, sunk in prayer. His soul was melting with a love so immense that he forgot himself utterly. Theocles returned often to the chamber, and the golden-haired Eunice appeared behind the raised curtain a number of times. Finally cranes, reared in the gardens, began to call, heralding the coming day, but Vinicius was still embracing in his mind the feet of Christ. Neither seeing nor hearing what was passing around him, with a heart turned into a thanksgiving, sacrificial flame, sunk in ecstasy, and though alive, half seized into heaven. Chapter 67. Petronius, after the liberation of Lygia, not wishing to irritate Caesar, went to the Palatine with other Augustans. He wanted to hear what they were saying, and especially to learn if Tigellinus was devising something new to destroy Lygia. Both she and Ursus had passed under the protection of the people, it is true, and no one could place a hand on them without raising a riot. Still Petronius, knowing the hatred toward him of the all-powerful praetorian prefect, considered that very likely Tigellinus, while unable to strike him directly, would strive to find some means of revenge against his nephew. Nero was angry and irritated, since the spectacle had ended quite differently from what he had planned. At first he did not wish even to look at Petronius. But the latter, without losing cool blood, approached him, with all the freedom of the arbiter elegantiarum, and said, "Dost thou know, divinity, what occurs to me? Write a poem on the maiden who, at command of the Lord of the world, was freed from the horns of the wild bull and given to her lover. The Greeks are sensitive, and I am sure that the poem will enchant them." This thought pleased Nero in spite of all his irritation, and it pleased him doubly, first, as a subject for a poem, and second, because in it he could glorify himself as the magnanimous lord of the earth. Hence he looked for a time at Petronius, and then said, "Yes. Perhaps thou art right. But does it become me to celebrate my own goodness? There is no need to give names. In Rome all will know who is meant, and from Rome reports go through the whole world. But art thou sure that this will please the people in Achaia?" "By Pollux, it will," said Petronius. And he went away satisfied, for he felt certain that Nero, whose whole life was an arrangement of reality to literary plans, would not spoil the subject. And by this alone he would tie the hands of Tigellinus. This, however, did not change his plan of sending Vinicius out of Rome as soon as Lygia's health should permit. So when he saw him next day, he said, "Take her to Sicily. As things have happened, on Caesar's part thou art threatened by nothing, but Tigellinus is ready to use even poison, if not out of hatred to you both, out of hatred to me." Vinicius smiled at him, and said, "She was on the horns of the wild bull, still Christ saved her." "Then honor him with a hecatomb," replied Petronius, with an accent of impatience, "but do not beg him to save her a second time. Dost remember how Aeolus received Ulysses when he returned to ask a second time for favoring winds? Deities do not like to repeat themselves. When her health returns, I will take her to Pomponia Graecina," said Vinicius. "And thou wilt do that all the better since Pomponia is ill, and Titius, a relative of Aulus, told me so. Meanwhile things will happen here to make people forget thee, and in these times the forgotten are the happiest. May fortune be thy sun in winter, and thy shade in summer. Then he left Vinicius to his happiness, but went himself to inquire of Theocles touching the life and health of Lygia. Danger threatened her no longer. Emaciated as she was in the dungeon after prison fever, foul air and discomfort would have killed her, but now she had the most tender care, and not only plenty, but luxury. At command of Theocles they took her to the gardens of the villa after 2 days. In these gardens she remained for hours. Vinicius decked her litter with anemones, and especially with irises, to remind her of the atrium of the house of Aulus. More than once, hidden in the shade of spreading trees, they spoke of past sufferings and fears, each holding the other's hand. Lygia said that Christ had conducted him through suffering purposely to change his soul and raise it to himself. Vinicius felt that this was true, and that there was in him nothing of the former patrician, who knew no law but his own desire. In those memories there was nothing bitter, however. It seemed to both that whole years had gone over their heads, and that the dreadful past lay far behind. At the same time such a calmness possessed them as they had never known before. A new life of immense happiness had come and taken them into itself. In Rome Caesar might rage and fill the world with terror, they felt above them a guardianship 100 times mightier than his power, and had no further fear of his rage or his malice. Just as if for them he had ceased to be the lord of life or death. Once, about sunset, the roar of lions and other beasts reached them from distant Vivaria. Formerly those sounds filled Vinicius with fear because they were ominous. Now he and Ligia merely looked at each other and raised their eyes to the evening twilight. At times Ligia, still very weak and unable to walk alone, fell asleep in the quiet of the garden. He watched over her, and, looking at her sleeping face, thought involuntarily that she was not that Ligia whom he had met at the house of Aulus. In fact, imprisonment and disease had to some extent quenched her beauty. When he saw her at the house of Aulus, and later, when he went to Miriam's house to seize her, she was as wonderful as a statue and also as a flower. Now her face had become almost transparent, her hands thin, her body reduced by disease, her lips pale, and even her eyes seemed less blue than formerly. The golden-haired Eunice who brought her flowers and rich stuffs to cover her feet was a divinity of Cyprus in comparison. Petronius tried in vain to find the former charms in her, and, shrugging his shoulders, thought that that shadow from Elysian fields was not worth those struggles, those pains, and those tortures which had almost sucked the life out of Vinicius. But Vinicius, in love now with her spirit, loved it all the more, and when he was watching over her while asleep, it seemed to him that he was watching over the whole world. Chapter 68. News of the miraculous rescue of Lygia was circulated quickly among those scattered Christians who had escaped destruction. Confessors came to look at her to whom Christ's favor had been shown clearly. First came Nazarius and Miriam, with whom Peter the Apostle was hiding thus far, after them came others. All, as well as Vinicius, Ligia, and the Christian slaves of Petronius, listened with attention to the narrative of Ursus about the voice which he had heard in his soul, and which commanded him to struggle with the wild bull. All went away consoled, hoping that Christ would not let his followers be exterminated on earth before his coming at the day of judgment. And hope sustained their hearts, for persecution had not ceased yet. Whoever was declared a Christian by public report was thrown into prison at once by the city watches. It is true that the victims were fewer, for the majority of confessors had been seized and tortured to death. The Christians who remained had either left Rome to wait out the storm in distant provinces, or had hidden most carefully, not daring to assemble in common prayer, unless in sandpits outside the city. They were persecuted yet, however, and though the games were at an end, the newly arrested were reserved for future games or punished specially. Though it was believed in Rome no longer that Christians had caused the conflagration, they were declared enemies of humanity and the state, and the edict against them remained in former force. The Apostle Peter did not venture for a long time to appear in the house of Petronius, but at last on a certain evening Nazarius announced his arrival. Lygia, who was able to walk alone now, and Vinicius ran out to meet him, and fell to embracing his feet. He greeted them with emotion all the greater that not many sheep in that flock over which Christ had given him authority, and over the fate of which his great heart was weeping, remained to him. So when Vinicius said, Lord, because of thee the Redeemer returned her to me, he answered, He returned her because of thy faith. And so that not all the lips which profess his name should grow silent. And evidently he was thinking then of those thousands of his children torn by wild beasts, of those crosses with which the arena had been filled. And those fiery pillars in the gardens of the beast. For he spoke with great sadness. Vinicius and Ligia noticed also that his hair had grown entirely white, that his whole form was bent. And that in his face there was as much sadness and suffering as if he had passed through all those pains and torments which the victims of Nero's rage and madness had endured. But both understood that since Christ had given himself to torture and to death, no one was permitted to avoid it. Still their hearts were cut at sight of the apostle, bent by years, toil, and pain. So Vinicius, who intended to take Lygia soon to Naples, where they would meet Pomponia and go to Sicily, implored him to leave Rome in their company. But the apostle placed his hand on the tribune's head and answered, In my soul I hear these words of the Lord, which he spoke to me on the lake of Tiberias, when thou wert young. Thou didst gird thyself, and walk whither thou wouldst. But when thou shalt be old, thou shalt stretch forth thy hands, and another shall gird thee, and carry thee whither thou wouldst not. Therefore it is proper that I follow my flock. And when they were silent, not knowing the sense of his speech, he added, My toil is nearing its end, I shall find entertainment and rest only in the house of the Lord. Then he turned to them saying, Remember me, for I have loved you as a father loves his children, and whatever ye do in life, do it for the glory of God. Thus speaking, he raised his aged, trembling hands and blessed them. They nestled up to him, feeling that to be the last blessing, perhaps, which they should receive from him. It was destined them, however, to see him once more. A few days later Petronius brought terrible news from the Palatine. It had been discovered there that one of Caesar's freedmen was a Christian. And on this man were found letters of the apostles Peter and Paul, with letters of James, John, and Judas. Peter's presence in Rome was known formerly to Tigellinus, but he thought that the apostle had perished with thousands of other confessors. Now it transpired that the two leaders of the new faith were alive and in the capital. It was determined, therefore, to seize them at all costs, for it was hoped that with their death the last root of the hated sect would be plucked out. Petronius heard from Vestinius that Caesar himself had issued an order to put Peter and Paul in the Mamertine prison within 3 days. And that whole detachments of praetorians had been sent to search every house in the Trans-Tiber. When he heard this, Vinicius resolved to warn the apostle. In the evening he and Ursus put on Gallic mantles and went to the house of Miriam, where Peter was living. The house was at the very edge of the Trans-Tiber division of the city, at the foot of the Janiculum. On the road they saw houses surrounded by soldiers, who were guided by certain unknown persons. This division of the city was alarmed, and in places crowds of curious people had assembled. Here and there centurions interrogated prisoners touching Simon Peter and Paul of Tarsus. Ursus and Vinicius were in advance of the soldiers, and went safely to Miriam's house, in which they found Peter surrounded by a handful of the faithful. Timothy, Paul's assistant, and Linus were at the side of the apostle. At news of the approaching danger, Nazarius led all by a hidden passage to the garden gate, and then to deserted stone quarries, a few hundred yards distant from the Janiculum gate. Ursus had to carry Linus, whose bones, broken by torture, had not grown together yet. But once in the quarry, they felt safe. And by the light of a torch ignited by Nazarius they began to consult, in a low voice, how to save the life of the apostle who was so dear to them. Lord, said Vinicius, let Nazarius guide thee at daybreak to the Alban hills. There I will find thee, and we will take thee to Antium, where a ship is ready to take us to Naples and Sicily. Blessed will the day and the hour be in which thou shalt enter my house, and thou wilt bless my hearth. The others heard this with delight, and pressed the apostle, saying, "Hide thyself, sacred leader, remain not in Rome. Preserve the living truth, so that it perish not with us and thee. Hear us, who entreat thee as a father." "Do this in Christ's name," cried others, grasping at his robes. "My children," answered Peter, "who knows the time when the Lord will mark the end of his life?" But he did not say that he would not leave Rome, and he hesitated what to do. For uncertainty, and even fear, had been creeping into his soul for some time. His flock was scattered, the work was wrecked. That church, which before the burning of the city had been flourishing like a splendid tree, was turned into dust by the power of the beast. Nothing remained save tears, nothing save memories of torture and death. The sowing had yielded rich fruit, but Satan had trampled it into the earth. Legions of angels had not come to aid the perishing, and Nero was extending in glory over the earth, terrible, mightier than ever, the Lord of all seas and all lands. More than once had that fisherman of the Lord stretched his hands heavenward in loneliness and asked, "Lord, what must I do? How must I act? And how am I, a feeble old man, to fight with this invincible power of evil, which thou art permitted to rule, and have victory?" And he called out thus in the depth of his immense pain, repeating in spirit, "Those sheep which thou didst command me to feed are no more, thy church is no more. Loneliness and mourning are in thy capital, what dost thou command me to do now? Am I to stay here, or lead forth the remnant of the flock to glorify thy name in secret somewhere beyond the sea?" And he hesitated, he believed that the living truth would not perish, that it must conquer. But at moments he thought that the hour had not come yet. That it would come only when the Lord should descend to the earth in the day of judgment in glory and power 100 times greater than the might of Nero. Frequently it seemed to him that if he left Rome, the faithful would follow. That he would lead them then far away to the shady groves of Galilee, to the quiet surface of the lake of Tiberias, to shepherds as peaceful as doves, or as sheep, who feed there among thyme and pepperwort. And an increasing desire for peace and rest, an increasing yearning for the lake and Galilee, seized the heart of the fisherman. Tears came more frequently to the old man's eyes. But at the moment when he made the choice, sudden alarm and fear came on him. How was he to leave that city, in which so much martyr's blood had sunk into the earth, and where so many lips had given the true testimony of the dying? Was he alone to yield? And what would he answer the Lord on hearing the words, "These have died for the faith, but thou didst flee"? Nights and days passed for him in anxiety and suffering. Others, who had been torn by lions, who had been fastened to crosses, who had been burnt in the gardens of Caesar, had fallen asleep in the Lord after moments of torture. But he could not sleep, and he felt greater tortures than any of those invented by executioners for victims. Often was the dawn whitening the roofs of houses while he was still crying from the depth of his mourning heart, "Lord, why didst thou command me to come hither and found thy capital in the den of the beast?" For 33 years after the death of his master he knew no rest. Staff in hand, he had gone through the world and declared the good tidings. His strength had been exhausted in journeys and toil, till at last, when in that city, which was the head of the world, he had established the work of his master. One bloody breath of wrath had burned it, and he saw that there was need to take up the struggle anew. And what a struggle! On one side Caesar, the Senate, the people, the legions holding the world with a circle of iron, countless cities, countless lands, power such as the eye of man had not seen. On the other side he, so bent with age and toil that his trembling hand was hardly able to carry his staff. At times, therefore, he said to himself that it was not for him to measure with the Caesar of Rome, that Christ alone could do that. All these thoughts were passing through his care-filled head, when he heard the prayers of the last handful of the faithful. They, surrounding him in an ever-narrowing circle, repeated with voices of entreaty, "Hide thyself, Rabbi, and lead us away from the power of the beast." Finally Linus also bowed his tortured head before him. "O Lord," said he, "the Redeemer commanded thee to feed his sheep, but they are here no longer, or tomorrow they will not be here. Go, therefore, where thou mayst find them yet. The word of God is living still in Jerusalem, in Antioch, in Ephesus, and in other cities. What wilt thou do by remaining in Rome? If thou fall, thou wilt merely swell the triumph of the beast. The Lord has not designated the limit of John's life. Paul is a Roman citizen, they cannot condemn him without trial. But if the power of hell rise up against thee, O teacher, those whose hearts are dejected will ask, who is above Nero? Thou art the rock on which the church of God is founded. Let us die, but permit not the victory of Antichrist over the viceregent of God, and return not hither till the Lord has crushed him who shed innocent blood. Look at our tears, repeated all who were present. Tears flowed over Peter's face too. After a while he rose, and, stretching his hands over the kneeling figures, said, May the name of the Lord be magnified, and may his will be done. Chapter 69. About dawn of the following day 2 dark figures were moving along the Appian Way toward the Campania. One of them was Nazarius. The other the Apostle Peter, who was leaving Rome and his martyred co-religionists. The sky in the east was assuming a light tinge of green, bordered gradually and more distinctly on the lower edge with saffron color. Silver-leaf trees, the white marble of villas, and the arches of aqueducts, stretching through the plain toward the city, were emerging from shade. The greenness of the sky was clearing gradually, and becoming permeated with gold. Then the east began to grow rosy and illuminate the Alban hills, which seemed marvelously beautiful, lily-colored, as if formed of rays of light alone. The light was reflected in trembling leaves of trees, in the dewdrops. The haze grew thinner, opening wider and wider views on the plain, on the houses dotting it, on the cemeteries, on the towns, and on groups of trees, among which stood white columns of temples. The road was empty. The villagers who took vegetables to the city had not succeeded yet, evidently, in harnessing beasts to their vehicles. From the stone blocks with which the road was paved as far as the mountains, there came a low sound from the bark shoes on the feet of the 2 travelers. Then the sun appeared over the line of hills, but at once a wonderful vision struck the apostle's eyes. It seemed to him that the golden circle, instead of rising in the sky, moved down from the heights and was advancing on the road. Peter stopped, and asked, Sayest thou that brightness approaching us? I see nothing, replied Nazarius. But Peter shaded his eyes with his hand, and said after a while, Some figure is coming in the gleam of the sun. But not the slightest sound of steps reached their ears. It was perfectly still all around. Nazarius saw only that the trees were quivering in the distance, as if someone were shaking them, and the light was spreading more broadly over the plain. He looked with wonder at the apostle. Rabbi! What ails thee? Cried he, with alarm. The pilgrim's staff fell from Peter's hands to the earth, his eyes were looking forward, motionless. His mouth was open, on his face were depicted astonishment, delight, rapture. Then he threw himself on his knees, his arms stretched forward, and this cry left his lips. O Christ! O Christ! He fell with his face to the earth, as if kissing someone's feet. The silence continued long, then were heard the words of the aged man, broken by sobs. Quo Vadis, Domini? Nazarius did not hear the answer, but to Peter's ears came a sad and sweet voice, which said, If thou desert my people, I am going to Rome to be crucified a second time. The apostle lay on the ground, his face in the dust, without motion or speech. It seemed to Nazarius that he had fainted or was dead. But he rose at last, seized the staff with trembling hands, and turned without a word toward the 7 hills of the city. The boy, seeing this, repeated as an echo, Quo Vadis, Domini? To Rome, said the apostle, in a low voice. And he returned. Paul, John, Linus, and all the faithful received him with amazement. And the alarm was the greater, since at daybreak, just after his departure, Praetorians had surrounded Miriam's house and searched it for the apostle. But to every question he answered only with delight and peace. "I have seen the Lord." And that same evening he went to the Ostian cemetery to teach and baptize those who wished to bathe in the water of life. And thenceforward he went there daily, and after him went increasing numbers. It seemed that out of every tear of a martyr new confessors were born, and that every groan on the arena found an echo in thousands of breasts. Caesar was swimming in blood, Rome and the whole pagan world was mad. But those who had had enough of transgression and madness, those who were trampled upon, those whose lives were misery and oppression, all the weighed down, all the sad, all the unfortunate, came to hear the wonderful tidings of God, who out of love for men had given himself to be crucified and redeem their sins. When they found a God whom they could love, they had found that which the society of the time could not give anyone, happiness and love. And Peter understood that neither Caesar nor all his legions could overcome the living truth, that they could not overwhelm it with tears or blood, and that now its victory was beginning. He understood with equal force why the Lord had turned him back on the road. That city of pride, crime, wickedness, and power was beginning to be his city, and the double capital, from which would flow out upon the world government of souls and bodies. Chapter 70. At last the hour was accomplished for both apostles. But, as if to complete his service, it was given to the fishermen of the Lord to win 2 souls even in confinement. The soldiers, Processus and Martinianus, who guarded him in the Mamertine prison, received baptism. Then came the hour of torture. Nero was not in Rome at that time. Sentence was passed by Helios and Polythetes, 2 freedmen to whom Caesar had confided the government of Rome during his absence. On the aged apostle had been inflicted the stripes prescribed by law. And next day he was led forth beyond the walls of the city, toward the Vatican Hill, where he was to suffer the punishment of the cross assigned to him. Soldiers were astonished by the crowd which had gathered before the prison, for in their minds the death of a common man, and besides a foreigner, should not rouse such interest. They did not understand that retinue was composed not of sightseers, but confessors, anxious to escort the great apostle to the place of execution. In the afternoon the gates of the prison were thrown open at last, and Peter appeared in the midst of a detachment of praetorians. The sun had inclined somewhat toward Ostia already. The day was clear and calm. Because of his advanced age, Peter was not required to carry the cross. It was supposed that he could not carry it. They had not put the fork on his neck either, so as not to retard his pace. He walked without hindrance, and the faithful could see him perfectly. At moments when his white head showed itself among the iron helmets of the soldiers, weeping was heard in the crowd. But it was restrained immediately, for the face of the old man had in it so much calmness, and was so bright with joy, that all understood him to be not a victim going to destruction, but a victor celebrating his triumph. And thus it was really. The fisherman, usually humble and stooping, walked now erect, taller than the soldiers, full of dignity. Never had men seen such majesty in his bearing. It might have seemed that he was a monarch attended by people and military. From every side voices were raised. "There is Peter going to the Lord." All forgot, as it were, that torture and death were waiting for him. He walked with solemn attention, but with calmness, feeling that since the death on Golgotha nothing equally important had happened, and that as the first death had redeemed the whole world, this was to redeem the city. Along the road people halted from wonder at sight of that old man. But believers, laying hands on their shoulders, said with calm voices, "See how a just man goes to death, one who knew Christ and proclaimed love to the world." These became thoughtful, and walked away, saying to themselves, "He cannot, indeed, be unjust." Along the road noise was hushed, and the cries of the street. The retinue moved on before houses newly reared, before white columns of temples, over whose summits hung the deep sky, calm and blue. They went in quiet. Only at times the weapons of the soldiers clattered, or the murmur of prayer rose. Peter heard the last, and his face grew bright with increasing joy, for his glance could hardly take in those thousands of confessors. He felt that he had done his work, and he knew now that that truth which he had been declaring all his life would overwhelm everything, like a sea, and that nothing would have power to restrain it. And thus thinking, he raised his eyes, and said, O Lord, thou didst command me to conquer this world-ruling city, hence I have conquered it. Thou hast commanded me to found here thy capital. Hence I have founded it. This is thy city now, O Lord, and I go to thee, for I have toiled greatly. As he passed before temples, he said to them, Ye will be temples of Christ. Looking at throngs of people moving before his eyes, he said to them, Your children will be servants of Christ. And he advanced with the feeling that he had conquered, conscious of his service, conscious of his strength, solaced, great. The soldiers conducted him over the Pons Triumphalis, as if giving involuntary testimony to his triumph, and they led him farther toward the Naumachia and the circus. The faithful from beyond the Tiber joined the procession. And such a throng of people was formed that the centurion commanding the praetorians understood at last that he was leading a high priest surrounded by believers. And grew alarmed because of the small number of soldiers. But no cry of indignation or rage was given out in the throng. Men's faces were penetrated with the greatness of the moment, solemn and full of expectation. Some believers, remembering that when the Lord died the earth opened from fright and the dead rose from their graves, thought that now some evident signs would appear. After which the death of the apostle would not be forgotten for ages. Others said to themselves, Perhaps the Lord will select the hour of Peter's death to come from heaven as he promised, and judge the world. With this idea they recommended themselves to the mercy of the Redeemer. But round about there was calm. The hills seemed to be warming themselves, and resting in the sun. The procession stopped at last between the Circus and the Vatican Hill. Soldiers began now to dig a hole. Others placed on the ground the cross, hammers, and nails, waiting till all preparations were finished. The crowd, continuing quiet and attentive, knelt round about. The apostle, with his head in the sunrays and golden light, turned for the last time toward the city. At a distance lower down was seen the gleaming Tiber, beyond was the Campus Martius. Higher up, the mausoleum of Augustus, below that, the gigantic baths just begun by Nero, still lower, Pompey's theatre. And beyond them were visible in places, and in places hidden by other buildings, the Septa Julia, a multitude of porticos, temples, columns, great edifices. And, finally, far in the distance, hills covered with houses, a gigantic resort of people, the borders of which vanished in the blue haze, an abode of crime, but of power. Of madness, but of order, which had become the head of the world, its oppressor, but its law and its peace, almighty, invincible, eternal. But Peter, surrounded by soldiers, looked at the city as a ruler and king looks at his inheritance. And he said to it, Thou art redeemed and mine. And no one, not merely among the soldiers digging the hole in which to plant the cross, but even among believers, could divine that standing there among them was the true ruler of that moving life. That Caesars would pass away, waves of barbarians go by, and ages vanish, but that old man would be Lord there unbrokenly. The sun had sunk still more toward Ostia, and had become large and red. The whole western side of the sky had begun to glow with immense brightness. The soldiers approached Peter to strip him. But he, while praying, straightened himself all at once, and stretched his right hand high. The executioners stopped, as if made timid by his posture. The faithful held the breath in their breasts, thinking that he wished to say something, and silence unbroken followed. But he, standing on the height, with his extended right hand made the sign of the cross, blessing in the hour of death. Urbi et Orbi. 26. In that same wonderful evening another detachment of soldiers conducted along the Ostian way Paul of Tarsus toward a place called XLVII. And behind him also advanced a crowd of the faithful whom he had converted. But when he recognized near acquaintances, he halted and conversed with them, for, being a Roman citizen, the guard showed more respect to him. Beyond the gate called Tergemina he met Plautilla, the daughter of the prefect Flavius Sabinus, and, seeing her youthful face covered with tears, he said, "Plautilla, daughter of eternal salvation, depart in peace. Only give me a veil with which to bind my eyes when I am going to the Lord." And taking it, he advanced with a face as full of delight as that of a laborer who when he has toiled the whole day successfully is returning home. His thoughts, like those of Peter, were as calm and quiet as that evening sky. His eyes gazed with thoughtfulness upon the plain which stretched out before him, and to the Alban hills, immersed in light. He remembered his journeys, his toils, his labor, the struggles in which he had conquered, the churches which he had founded in all lands and beyond all seas. And he thought that he had earned his rest honestly, that he had finished his work. He felt now that the seed which he had planted would not be blown away by the wind of malice. He was leaving this life with the certainty that in the battle which his truth had declared against the world it would conquer, and a mighty peace settled down on his soul. The road to the place of execution was long, and evening was coming. The mountains became purple, and the bases of them went gradually into the shade. Flocks were returning home. Here and there groups of slaves were walking with the tools of labor on their shoulders. Children, playing on the road before houses, looked with curiosity at the passing soldiers. But in that evening, in that transparent golden air, there were not only peace and lovingness, but a certain harmony, which seemed to lift from earth to heaven. Paul felt this. And his heart was filled with delight at the thought that to that harmony of the world he had added one note which had not been in it hitherto, but without which the whole earth was like sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. He remembered how he had taught people love, how he had told them that though they were to give their property to the poor, though they knew all languages, all secrets, and all sciences, they would be nothing without love, which is kind, enduring, which does not return evil, which does not desire honor, suffers all things, believes all things, hopes all things, is patient of all things. And so his life had passed in teaching people this truth. And now he said in spirit, what power can equal it, what can conquer it? Could Caesar stop it, though he had twice as many legions and twice as many cities, seas, lands, and nations? And he went to his reward like a conqueror. The detachment left the main road at last, and turned toward the east on a narrow path leading to the XLVII. The red sun was lying now on the heather. The centurion stopped the soldiers at the fountain, for the moment had come. Paul placed Plautilla's veil on his arm, intending to bind his eyes with it. For the last time he raised those eyes, full of unspeakable peace, toward the eternal light of the evening, and prayed. Yes, the moment had come. But he saw before him a great road in the light, leading to heaven. And in his soul he repeated the same words which formerly he had written in the feeling of his own finished service and his near end. I have fought a good fight, I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. Henceforth there is laid up for me a crown of righteousness. Chapter 71. Rome had gone mad for a long time, so that the world-conquering city seemed ready at last to tear itself to pieces for want of leadership. Even before the last hour of the apostles had struck, Piso's conspiracy appeared. And then such merciless reaping of Rome's highest heads, that even to those who saw divinity in Nero, he seemed at last a divinity of death. Morning fell on the city, terror took its lodgment in houses and in hearts, but porticos were crowned with ivy and flowers, for it was not permitted to show sorrow for the dead. People waking in the morning asked themselves whose turn would come next. The retinue of ghosts following Caesar increased every day. Piso paid for the conspiracy with his head. After him followed Seneca, and Lucan, Phoenius Rufus, and Plautius Lateranus, and Flavius Savinus, and Afranius Quinitianus, and the dissolute companion of Caesar's madnesses, Tullius Senecio. And Proculus, and Araricus, and Tugurinus, and Gratus, and Silanus, and Proximus, once devoted with his whole soul to Nero, and Sulpicius Asper. Some were destroyed by their own insignificance, some by fear, some by wealth, others by bravery. Caesar, astonished at the very number of the conspirators, covered the walls with soldiery and held the city as if by siege, sending out daily centurions with sentences of death to suspected houses. The condemned humiliated themselves in letters filled with flattery, thanking Caesar for his sentences, and leaving him a part of their property, so as to save the rest for their children. It seemed, at last, that Nero was exceeding every measure on purpose to convince himself of the degree in which men had grown abject, and how long they would endure bloody rule. After the conspirators, their relatives were executed, then their friends, and even simple acquaintances. Dwellers in lordly mansions built after the fire, when they went out on the street, felt sure of seeing a whole row of funerals. Pompeius, Cornelius, Martialis, Flavius Nepos, and Statius Domitius died because accused of lack of love for Caesar, Novius Priscus, as a friend of Seneca. Rufius Crispus was deprived of the right of fire and water because on a time he had been the husband of Poppaea. The great Thracia was ruined by his virtue. Many paid with their lives for noble origin, even Poppaea fell a victim to the momentary rage of Nero. The Senate crouched before the dreadful ruler. It raised a temple in his honor, made an offering in favor of his voice, crowned his statues, appointed priests to him as to a divinity. Senators, trembling in their souls, went to the Palatine to magnify the song of the Periodonuses, and go wild with him amid orgies of naked bodies, wine, and flowers. But meanwhile from below, in the field soaked in blood and tears, rose the sowing of Peter, stronger and stronger every moment. Chapter 72. Vinicius to Petronius. We know, Carissime, most of what is happening in Rome, and what we do not know is told us in thy letters. When one casts a stone in the water, the wave goes farther and farther in a circle, so the wave of madness and malice has come from the Palatine to us. On the road to Greece, Carrinas was sent hither by Caesar, who plundered cities and temples to fill the empty treasury. At the price of the sweat and tears of people, he is building the Golden House in Rome. It is possible that the world has not seen such a house, but it has not seen such injustice. Thou knowest Carrinas. Chilo was like him till he redeemed his life with death. But to the towns lying nearer us his men have not come yet, perhaps because there are no temples or treasures in them. Thou askest if we are out of danger. I answer that we are out of mind, and let that suffice for an answer. At this moment, from the portico under which I write, I see our calm bay, and on it Ursus in a boat, letting down a net in the clear water. My wife is spinning red wool near me, and in the gardens, under the shade of almond trees, our slaves are singing. Oh, what calm Carissime, and what a forgetfulness of former fear and suffering! But it is not the Parsi as thou writest, who spin out our lives so agreeably, it is Christ who is blessing us, our beloved God and Saviour. We know tears and sorrow, for our religion teaches us to weep over the misfortunes of others, but in these tears is a consolation unknown to thee. For whenever the time of our life is ended, we shall find all those dear ones who perished and who are perishing yet for God's truth. For us Peter and Paul are not dead. They are merely born into glory. Our souls see them, and when our eyes weep our hearts are glad with their joy. Oh, yes, my dear friend, we are happy with a happiness which nothing can destroy, since death, which for thee is the end of everything, is for us only a passage into superior rest. And so days and months pass here in calmness of heart. Our servants and slaves believe, as we do, in Christ, and that he enjoins love, hence we love one another. Frequently, when the sun has gone down, or when the moon is shining in the water, Lygia and I talk of past times, which seem a dream to us. But when I think how that dear head was near torture and death, I magnify my Lord with my whole soul, for out of those hands he alone could wrest her, save her from the arena, and return her to me forever. O Petronius, thou hast seen what endurance and comfort that religion gives in misfortune, how much patience and courage before death. So come and see how much happiness it gives in ordinary, common days of life. People thus far did not know a God whom man could love, hence they did not love one another. And from that came their misfortune, for as light comes from the sun, so does happiness come from love. Neither lawgivers nor philosophers taught this truth, and it did not exist in Greece or Rome. And when I say, not in Rome, that means the whole world. The dry and cold teaching of the Stoics, to which virtuous people rally, tempers the heart as a sword is tempered, but it makes it indifferent rather than better. Though why do I write this to thee, who hast learned more, and hast more understanding than I have? Thou wert acquainted with Paul of Tarsus, and more than once didst converse long with him. Hence thou knowest better if in comparison with the truth which he taught all the teachings of philosophers and readers are not a vain and empty jingle of words without meaning. Thou rememberest the question which he put thee, but if Caesar were a Christian, would ye not all feel safer, surer of possessing that which ye possess, free of alarm, and sure of tomorrow? Thou didst say to me that our teaching was an enemy of life, and I answer thee now, that, if from the beginning of this letter I had been repeating only the 3 words, I am happy, I could not have expressed my happiness to thee. To this thou wilt answer, that my happiness is Lygia. True, my friend. Because I love her immortal soul, and because we both love each other in Christ, for such love there is no separation, no deceit, no change, no old age, no death. For, when youth and beauty pass, when our bodies wither and death comes, love will remain, for the Spirit remains. Before my eyes were open to the light I was ready to burn my own house even, for Lygia's sake, but now I tell thee that I did not love her, for it was Christ who first taught me to love. In him is the source of peace and happiness. It is not I who say this, but reality itself. Compare thy own luxury, my friend, lined with alarm, thy delights, not sure of a morrow, thy orgies, with the lives of Christians, and thou wilt find a ready answer. But, to compare better, come to our mountains with the odor of time, to our shady olive groves on our shores lined with ivy. A peace is waiting for thee, such as thou hast not known for a long time, and hearts that love thee sincerely. Thou, having a noble soul and a good one, shouldst be happy. Thy quick mind can recognize the truth, and knowing it thou wilt love it. To be its enemy, like Caesar and Tigellinus, is possible, but indifferent to it no one can be. O my Petronius, Ligia and I are comforting ourselves with the hope of seeing thee soon. Be well, be happy, and come to us. Petronius received this letter in Cumae, whither he had gone with other Augustans who were following Caesar. His struggle of long years with Tigellinus was nearing its end. Petronius knew already that he must fall in that struggle, and he understood why. As Caesar fell lower daily to the role of a comedian, a buffoon, and a charioteer. As he sank deeper in a sickly, foul, and coarse dissipation, the exquisite arbiter became a mere burden to him. Even when Petronius was silent, Nero saw blame in his silence. When the arbiter praised, he saw ridicule. The brilliant patrician annoyed his self-love and roused his envy. His wealth and splendid works of art had become an object of desire both to the ruler and the all-powerful minister. Petronius was spared so far in view of the journey to Achaia, in which his taste, his knowledge of everything Greek, might be useful. But gradually Tigellinus explained to Caesar that Carrinas surpassed him in taste and knowledge, and would be better able to arrange in Achaia games, receptions, and triumphs. From that moment Petronius was lost. There was not courage to send him his sentence in Rome. Caesar and Tigellinus remembered that apparently effeminate and aesthetic person, who made day out of night, and was occupied only in luxury, art, and feasts, had shown amazing industry and energy, when proconsul in Bithynia and later when consul in the capital. They considered him capable of anything, and it was known that in Rome he possessed not only the love of the people, but even of the praetorians. None of Caesar's confidants could foresee how Petronius might act in a given case. It seemed wiser, therefore, to entice him out of the city, and reach him in a province. With this object he received an invitation to go to Cumae with other Augustans. He went, though suspecting the ambush, perhaps so as not to appear in open opposition, perhaps to show once more a joyful face devoid of every care to Caesar and the Augustans. and to gain a last victory before death over Tigellinus. Meanwhile the latter accused him of friendship with the senator Savinus, who was the soul of Piso's conspiracy. The people of Petronius, left in Rome, were imprisoned. His house was surrounded by praetorian guards. When he learned this, he showed neither alarm nor concern, and with a smile said to Augustans whom he received in his own splendid villa in Cumae, "Ahenobarbus does not like direct questions. Hence you will see his confusion when I ask him if it was he who gave command to imprison my familia in the capital." Then he invited them to a feast, before the longer journey, and he had just made preparations for it when the letter from Vinicius came. When he received this letter, Petronius grew somewhat thoughtful, but after a time his face regained its usual composure. And that same evening he answered as follows: "I rejoice at your happiness and admire your hearts, for I had not thought that two lovers could remember a third person who was far away. Ye have not only not forgotten me, but ye wished to persuade me to go to Sicily, so that ye may share with me your bread and your Christ, who, as thou writest, has given you happiness so bountifully. If that be true, honor him." To my thinking, however, Ursus had something to do with saving Lygia, and the Roman people also had a little to do with it. But since thy belief is that Christ did the work, I will not contradict. Spare no offerings to him. Prometheus also sacrificed himself for man, but, alas! Prometheus is an invention of the poets apparently, while people worthy of credit have told me that they saw Christ with their own eyes. I agree with thee that he is the most worthy of the gods. I remember the question by Paul of Tarsus, and I think that if Ahenobarbus lived according to Christ's teaching I might have time to visit you in Sicily. In that case we could converse, in the shade of trees and near fountains, of all the gods and all the truths discussed by Greek philosophers at any time. Today I must give thee a brief answer. I care for two philosophers only, Pyrrho and Anacreon. I am ready to sell the rest to thee cheaply, with all the Greek and Roman Stoics. Truth, Vinicius, dwells somewhere so high that the gods themselves cannot see it from the top of Olympus. To thee, Carissime, thy Olympus seems higher still, and, standing there, thou callest to me, "Come, thou wilt see such sights as thou hast not seen yet." I might. But I answer, I have not feet for the journey. And if thou read this letter to the end, thou wilt acknowledge, I think, that I am right. No, happy husband of the Aurora princess. Thy religion is not for me. Am I to love the Bithynians who carry my litter, the Egyptians who heat my bath? Am I to love Ahenobarbus and Tigellinus? I swear by the white knees of the Graces, that even if I wished to love them I could not. In Rome there are 100,000 persons at least who have either crooked shoulders, or big knees, or thin thighs, or staring eyes, or heads that are too large. Dost thou command me to love these too? Where am I to find the love, since it is not in my heart? And if thy God desires me to love such persons, why in his all-might did he not give them the forms of Niobe's children, for example, which thou hast seen on the Palatine? Whoso loves beauty is unable for that very reason to love deformity. One may not believe in our gods, but it is possible to love them, as Phidias, Praxiteles, Myron, Scopas, and Lysias loved. Should I wish to go whither thou wouldst lead me, I could not. But since I do not wish, I am doubly unable. Thou believest, like Paul of Tarsus, that on the other side of the Styx thou wilt see thy Christ in certain Elysian fields. Let him tell thee then himself whether he would receive me with my gems, my myrrhine vase, my books published by Sosius, and my golden-haired Eunice. I laugh at this thought. For Paul of Tarsus told me that for Christ's sake one must give up wreaths of roses, feasts, and luxury. It is true that he promised me other happiness, but I answered that I was too old for new happiness, that my eyes would be delighted always with roses. And that the odor of violets is dearer to me than stench from my foul neighbor of the Subura. These are reasons why thy happiness is not for me. But there is one reason more, which I have reserved for the last. Thanatos summons me. For thee the light of life is beginning. But my sun has set, and twilight is embracing my head. In other words, I must die, carissime. It is not worthwhile to talk long of this. It had to end thus. Thou, who knowest Ahenobarbus, wilt understand the position easily. Tigellinus has conquered, or rather my victories have touched their end. I have lived as I wished, and I will die as pleases me. Do not take this to heart. No god has promised me immortality, hence no surprise meets me. At the same time thou art mistaken, Vinicius, in asserting that only thy god teaches man to die calmly. No. Our world knew, before thou wert born, that when the last cup was drained, it was time to go, time to rest, and it knows yet how to do that with calmness. Plato declares that virtue is music, that the life of a sage is harmony. If that be true, I shall die as I have lived, virtuously. I should like to take farewell of thy godlike wife in the words with which on a time I greeted her in the house of Aulus. Very many persons have I seen, but thy equal I know not. If the soul is more than what Pyrrho thinks, mine will fly to thee in Lygia, on its way to the edge of the ocean, and will alight at your house in the form of a butterfly or, as the Egyptians believe, in the form of a sparrow hawk. Otherwise I cannot come. Meanwhile let Sicily replace for you the gardens of Hesperides. May the goddesses of the fields, woods, and fountains scatter flowers on your path, and may white doves build their nests on every acanthus of the columns of your house. Chapter 73. Petronius was not mistaken. 2 days later young Nerva, who had always been friendly and devoted, sent his freedman to Cumae with news of what was happening at the court of Caesar. The death of Petronius had been determined. On the morning of the following day they intended to send him a centurion, with the order to stop at Cumae, and wait there for further instructions. The next messenger, to follow a few days later, was to bring the death sentence. Petronius heard the news with unruffled calmness. Thou wilt take to thy lord, said he, one of my vases. Say from me that I thank him with my whole soul, for now I am able to anticipate the sentence. And all at once he began to laugh, like a man who has came upon a perfect thought, and rejoices in advance at its fulfillment. That same afternoon his slaves rushed about, inviting the Augustans, who were staying in Cumae, and all the ladies, to a magnificent banquet at the villa of the arbiter. He wrote that afternoon in the library, next he took a bath, after which he commanded the Vestiplici to arrange his dress. Brilliant and stately as one of the gods, he went to the triclinium, to cast the eye of a critic on the preparations, and then to the gardens, where youths and Grecian maidens from the islands were weaving wreaths of roses for the evening. Not the least care was visible on his face. The servants only knew that the feast would be something uncommon, for he had issued a command to give unusual rewards to those with whom he was satisfied, and some slight blows to all whose work should not please him, or who had deserved blame or punishment earlier. To the cithara players and the singers he had ordered beforehand liberal pay. At last, sitting in the garden under a beech, through whose leaves the sunrays marked the earth with bright spots, he called Eunice. She came, dressed in white, with a sprig of myrtle in her hair, beautiful as one of the Graces. He seated her at his side, and, touching her temple gently with his fingers, he gazed at her with that admiration with which a critic gazes at a statue from the chisel of a master. Eunice, asked he, dost thou know that thou art not a slave this long time? She raised to him her calm eyes, as blue as the sky, and denied with a motion of her head. I am thine always, said she. But perhaps thou knowest not, continued Petronius, that the villa, and those slaves twining wreaths here, and all which is in the villa, with the fields and the herds, are thine henceforward. Eunice, when she heard this, drew away from him quickly, and asked in a voice filled with sudden fear, Why dost thou tell me this? Then she approached again, and looked at him, blinking with amazement. After a while her face became as pale as linen. He smiled, and said only one word. So. A moment of silence followed. Merely a slight breeze moved the leaves of the beech. Petronius might have thought that before him was a statue cut from white marble. "Eunice," said he, "I wish to die calmly." And the maiden, looking at him with a heartrending smile, whispered, "I hear thee." In the evening the guests, who had been at feasts given by Petronius previously, and knew that in comparison with them even Caesar's banquets seemed tiresome and barbarous, began to arrive in numbers. To no one did it occur, even, that that was to be the last symposium. Many knew, it is true, that the clouds of Caesar's anger were hanging over the exquisite arbiter. But that had happened so often, and Petronius had been able so often to scatter them by some dexterous act or by a single bold word, that no one thought really that serious danger threatened him. His glad face and usual smile, free of care, confirmed all, to the last man, in that opinion. The beautiful Eunice, to whom he had declared his wish to die calmly, and for whom every word of his was like an utterance of fate, had in her features a perfect calmness, and in her eyes a kind of wonderful radiance, which might have been considered delight. At the door of the triclinium, youths with hair in golden nets put wreaths of roses on the heads of the guests, warning them, as the custom was, to pass the threshold right foot foremost. In the hall there was a slight odor of violets. The lamps burned in Alexandrian glass of various colors. At the couches stood Grecian maidens, whose office it was to moisten the feet of guests with perfumes. At the walls cithara players and Athenian choristers were waiting for the signal of their leader. The table service gleamed with splendor, but that splendor did not offend or oppress. It seemed a natural development. Joyousness and freedom spread through the hall with the odor of violets. The guests as they entered felt that neither threat nor constraint was hanging over them, as in Caesar's house, where a man might forfeit his life for praises not sufficiently great or sufficiently apposite. At sight of the lamps, the goblets entwined with ivy, the wine cooling on banks of snow, and the exquisite dishes, the hearts of the guests became joyous. Conversation of various kinds began to buzz, as bees buzz on an apple tree in blossom. At moments it was interrupted by an outburst of glad laughter, at moments by murmurs of applause, at moments by a kiss placed too loudly on some white shoulder. The guests, while drinking wine, spilled from their goblets a few drops to the immortal gods, to gain their protection, and their favor for the host. It mattered not that many of them had no belief in the gods. Custom and superstition prescribed it. Petronius, inclining near Eunice, talked of Rome, of the latest divorces, of love affairs, of the races, of Spiculus, who had become famous recently in the arena, and of the latest books in the shops of Attractus and the Sozii. When he spilled wine, he said that he spilled it only in honor of the Lady of Cyprus, the most ancient divinity and the greatest, the only immortal, enduring, and ruling one. His conversation was like sunlight which lights up some new object every instant, or like the summer breeze which stirs flowers in a garden. At last he gave a signal to the leader of the music, and at that signal the cithara began to sound lightly, and youthful voices accompanied. Then maidens from Kos, the birthplace of Eunice, danced, and showed their rosy forms through robes of gauze. Finally, an Egyptian soothsayer told the guests their future from the movement of rainbow colors in a vessel of crystal. When they had enough of these amusements, Petronius rose somewhat on his Syrian cushion, and said with hesitation, "Pardon me, friends, for asking a favor at a feast. Will each man accept as a gift that goblet from which he first shook wine in honor of the gods and to my prosperity?" The goblets of Petronius were gleaming in gold, precious stones, and the carving of artists, hence, though gift-giving was common in Rome, delight filled every heart. Some thanked him loudly, others said that Jove had never honored gods with such gifts in Olympus. Finally, there were some who refused to accept, since the gift surpassed common estimate. But he raised aloft the Myrrhine vase, which resembled a rainbow in brilliancy, and was simply beyond price. "This," said he, "is the one out of which I poured in honor of the Lady of Cyprus. The lips of no man may touch it henceforth, and no hand may ever pour from it in honor of another divinity." He cast the precious vessel to the pavement, which was covered with lily-colored saffron flowers. And when it was broken into small pieces, he said, seeing around him astonished faces, "My dear friends, be glad and not astonished. Old age and weakness are sad attendants in the last years of life. But I will give you a good example and good advice. Ye have the power, as ye see, not to wait for old age. Ye can depart before it comes, as I do." "What dost thou wish?" asked a number of voices, with alarm. "I wish to rejoice, to drink wine, to hear music, to look on those divine forms which ye see around me, and fall asleep with a garlanded head. I have taken farewell of Caesar, and do ye wish to hear what I wrote him at parting?" He took from beneath the purple cushion a paper, and read as follows. "I know, O Caesar, that thou art awaiting my arrival with impatience. That thy true heart of a friend is yearning day and night for me. I know that thou art ready to cover me with gifts, make me prefect of the Praetorian Guards, and command Tigellinus to be that which the gods made him. A mule driver in those lands which thou didst inherit after poisoning Domitius. Pardon me, however, for I swear to thee by Hades, and by the shades of thy mother, thy wife, thy brother, and Seneca, that I cannot go to thee. Life is a great treasure. I have taken the most precious jewels from that treasure, but in life there are many things which I cannot endure any longer. Do not suppose, I pray, that I am offended because thou didst kill thy mother, thy wife, and thy brother, that thou didst burn Rome and send to Erebus all the honest men in thy dominions. No, grandson of Cronos. Death is the inheritance of man, from the other deeds could not have been expected. But to destroy one's ear for whole years with thy poetry, to see thy belly of a Domitius on slim legs whirled about in Pyrrhic dance. To hear thy music, thy declamation, thy doggerel verses, wretched poet of the suburbs, is a thing surpassing my power, and it has roused in me the wish to die. Rome stuffs its ears when it hears thee, the world reviles thee. I can blush for thee no longer, and I have no wish to do so. The howls of Cerberus, though resembling thy music, will be less offensive to me, for I have never been the friend of Cerberus, and I need not be ashamed of his howling. Farewell, but make no music. Commit murder, but write no verses, poison people, but dance not, be an incendiary, but play not on a cithara. This is the wish and the last friendly counsel sent thee by the arbiter elegantii." The guests were terrified, for they knew that the loss of dominion would have been less cruel to Nero than this blow. They understood, too, that the man who had written that paper must die. And at the same time pale fear flew over them because they had heard such a paper. But Petronius laughed with sincere and gladsome joy, as if it were a question of the most innocent joke. Then he cast his eyes on all present, and said, "Be joyous, and drive away fear. No one need boast that he heard this letter. I will boast of it only to Charon when I am crossing in the boat with him." He beckoned then to the Greek physician, and stretched out his arm. The skilled Greek in the twinkle of an eye opened the vein at the bend of the arm. Blood spurted on the cushion, and covered Eunice, who, supporting the head of Petronius, bent over him and said, "Didst thou think that I would leave thee? If the gods gave me immortality, and Caesar gave me power over the earth, I would follow thee still." Petronius smiled, raised himself a little, touched her lips with his, and said, "Come with me." She stretched her rosy arm to the physician, and after a while her blood began to mingle and be lost in his blood. Then he gave a signal to the leader of the music, and again the voices and cithari were heard. They sang Harmodius. Next the song of Anacreon resounded, that song in which he complained that on a time he had found Aphrodite's boy chilled and weeping under trees. That he brought him in, warmed him, dried his wings, and the ungrateful child pierced his heart with an arrow. From that moment peace had deserted the poet. Petronius and Eunice, resting against each other, beautiful as two divinities, listened, smiling and growing pale. At the end of the song Petronius gave directions to serve more wine and food. Then he conversed with the guests sitting near him of trifling but pleasant things, such as are mentioned usually at feasts. Finally, he called to the Greek to bind his arm for a moment. For he said that sleep was tormenting him, and he wanted to yield himself to hypnos before Thanatos put him to sleep forever. In fact, he fell asleep. When he woke, the head of Eunice was lying on his breast like a white flower. He placed it on the pillow to look at it once more. After that his veins were opened again. At his signal the singers raised the song of Anacreon anew, and the cithara accompanied them so softly as not to drown a word. Petronius grew paler and paler. But when the last sound had ceased, he turned to his guests again and said, "Friends, confess that with us perishes." But he had not power to finish. His arm with its last movement embraced Eunice, his head fell on the pillow, and he died. The guests looking at those two white forms, which resembled two wonderful statues, understood well that with them perished all that was left to their world at that time, poetry and beauty. Epilogue. At first the revolt of the Gallic legions under Vindex did not seem very serious. Caesar was only in his 31st year, and no one was bold enough to hope that the world could be freed so soon from the nightmare which was stifling it. Men remembered that revolts had occurred more than once among the legions. They had occurred in previous reigns, revolts, however, which passed without involving a change of government. As during the reign of Tiberius, Drusus put down the revolt of the Pannonian legions. "Who," said the people, "can take the government after Nero, since all the descendants of the divine Augustus have perished?" Others, looking at the Colossus, imagined him a Hercules, and thought that no force could break such power. There were those even who since he went to Achaia were sorry for him, because Helios and Polythetes, to whom he left the government of Rome and Italy, governed more murderously than he had. No one was sure of life or property. Law ceased to protect. Human dignity and virtue had perished, family bonds existed no longer, and degraded hearts did not even dare to admit hope. From Greece came accounts of the incomparable triumphs of Caesar, of the thousands of crowns which he had won, the thousands of competitors whom he had vanquished. The world seemed to be one orgy of buffoonery and blood. But at the same time the opinion was fixed that virtue and deeds of dignity had ceased, that the time of dancing and music, of profligacy, of blood, had come. And that life must flow on for the future in that way. Caesar himself, to whom rebellion opened the road to new robberies, was not concerned much about the revolt of the legions and Vindex. He even expressed his delight on that subject frequently. He did not wish to leave Achaia even, and only when Helios informed him that further delay might cause the loss of dominion did he move to Naples. There he played and sang, neglecting news of events of growing danger. In vain did Tigellinus explain to him that former rebellions of legions had no leaders, while at the head of affairs this time was a man descended from the ancient kings of Gaul and Aquitania. A famous and tried soldier. "Here," answered Nero, "the Greeks listen to me, the Greeks, who alone know how to listen, and who alone are worthy of my song." He said that his first duty was art and glory. But when at last the news came that Vindex had proclaimed him a wretched artist, he sprang up and moved toward Rome. The wounds inflicted by Petronius, and healed by his stay in Greece, opened in his heart anew, and he wished to seek retribution from the Senate for such unheard of injustice. On the road he saw a group cast in bronze, representing a Gallic warrior as overcome by a Roman knight. He considered that a good omen, and thenceforward, if he mentioned the rebellious legions and Vindex, it was only to ridicule them. His entrance to the city surpassed all that had been witnessed earlier. He entered in the chariot used by Augustus in his triumph. One arch of the circus was destroyed to give a road to the procession. The Senate, knights, and innumerable throngs of people went forth to meet him. The walls trembled from shouts of "Hail, Augustus! Hail, Hercules! Hail, divinity, the incomparable, the Olympian, the Pythian, the immortal!" Behind him were borne the crowns, the names of cities in which he had triumphed, and on tablets were inscribed the names of the masters whom he had vanquished. Nero himself was intoxicated with delight, and with emotion he asked the Augustans who stood around him, what was the triumph of Julius compared with this? The idea that any mortal should dare to raise a hand on such a demigod did not enter his head. He felt himself really Olympian, and therefore safe. The excitement and the madness of the crowd roused his own madness. In fact, it might seem in the day of that triumph that not merely Caesar and the city, but the world, had lost its senses. Through the flowers and the piles of wreaths no one could see the precipice. Still that same evening columns and walls of temples were covered with inscriptions, describing Nero's crimes, threatening him with coming vengeance, and ridiculing him as an artist. From mouth to mouth went the phrase, "He sang till he roused the Gauls." Alarming news made the rounds of the city, and reached enormous measures. Alarm seized the Augustans. People, uncertain of the future, dazed not express hopes or wishes, they hardly dared to feel or think. But he went on living only in the theatre and music. Instruments newly invented occupied him, and a new water organ, of which trials were made on the Palatine. With childish mind, incapable of plan or action, he imagined that he could ward off danger by promises of spectacles and theatrical exhibitions reaching far into the future. Persons nearest him, seeing that instead of providing means and an army, he was merely searching for expressions to depict the danger graphically, began to lose their heads. Others thought that he was simply deafening himself and others with quotations, while in his soul he was alarmed and terrified. In fact, his acts became feverish. Every day 1,000 new plans flew through his head. At times he sprang up to rush out against danger. Gave command to pack up his lutes and cithara, to arm the young slave women as Amazons, and lead the legions to the east. Again he thought to finish the rebellion of the Gallic legions, not with war, but with song, and his soul laughed at the spectacle which was to follow his conquest of the soldiers by song. The legionaries would surround him with tears in their eyes, he would sing to them an eponychium, after which the golden epoch would begin for him and for Rome. At one time he called for blood. At another he declared that he would be satisfied with governing in Egypt. He recalled the prediction which promised him lordship in Jerusalem. And he was moved by the thought that as a wandering minstrel he would earn his daily bread, that cities and countries would honor in him, not Caesar, the lord of the earth, but a poet whose like the world had not produced before. And so he struggled, raged, played, sang, changed his plan, changed his quotations, changed his life and the world into a dream absurd, fantastic, dreadful. Into an uproarious hunt composed of unnatural expressions, bad verses, groans, tears, and blood. But meanwhile the cloud in the west was increasing and thickening every day. The measure was exceeded, the insane comedy was nearing its end. When news that Galba and Spain had joined the uprising came to his ears, he fell into rage and madness. He broke goblets, overturned the table at a feast, and issued orders which neither Helios nor Tigellinus himself dared to execute. To kill Gauls resident in Rome, fire the city a second time, let out the wild beasts, and transfer the capital to Alexandria seemed to him great, astonishing, and easy. But the days of his dominion had passed, and even those who shared in his former crimes began to look on him as a madman. The death of Vindex, and disagreement in the revolting legion seemed, however, to turn the scale to his side. Again new feasts, new triumphs, and new sentences were issued in Rome, till a certain night when a messenger rushed up on a foaming horse, with the news that in the city itself the soldiers had raised the standard of revolt, and proclaimed Galba Caesar. Nero was asleep when the messenger came, but when he woke he called in vain for the night guard, which watched at the entrance to his chambers. The palace was empty. Slaves were plundering in the most distant corners that which could be taken most quickly. But the sight of Nero frightened them. He wandered alone through the palace, filling it with cries of despair and fear. At last his freedmen, Phaon, Sporus, and Epaphroditus, came to his rescue. They wished him to flee, and said that there was no time to be lost, but he deceived himself still. If he should dress in mourning and speak to the Senate, would it resist his prayers and eloquence? If he should use all his eloquence, his rhetoric and skill of an actor, would anyone on earth have power to resist him? Would they not give him even the prefecture of Egypt? The freedmen, accustomed to flatter, had not the boldness yet to refuse him directly. They only warned him that before he could reach the forum the people would tear him to pieces, and declared that if he did not mount his horse immediately, they too would desert him. Phaon offered refuge in his villa outside the Porta Nomentana. After a while they mounted horses, and, covering Nero's head with a mantle, they galloped off toward the edge of the city. The night was growing pale. But on the streets there was a movement which showed the exceptional nature of the time. Soldiers, now singly and now in small groups, were scattered through the city. Not far from the camp Caesar's horse sprang aside suddenly at sight of a corpse. The mantle slipped from his head. A soldier recognized Nero, and, confused by the unexpected meeting, gave the military salute. While passing the Praetorian camp, they heard thundering shouts in honor of Galba. Nero understood at last that the hour of death was near. Terror and reproaches of conscience seized him. He declared that he saw darkness in front of him in the form of a black cloud. From that cloud came forth faces in which he saw his mother, his wife, and his brother. His teeth were chattering from fright. Still his soul of a comedian found a kind of charm in the horror of the moment. To be absolute lord of the earth and lose all things, seemed to him the height of tragedy. And faithful to himself, he played the first role to the end. A fever for quotations took possession of him, and a passionate wish that those present should preserve them for posterity. At moments he said that he wished to die, and called for Spiculus, the most skilled of all gladiators in killing. At moments he declaimed, "Mother, wife, father, call me to death." Flashes of hope rose in him, however, from time to time, hope vain and childish. He knew that he was going to death, and still he did not believe it. They found the Porta Nomentana open. Going farther, they passed near Ostrianum, where Peter had taught and baptized. At daybreak they reached Phaon's villa. There the freedman hid from him no longer the fact that it was time to die. He gave command then to dig a grave, and lay on the ground so that they might take accurate measurement. At sight of the earth thrown up, however, terror seized him. His fat face became pale, and on his forehead sweat stood like drops of dew in the morning. He delayed. In a voice at once abject and theatrical, he declared that the hour had not come yet. Then he began again to quote. At last he begged them to burn his body. "What an artist is perishing," repeated he, as if in amazement. Meanwhile Phaon's messenger arrived with the announcement that the Senate had issued the sentence that the parricide was to be punished according to ancient custom. "What is the ancient custom?" asked Nero, with whitened lips. "They will fix thy neck in a fork, flog thee to death, and hurl thy body into the Tiber," answered Epaphroditus, abruptly. Nero drew aside the robe from his breast. "It is time, then," said he, looking into the sky. And he repeated once more, "What an artist is perishing." At that moment the tramp of a horse was heard. That was the centurion coming with soldiers for the head of Ahenobarbus. "Hurry," cried the freedman. Nero placed the knife to his neck, but pushed it only timidly. It was clear that he would never have courage to thrust it in. Epaphroditus pushed his hand suddenly, the knife sank to the handle. Nero's eyes turned in his head, terrible, immense, frightened. "I bring thee life," cried the centurion, entering. "Too late," said Nero, with a hoarse voice, then he added. "Here is faithfulness." In a twinkle death seized his head. Blood from his heavy neck gushed in a dark stream on the flowers of the garden. His legs kicked the ground, and he died. On the morrow the faithful act wrapped his body in costly stuffs, and burned him on a pile filled with perfumes. And so Nero passed, as a whirlwind, as a storm, as a fire, as war or death passes. But the Basilica of Peter rules till now, from the Vatican heights, the city, and the world. Near the ancient Porta Capena stands to this day a little chapel with the inscription, somewhat worn, Quo Vadis, Domini?